What's going on, everybody? Welcome to week number 2 of Nassel Season 5. Highest level Omega Strikers teams in North America still duking it out for a spot in these end of season playoffs. My name's Gordo. I'm joined by Mystic on the opening block today. And Mystic, we are taking things right into the thick of it with Sad Boys up against Fluffy Bangers.
It's great to be here, Gordo. We're going straight in. This is going to be an awesome match. It's been a long time since you and I have been on the cast together doing our premiere early block back in the day like we used to. But starting off this first match of the week here, we have Sad Boys versus Fluffy Bangers. Like you said, I'm going to give a little bit of my opinion. I don't like the name change. I like Bang Bang better. But that aside, taking a look at the records, Fluffy Bangers are up 1-0 so far starting on week 1, while Sad Boys going down 0-1. Part of it was because of me substituting in, so I'll take a little bit of blame on that. But we are in the game now, and starting off, taking a look at the rosters here, we got the legendary Bells Dubu coming out. Oh my god, the rollout immediately getting a kill doesn't even let me get a chance to finish what I was saying. But a signature pick here for Bells on the Taiko Temple, followed up with a Mako to give a little bit of speed behind it. We can see the double brawler comp already having quite some success here. Why don't you give us a little bit of input on the Fluffy Banger side?
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy Bangers coming back. They're running back the same Bang Bang roster that we got to see last season, and wasting no time getting right back into things here, but nearly going to be giving up the point, and Bells will be in position to be able to knock it on through. First score coming through for the Sad Boys, and they're going to be looking to kind of clap back in week number 2. They did drop to Cosmic Calamities in week number 1, so the 0-1 start, not what a team like the Sad Boys wants to experience. They want to at least get themselves back up to 500 here. Fluffy Bangers did take the win over Bun Bun in week 1, so they're looking to keep that win streak alive here, but already down a member. Vaughn passing it back up to Bells, and Sad Boys keeping this aggression going, not giving any opportunities back over to the Fluffy Bangers.
Yeah, and I really like the composition that they picked out here. Sad Boy is one of the few teams that can really pilot the Dubu forward, as well as the Vaughn on the Atlas midfield. We don't see it on this particular game here, but we haven't seen many other teams with success coming out on those picks. And I love that Caleb, or You Already Lose, is on the Mako. Mako has been quite a strong pick, and a frustrating one at that as well, being able to play like a defensive goalie such as Dubu or Atlas, but offering so much offensive pressure on that secondary, giving size and speed here. And you can see how well he is doing holding it down. And now on the offense, just press that space bar, hold it down, speed up everyone, and we can get on the offense once more. And the pressure is just immense here. And I love that everyone is coming back here to help defend and just seamlessly moving in between the defense and the offense.
Absolutely, and so good with this double brawler comp, and so good in some of these tight corridors here with the drums bouncing things around on both sides. They are able to keep things cleared out. They are able to fight their way back to the left side, and that will be another point over to the Sad Boys. A 2-0 start on the verge of taking set number 1 here, getting themselves their first crack at the draft, and Vaughn with a great spin there, just gets it right around with the bell ringer to be able to take both of the barriers, and Bells waiting here, nearly takes it in for the score. Drew trying to take some priority for himself. You're going to pull back away, You Already Lose, gets the double barrier for his own side, and now it's open goals on both sides of the map, but a flip from Bells sent down to the bottom, blocked by Grimella, and still hanging on as Drew tries to make a play for himself up on the top side. It's going to get moved back over, and a shot to the bottom corner. Vaughn and You Already Lose not ready for it. Bang gets themselves on the board.
Strong start to the point coming out from Sad Boys with that quick double barrier, but unable to close it out. Really good props over there to Fudgy Waffles holding it down as long as he did. But I want to give credits to Drew as well, using that death touch to pull You Already Lose out of the goal net just a little bit to help break both of those barriers here. And we can see that even with the 2-0 start for Sad Boys in this set, Fluffy Bangers are not letting off easily. Grimella coming in with a good blink here. The Rose Warp into the primary to get that first barrier. Drew in position with the pendulum swing, trying to just snipe a kill off the side. Isn't able to find one. Back onto the offense for Sad Boys. A good spin comes out from Vaughn. Doesn't connect, but almost a little bit of a misstep there from Fudgy Waffles allows the core to slide through. Secondary is gone. The expanse isn't there. One of the best defensive tools that Atlas has on such a long cooldown. Sad Boys are looking to get into an offensive position here before those abilities come right back up. But what helps more than a little bit of cooldowns being gone is eliminating someone from the team, as Bell with the Dubu rollout comes through. But the aggression not working out in their favor, as You Already Lose tries to walk up to help secure this point, but it ends up being reversed into a barrier of their own being taken.
Yeah, Bells with another shooting opportunity and just pops the special. Tofu Fortress comes on out, pushes it through, too fast to respond to, and the set will go over to the Sad Boys. Good secure for them there. Really like the fight back from Drew and the Rasmus, though. Going to keep my eyes on him as we get into set number 2 here, but first the draft.
Taking a look at the draft, a lot of the things that I want to talk about is the rise of Knife's Edge. It picked immediately as I was saying it. Knife's Edge is one of the strongest awakenings right now, and is something that is pretty underrated, more in a solo queue aspect. People don't really seem to grasp how good speed is. Speed is a premier stat in this game, and then when you pair that speed alongside some power, 30 power plus 30% speed, it is insane. We're going to be taking a look at Bells here on the Dubu, getting a lot more KOs from the somersault, the rollout there. Plus, just being close to the edge with the primary or even the Tofu Fortress is going to do a lot of damage. So just some threatening vibes coming out from this Dubu altogether. Taking a look at the rest of the draft here. Vaughn getting some size on the big fish, and You Already Lose with a great pickup there on the dash enhance with that chrono boost, increasing both the speed and that little bit of buff duration when the Mako secondary runs out.
Definitely, and now going to see if they can use some of those newfound stats, especially that Knife's Edge. We've already seen a couple of KOs from Bells already, but that's a KO for Drew, actually, taking Vaughn off the board. Bell's going to steal it back away from Grimella there, forced into the elusive to avoid going down to that extra Knife's Edge power. They are going to be able to clear it on out. They're even going to be able to get the barrier. Fudgy Waffles can't save it with Astral Projection, and it's an open goal for the Sad Boys. Drew trying to snag it back into his own favor to be able to take another shot on goal before the rest of the Sad Boys can regroup and reinforce themselves. He's pushed off to the top as Vaughn goes into the Maximus, trying to get it back over to Bells, but Grimella interrupting the whole way through, disrupting these passing routes and stopping Bells from being able to take it back over to the left. Drew coming back up now with access to the burst just in time now. Full energy available for him if he's ever able to step near the core again before the point goes through. Pulls away, You Already Lose, takes another shot, and Drew puts it in there for the Fluffy Bangers.
Second time we see Drew use that death touch in that way, and it's such an effective way to use it. A lot of times Rasmus players will not utilize death touch as frequently or as effectively as these top Nassau players, and Drew being able to see the opportunity to pull away the goalie, put him into hit stun, drag him far enough so that the energy burst will not reach so that he can score, is just showing how to get it done. And you know Scyther 12 is smiling somewhere somewhere on the horizon as he sees that. And starting off, one barrier apiece being taken here. The Mako ultimate comes out, able to stall long enough as Vaughn tries to take the core down from the bottom. Bell's putting himself into position. Somersault comes out, isn't able to secure that last barrier, and 2 flips available on the side of Fluffy Bangers. Nothing being used at this moment. It's just a little bit of back and forth as we wait for the first team to blow an important cooldown.
Ooh, nice KO found by Vaughn, though. Going to be able to create a power play for the Sad Boys, and they want to snatch this point up right here, right quick. Another bounce off the drums. Vaughn beating on him inside the goal arc, trying to create space for Bells to take the shot. Respawn has come on through from Drew now, trying to clear it back, and will be able to do so. The goal's still open. A barrier still standing strong for You Already Lose, but it will be taken down. A rocketed shot from Grimella down on the bottom, going to be able to ricochet its way back into the barrier. Bells trying to work his way around the Cosmic Expanse, not able to find the shot. Grimella taking it back away, moving it back into You Already Loses hands. Drew waiting on the top side. Vaughn going to be able to clear it back out, pass down to Bells yet again, but still can't find their way into an avenue to take it back into the goal. Fudgy Waffles covering all routes here, but one more shot off the core flip will put it in for Bells.
A great patience there, waiting to see if Fudgy Waffles would bait out a strike or an ability first. But ends up finding the opportunity there to slot it in. And one thing I want to point out that is really important about getting all these KOs that we see from Sad Boys is that the starting awakening for both teams, all 6 players have opted in for stacks on stacks. Grimella with a great double, gotta give him some credit there. But because both teams have stacks on stacks and speed is king in Omega Strikers on this patch, So each KO is so detrimental because not only is it a power play, but it means that character that comes back is that much slower and unable to keep up for quite some time.
Absolutely, and these points have been going long for the most part. Plenty of time left to stack on up, but during the time you're at that deficit, there's a lot to be taken advantage of here, and Drew still in the process of getting stacked up while everybody else is still at max. He's just getting left in the dust a little bit in some of these plays as Vaughn and Bells set up for another one here. Vaughn and the Maximus coming in, perfect pitch, going to assist from You Already Lose, but not able to get it into a shooting position. Instead, Drew takes control again, pendulum swing for the KO plus goal combo.
Drew has been doing phenomenal on these attempts, both on the barrier and on net, just finding You Already Lose in these positions where he kind of checkmates him, whether it's putting the pendulum swing to hit both the core and him, or if it's using that death touch to yank You Already Lose out of his net, put him out of position here. And now we see You Already Lose again with no more stacks available. Not as important as the forwards when all of the forwards have it, but it is very important in general to keep up your speed. The more speed you have as a goalie, more space you can cover, the more you can walk up. So definitely something that he has to stack up as Bells tries to walk back. Bells doing his best to live there, gets hit off the bongo, sent to the top. He actually positioned himself very well on nearly any other map. He lives there, but because of the way the bongos are set up, it shoots him off to the side of the map, causing him to perish. But back again, like you said, these points go on long enough where we can stack things back up. But when you have something like Drew chasing you down, trying to hunt down, reset your stacks, who knows how long you can live.
I mean, this feels like it's been a tremendously long set so far. It's been so hard for both squads to really be able to close out these points. The Atlas and Mako both holding down the fort quite effectively, and Drew going to be able to disrupt another attempt from Vaughn to just get a play going alongside Bells. Really good stuff out of the Fluffy Bangers so far to be able to withstand what has been a constant offense from the side of the Sad Boys and prevent this from really coming on through. Fudgy Waffles probably had a ridiculous amount of saves on this scoreboard. If I were to wager a guess here, that number is going to be pretty high by the end of this match one way or the other. And the Sad Boys, first of all, already down match point up in this set number 2, looking like it might be tied on up. But as I say that, going to be a bounce shot from Bells cross map. Fudgy Waffles loses track of it, doesn't want to use the core flip, and we're tied up at 2-2 in set number 2.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit poor there for the Sad Boys, having two characters without that full pancake set up here. But a good shot from Bells on the Dubu brings it up. Oh, aims for the double, isn't able to get it. At least gets one for his consolation prize there. And a KO onto Gramella. Wow. We see the Tofu Fortress come out, the donuts securing that high cholesterol KO there. And now we're going in for the power play, trying to get the second one here. Fudgy Waffles, great patience there, not using the energy burst until the last second, finds the escape onto Drew. Isn't able to get that barrier, but a phenomenal defense there from Fluffy Bangers. I gotta give him props for that.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Vaughn going to have the core flip ready, though, to keep up both of those barriers. The defense from You Already Lose, keeping things safe for now, but we've seen how quickly that can turn over the course of this match so far. Great block from Fudgy Waffles, going to save his remaining barrier for the time being, and another Astral Projection just totally disrupts what Bells was going for there. A Summer Assaults into nothing, can't get back to the core, pushed through by a piercing shot from Gramella. And Fluffy Bangers take themselves set number 2. We're tied up at 1-1, Mystic.
This is such a close game. I love this when I see it. It's so fun to watch. Going into this next draft, let's take a look. We see that one spark is available there for Gramella if it manages to get its way down to get him over to a double spark. When you have 2 sparks in the draft, it kind of makes it less enticing to deny both. We see Drew taking the Catalyst, a great pickup here. Let's see what the side of Sad Boys ends up picking up here. Super Surge, we're going for Superman X here. A little bit harder Bull Rush as we extend the range of that dash by quite a bit. And Gramella does manage to pick up that second Spark, leaving Spark of Strength open in the draft to be picked up later if possible. Taking a look at everything else here, a great pickup on speed in general from the Stagger Swagger on Dubu. And then an Unstoppable, which is always an underrated pick. It doesn't seem like a very fun pick, but it is really powerful in what it can do, especially when it's on a goalie. It is almost always up. You have that downtime in between attack attempts to recharge the Unstoppable. And it's just one of those things that not being hit stun from an ability on a brawler is really, really hard to score when you just can't secure the hit stun for that long.
Absolutely is, and the pressure is still mounting here. Drew and Grimella looking to get it into that barrier. Still can't quite find it. Instead, it's going to get taken back over to the Sad Boys. They open up the goal for themselves. You already lose, helping out with the perfect pitch. Does connect it onto Drew, who's still staggered and at risk of getting taken down by Bells. Core flip not going to save him there, as Bells picks up a KO and a power play for the Sad Boys as they look to draw first blood in this third set. Pushing it forward, Vaughn goes in for the flip, gonna get blocked away. Tofu Fortress, a little bit of a non-bow there, gonna be able to keep up the defense, and now Vaughn forced back away, low on stagger, gets back to the orb in time, but the defense now gonna be in his hands. Another KO comes through, this time onto the Estelle. Vaughn able to rocket himself over, and Bells finds the score.
I think that was the first point, and we saw 3 KOs already, maybe it was 2. But already coming back-to-back, Drew and Grimella gone. Fudgy Waffles the only one on the side of Fluffy Bangers with a fully stacked Pancakes over there. And Sad Boys coming off strong on this set so far. They are ready to go. And we can see these Awakenings finally melding themselves together here as the Dubu with his swift feet is coming through, clapping the cord to the other side. And Vaughn on the Superman is just surging himself forward on the Bull Rush there, finding these opportunities. But Bells is looking low, has to get that Stagger Swagger kicking in before he can participate back in the point again.
Definitely does. Able to snatch it past Drew there, but comes right back around after bouncing off some bongos, and going to be great defense from the Tofu Fortress. Bells going to be able to disrupt whatever they were putting together, and Snare Drum's not quite connecting onto the bottom, and Vaughn trying to take things back up into his favor and set themselves up to take this second barrier. As good defense so far from Fudgy, though. The Cosmic Expanse again clearing things out. Right in the middle of everybody is Vaughn, and still can't quite find that damage off the Bell Ringer. Instead, he's going to find himself KO'd by Grimella. Use of the Energy Burst to take the X off the map. Bells taking some last-second shots, seeing if he can sneak something through. Good ricochet from You Already Lose as well, and Bells really being disruptive here. Buys all the time necessary for Vaughn to be able to come back up.
Vaughn finally able to make his return. Tofu Fortress not able to connect there. That's an extremely long cooldown. We won't have that scoring attempt for probably until the next point, honestly. As Bells walks his way back, Stagger Swagger kicking in, gets to fully rejuvenate himself. But Fudgy Waffle's in a great position, fully stacked up, has the Fight or Flight, has the Unstoppable. It is a really hard spot to score. Most likely, if something goes in for Sad Boys, it's just going to be a really fast core that he cannot react to. Or just a sly bongo shot squeezing its way in. But the offense from Fluffy Bangers not relenting, as You Already Lose forced to use that Energy Burst. Drew, great reaction time there, is able to catch it. Going right back to Drew. Is he able to line up the Pendulum Swing? Wow. Gets the point onto You Already Lose. The moment it started rolling there, I love that Drew chose not to strike it because he knew that the bounce off the bottom wall was going to line up perfectly for that Pendulum Swing. And we see there the foresight on Fluffy Bangers to secure that point.
Yeah, Drew doing such a good job on the Rasmus in this game. Has made a huge difference in so many of these scoring opportunities over for the Fluffy Bangers, and really keeping this one neck and neck. It's absolutely tied up at this stage of the game here, and attempting to scale into it with the X and the Dubu. Definitely a strong position to be in, but great job here to be able to keep things even, and this game is still definitely possible. But Drew already taken down on this point, will be pushed on away. Bells resetting out of the bottom. Vaughn waiting up top with that core flip available. Pushed back away by Grimella, but Bull rushes his way back in. Still does have that super surge to get a little bit of extra distance when it is time to brawl, and pops the Maximus as well. He's really looking to focus in on towards Grimella and take him out of the play, but going to be rejoining here one way or the other, just not quite enough tools to be able to force him off the play. And meanwhile, Drew taking things back out of the offense, and Snare Drum's going to disrupt any attempt at being able to take the barriers up from the top side. Still not able to clear it out yet. Vaughn just sitting on it for now, trying to buy a little bit of extra time. Going to be a flip to disrupt that death touch from Drew and stop any further combos from coming in towards the goal. Another big bull rush, but it's just a KO for Drew as he's taken off the map. Now not going to have access to Vaughn, still trying to hold on to the defense. Both barriers going to fall immediately. Grimella warps in, trying to create another opportunity for a shot, and they're resetting for it again. Vaughn is respawned, and now Crystal Thorns come out, not connecting onto the core, and Drew Gonna get it knocked right out of his hands by that Maximist Vaughn. Another piercing shot puts the core into position, but it's cleared away by You Already Lose. Drew looking for it again, but gonna get it knocked away by Vaughn. And Tofu Fortress gonna be able to find that barrier on towards the left side. And Snare Drums once again rocketing that core off to the left side, pass back in by You Already Lose. Grimella trying to put it into Drew's hands, but Bell waiting on the other side. Vaughn gets it down again, but still going to be facing up against Drew, who wants to find these shots repeatedly. Whiplash comes on across, another pendulum swing lined up just a little bit early for the core. Takes another shot, blocked away by an energy burst from Vaughn, and attempts to clear it to the left from the Sad Boys are running out of resources. Another flip comes through, but it's another KO from Drew. It's another shot, and You Already Lose has got his work cut out for him here as it's another power play going over to the side of the Fluffy Bangers, but they still cannot push it past the defense of the Mako, and Vaughn's back up again.
I mean, Caleb has been going absolutely insane here. You Already Lose, holding it down, attempt after attempt. They are not letting through anything. I think Vaughn has fallen 4 times in this point alone. But there we see the setup coming from Drew, the pendulum swing lining up perfectly onto You Already Lose. But what an insane point. That offense was just so intense there, coming in for Fluffy Bangers. Relentless assault after assault. And we saw there were so many micro adjustments that I could point out there. One of the greatest things I want to point out that You Already Lose did on the Mako is when you're holding down that primary, even if you get hit stunned, you can still continue to hold down and let go of the primary of Mako during that hit stun. And that was one of like the greatest saves he has. But it was just so much action going on that it's hard to give appreciation to all the small nuanced things that these high-level players are doing. A KO coming out, Vaughn fallen once again, no longer has the pancakes for the 4th time or the 5th time of this set here. 2-1 lead right now for Fluffy Bangers as they try to push this lead once more. Fudgy Waffles looking for a pass from the bottom, isn't able to get it. Grimella following up through. Drew uses that energy burst, passes it down to Fudgy Waffles. A good defense there, able to hold it down. The ultimate from Atlas coming in, trying to let Drew live, get some stagger back. The nice shot coming down from the Mako, sends it all the way down, breaks the other barrier. Drew looking low. Bell's looking for the KO, isn't able to get it. Tofu Fortress is down for the count. It's going to be back up at some point with how long these points are going. But the way Bells is walking up with that nice edge stagger swagger, he has the speed, he has the Mako boost to help him out. The log comes out, or the donut in this case, as Vaughn is just trying to set up. You can see he's looking for a bull rush angle here onto the net here. But Fudgy Waffles able to use that that projection just to slide out a little bit longer, and we are going back and forth. Gordo, this overtime core speed is too much. The characters are moving too fast. I don't know what's gonna happen.
It's getting so close here, down to the wire on each and every point, and so many props deserved for You Already Lose for being able to hold on to some of these points while at the power play deficit. But a nice shot from Bells, finally getting his moment with a full energy bar. Gonna take that shot to the top corner, and Fudgy Waffles not ready to be able to defend. Now getting into point number 5 here, which will put on set point the winner here for, or the winner will be on set point. It will be one more set until they're able to take the game, whatever we want to call that, as Bell's going to be able to tumble on forward, knock aside a couple members, but not able to get any barriers for it. Instead, those barriers are reserved for Drew. We'll be knocking things back on over towards this barrier, but Bell's still getting himself into a good position, taking a fair bit of abuse for it, though. Taking basically every shot that you can from this Estelle and going to end up staggered for it as Carmella knocks it on down. Dubu rocketed across the stage, eventually taken down. Another nice piercing shot lined up by Grimella, nearly going to put it on into the goal. It's now Vaughn who's low on stagger. The respawn still 1 or 2 seconds away. Fudgy Waffles is out of the goal. R goes in for the flip, puts it up against the drum. Another shot opportunity from Grimella. KO found yet again. It's Vaughn off the map, and Grimella, Drew, and Fudgy trying to piece it together and close out the set. Grimella gets a shot up top, passes it back, doesn't have anybody there to receive it. Bell's going to be able to disrupt it and move it back over to the left. You Already Lose with the energy back and available, as well as Vaughn going to look to keep on holding on to the point. They push it through the astral projection using the bull rush from Vaughn. Bell's continuing to strike forward, takes one barrier by brute force, now looking to make it 2. It's Snare Drums holding down Drew on the opposite side. Another shot taken, but but fended away by You Already Lose with ease. It's Grimella moving into the bottom side, using the Crystal Thorns to try to push it in towards the goal. Drew still can't get onto it with the Death Touch, still can't put himself in a position to be able to take one of those shots that have kept the team in the game for so long here. Moving it down towards Vaughn yet again. He continues to fend it away back at the hands of Bells. There's the flip coming out of You Already Lose, pass it down towards the bottom. Bell ringer from Vaughn, still can't clear it out. Grimella places a beautiful Rose Warp to move it on forward. It's 3-2 for the Fluffy Bangers. They're up 2-1 in sets.
Strike after strike, slowly advancing. Fluffy Bangers were just moving closer and closer, inching their way into the net of Sad Boys, and eventually, once the core was moving a little too fast, they just could not return the barrage. And Grimella, rewarded for his play in that previous set, is given the third spark, the Spark of Strength. Will not be able to get the Spark of Agility because of it showing up in the last draft, but that is all right. Already with 2 sparks, it is great. With 3rd sparks, it's amazing. And taking a look at the rest of the draft here, we have some great pickups. Twin Drive going over to the Mako, Egoist for Fudgy Waffles here. Will not pair with any Catalyst in this draft as of yet here. Some size going over to Bells, which does help. Dubu is an absolutely massive character, probably the biggest character in the entire game in terms of raw size. A great pickup in terms of a KO there for Vaughn. The ultimate from Atlas coming out a little bit too late, isn't able to save Drew, but starting off a little slow compared to what we've been seeing on the previous sets with how fast everyone was with the core speed. We don't have the pancake stacked up yet. One thing, fun thing to point out here, I want to just give a nod to the the Deadeye Bull Rush Vaughn, which does proc, and you can proc, or you can buffer the X primary during the Bull Rush itself, which will cause Deadeye to proc. So fun little interaction there, and
I knew it proc to the Bull Rush. I didn't know you could do Bell Ringer as well. That's pretty crazy. But there's going to be a KO coming through on towards Vaughn, so he's not going to get the opportunity to use it, at least not in the near future. But Bells did get a couple of Rampage stacks there, so getting even bigger and more dangerous on this Dubu as he looks to chase down that core cross map. Bells coming on in, or rather that was Vaughn who's knocking it back away, and going to be looking for additional shots down towards the bottom. Bell's trying to pass it, but Grimella continuing to get in the way here. Bouncing it backwards off the drums, trying to take some of these unusual angles, disrupt what Fudgy's set up here, and get it in there. Another Bell Ringer, not going to be able to sneak it past Grimella. Vaughn channels up that Bull Rush, but again, not going to be able to find the core in position. It's Grimella dashing in once again, trying to find that core its way through, but Already Lose able to hold on still as he has throughout much of the series so far. Vaughn knocking it on forward. A core flip comes out of Bells, disrupted by the astral projection of Fudgy Waffles, and he'll be able to hang on towards the goal for even longer. Vaughn passing it up. Bells waiting on the top side. Double KO for Vaughn. He comes on in with the Bull Rush. Drew nearly takes the score, but You Already Lose has the energy burst to hang on, and the Sad Boys take the first point of set number 4.
I just want to make note, that was a Deadeye Bell Ringer proc there with double size from the Big Fish and the Mako coming in. The Bell Ringer tip will reach with Deadeye, especially because now I believe it's like 525 range, which has been slowly brought down from like the 600 at the start of the game. So really, really funny there, but the double KO coming in for Vaughn to secure that point. And one of the things that Sad Boys is missing to help kind of finalize this composition, and as I'm seeing the Tofu Fortress come out from Bells, is Bells really needs a siege machine or a missile prop to help secure that Tofu Fortress, the KO potential and the scoring potential. You get that, and this is deadly. I have a feeling that if Sad Boys win this set, they win the game, just based off of those awakenings being left for them to take here, even with Grimella on the three sparks. But as I say that, Fluffy Bangers did not like what I was talking about. A good piercing shot from Grimella lines it up for Drew. Once again, we see the pendulum swing. The amount of times we have seen pendulum swing score and take a KO is pretty high this game.
It is pretty high, and yeah, I mean, Drew's been so on point with those pendulum swings in these offensive situations, and it's been so helpful for the Fluffy Bangers to actually be able to close out these points. We've seen it's been tough for the Sad Boys to find much of anything unless they get a nice double KO from Vaughn in the midst of it, and there's a double barrier found by Drew once again. It's that pendulum swing, putting it right between the barriers and getting the bounce to be able to take them both. Open goal available for them now, but look at that Tofu Fortress getting the core right where he wants it, and Bells is going to finish the whole point right there. 2-1 Sad Boys in set number 4.
And take a look at the Rampage stacks that Bells has. That is 5 Rampage. He has an insane amount of size. He's nearly over 30% or like 40% size with just a Rampage there. And then especially with the Mako drums just doing so much with the speed and everything. We can see the sheer size compared to Gramella and Fudgy Waffles, how big the Dubu is. It makes it so that winning your Strike War interactions against the Dubu is really hard, because even if you time it correctly, Dubu has so much time that he can simply wait and react to your strikes. He does not have to anticipate.
Nice pass in there from Vaughn off of the energy burst. Not quite enough. Drew still there, still has the core flip of his own. They're trying to get it past these two beefy boys in the front line, and they will be able to do so. They take that second barrier. One last call here, though, from Vaughn and Bells, looking to be able to get it on forward and be able to take it on in for the goal to be able to take this set for themselves. It's Bells lined up here. Cosmic Expanse comes on out, going to be on cooldown for the foreseeable future. Vaughn able to knock it forward for him once again, but the pendulum swing going to be able to clear Bells back out of the midfield. It's going to be Drew taking it in towards the side and looking for Gramella on the bottom. Pendulum swing onto You Already Lose. Not going to be able to find the KO, but going to be able to disrupt him from putting that core back where he wants it. Bells waiting inside the goal arc, not able to push it through. Energy burst from You Already Lose, able to save it from Drew's pendulum swing combo coming through yet again, but it's caught on the wrong side of the drum and bass. Gramella pushes it past You Already Lose, and that's going to be 2-2.
2-2. This could be a match point going over to Fluffy Bangers if they manage to take it here. Sad Boys definitely wants to go to set number 5. So let's see if they can get out of this offense here. We can see Gramella and Drew just doing a phenomenal job starting off, getting the first barrier already. The energy economy is looking pretty well for them as well, as the energy burst of Drew manages to take out Bell's Rampage stacks set. Fudgy Waffle is just taking a little bit of vacation there as the Tofu Fortress falls down. But a reverse KO coming out from Vaughn, able to find the KO, or able to find the the knockout there onto Gramella, resetting all the pancakes there. Bells able to get both barriers, setting up for an offense. We still have one barrier up for Sad Boys as You Already Lose trying to push things forward. A lot of cooldowns just used in that interaction there. Does not have the drum and bass anymore. And Drew able to sneak it in while there were no cooldowns available for the Mako. And this is going to be a really sneaky part. We have an offense. The core is on the side of Sad Boys. Drew looking for an opportunity. Fudgy Waffles walking straight up. This could be really deadly as Fudgy Waffles has lost points in this match before walking up. But we always reward the aggression and the Tofu Fortress bringing us over to set 5.
Bell's Tofu Fortresses so clutch in this last point, really able to line them up. Got Fudgy stuck inside the goal earlier on there. Fudgy just couldn't move at all, was just completely static for several seconds while one or two of the barriers fell, and then another one there, getting that ricochet angle into the goal.
Okay, so the things we're looking for is Siege Machine or Extra Special going over to Dubu. He would absolutely love that. If none of those make it over, it's probably going to be an Adren Rush. Because of the amount of KOs coming through, but I think he's just waiting. Okay, Siege Machine is locked in. That extra 30% travel range on the missiles is absolutely huge, or on the projectiles. It makes the Tofu Fortress go that much further, and on top of that, it is a creation, so it hits harder. So expect to get more KOs from this Tofu Fortress Bells. And Vaughn, one big pickup here. He was first picked there, opted in for the team player. Team player is such a phenomenal pickup. It is, again, one of those situations where it doesn't seem too exciting or anything, but as a midfielder, it is one of those things that always try to take a look, especially if you have a feeling their enemy goalie is going to pick it up. It is so good with how fast the core will go if he sends it anywhere near Bells. And the fact that Bells is also on Dubu with a massive size hitbox, it means the team player can actually proc easier. So a lot of these small interactions playing into each other there. But other than that, everyone on the side of Fluffy Bangers got something that they wanted.
Absolutely here. The danger still going to be present of these KOs potentially coming on through, but Vaughn looking a little bit more supportive here. The fact that that Siege Machine did come on through, though, you called that out as a big tool for the Dubu, and Bells is able to secure it here. Let's see how... I don't even know what I just saw there. I think he bounced off the drum and went fully cross-map to be falling down there. Yep. Vaughn KO'd here at a power play for the Fluffy Bangers. Still in this, still with a shot to be able to close off game number 1 here in set number 5. He's down. It's another KO found on towards Drew, but the barriers are down on both sides. 3 seconds to go on the respawn here for Drew, but Bells steps up with the core flip and takes the first point for the Sad Boys.
I want to just point out how insane the range of the core flip was there that caught because of Dubu's size, the energy burst in general just reached so much further he caught that with his pinky. It was like 3 Dubu lengths away from him. But manages to see the opportunity there, knows how far his character model goes, and picks up that point, which is absolutely phenomenal there for Sad Boys here. Carmella looking low is going to be forced to use this energy burst if some more offense comes out onto him. But we can see Bells sitting on top, trying to look for it. A great Atlas ult there to help heal him back up, and he has a lot of stagger there. So once that Atlas ult came out, we can see that everyone's going to back off there. The strength, 174 power. Coming through on that core flip to just KO Bells. Oh my goodness. That is a strong Estelle working out in the gym. As now we have a barrier up for Fluffy Bangers. Able to go a little bit more aggressive. We can see Fudgy Waffles walking up past the midfield line. Not able to secure anything, but I really like how they are playing this over and over again. Anytime they have an advantage, Fudgy Waffles comes up here to try to help on the offense. A piercing shot coming through, isn't able to get it. Drew looking very low. Bongo drums coming out. Manages to live a little bit longer, but the amount of time it takes for someone to get KO'd when you're getting bounced off these drums gives Atlas plenty of time. Oh my goodness, what did I just witness?
Oh, betrayal from the Donuts. Bells had thrown down the Tofu Fortress earlier on. An attempted clear from You Already Lose bounces right off those delicious desserts. And they get right back in towards the goal. It's 1-1. It's a best of 3 from here on out, Mystic. And game number 1 comes down to just these next couple points.
This is as even as it gets here. Pretty much everyone is fully stacked up. Drew, the only one who has a little bit left to go on his stacks on stacks here, but we are looking for the KOs to come out. Everyone has just been dying on each side, little by little. Vaughn looking low. The death touch coming through, just barely not able to reach, but Drew not letting up on this opportunity to take out Vaughn. Finds the KO, uses the energy burst, which he's fine doing. He has the catalyst. He'll get the energy right back. And now offense coming through as Grimella tries to force it through. Even though that didn't work, it was a great exchange, forcing out Bell's energy burst as well.
Yeah, really good stuff here. Grimella fighting with Vaughn and You Already Lose, trying to keep the core into an offensive position. Drew's been able to rejoin the rest of the squad here. And we'll see if they're going to be able to piece anything together. You Already Lose gets bounced off the bottom right corner drum, but not able to actually push it on forward. Instead, it's Bells back on the aggression, going to be able to take that second barrier. Vaughn going to be able to bully Grimella here on the opposite side. Flip comes out of Drew, finds its way onto the bottom barrier. That's an open goal here for the side of the Fluffy Bangers, but the same can be said for the Sad Boys over on the left. Vaughn going to be able to intercept that shot coming through. Bells takes it to the top. It's 2-1 for the Sad Boys, 1 point away from the win.
The betrayal of the Rasmus Whiplash there sends it back over to the offense of Sad Boys, allowing them to get that point. Really unfortunate here, but we are on match point. But double barriers coming out. Fluffy Bangers are not saddened at all about what just happened.
Wow.
The quickest point we've seen in the entire match so far. 11 seconds coming through. We are at a set 5.5 Silver Scrapes moment. Who is going to take it on the Taiko Temple? Is it going to be the goofy comp with the Dubu? The unconventional comp, I should say. Or is it going to be the double midfield Mag Souls coming through, trying to change up the meta a little bit here with Fluffy Bangers, the aggression of the Atlas that always tries to walk forward, trying to help his team out. Everyone is in the corner. Energy bursts are coming out. Second barrier is still up. Vaughn finds the escape there, uses his own energy burst. Drew just biding his time until the core comes back. But a great Rose Warp there from Grimella with the piercing shot paired together. Here it comes. The Crystal Thorns lining up. We have the energy burst, finds it between 4 people, getting the shot through onto the bottom corner, secures game 1 over for Fluffy Bangers.
Beautiful shot from Grimella, ricocheting off the bottom wall, up and into the goal. And the Fluffy Bangers take game number 1. That's only the beginning of the series, Mystic. These two are going to play each other at least once more, if not twice.
The next
but
match
game number 1, it will favor the Fluffy Bangers. What a win for them here to be able to take the lead in this series.
And taking a look at the amount of KOs, we always saw Bells and Vaughn come through with these KOs, but if you took a look at the amount of time that Drew picked up a KO specifically onto You Already Lose when scoring a point, 11 KOs by himself, nearly the combined total of the entire Sad Boys just on the Rasmus. I mean, everyone played phenomenally this game, and I love the fact that Sad Boys brought out these unconventional picks because they truly believe that it is a viable comp to use here. And it came down to the last point. It could have been anyone's game depending on how it went down. But the amount of damage being dished out in this game, 80,000 for Drew, 70,000 for Grimella, 30,000 for an Atlas that sits in his gold barrier. And then again on the other side, 50 for Bells, 67 for Vaughn, 25 for Caleb, or you already lose. It's going to be an intense game too. We can see the next map that was selected. This is Bang's preference here, Clarion Test Chamber, as we go to what could be a little bit of, or should I say, a potential last match in this series.
Yep. So going to be an exciting one here on the Clarion Test Chamber. This was the Bang selection here, so they are going to be the ones in theory on home plate. I see we got some new assets here, some Demon's Raw sort of themed assets, fresh off their win in Season 4. Love to see that. I didn't actually see our own faces when we first started the stream. Was still getting all my materials set up, so that's always good to see. And looking forward to a Clarion Test Chamber game between these two squads. Really impressive stuff from the Fluffy Bangers coming back off the break, looking very good as they go toe-to-toe with the Sad Boys.
Yeah, and they're coming off the win from last week where they took down Bun Bun Bonanza, who is a top team, right? This is someone who has taken down Demon's Raw in playoffs before, the last season's champions. Someone who has gone to the final stretch against Sad Boys before. So starting off strong with a week 1 win against Bun Bun Bonanza, that is a top team that you have taken down. And now going in strong, game number 1, going over to Fluffy Bangers as they try to take a 2-0 lead to their record here. With this game number 2, and again, they have a little bit of home field advantage as this is the map that they selected. A little bit more practice, or at least strategy put into it, if they are the ones picking this map of their preference.
Definitely, hopefully, going to be able to get this draft started before too long. We'll see if it's going to be a return to the Dubu forward, or if maybe a little bit of alternative selections are going to end up coming on across for both of these squads. But you know, it is a brave new meta here, right? We've been off Nassel for a couple of patches now, so still a little bit of space for everything to be shaken out and find out where the priorities really should lie. And of course, teams always going to have small variations between each other. So it'll be very interesting to see how these priorities are going to fall and who's going to end up with first pick this second time around.
Yeah, I have a feeling that some of the picks that we can aim to see is maybe a little bit more standard pickup of 4 Sad Boys, something with maybe the Kai or the Amy going over to You Already Lose. Vaughn on something more traditional. Maybe he himself is on the Kai. He has been picking up the Amy himself as well. But either that or Estelle, I'm expecting, and then Bell's most likely going to be aiming for the Julie, which normally not a popular pick, but has been very strong on this patch. One of the strongest brawlers in the game, and especially on Clarion Test Chamber, where there's a lot of side lanes that you have to walk through on the map variations, where you are close to the edge. Julie is very, very threatening there. But besides that, I have a feeling a Zentaro is going to make its way out at some point. Bell's kind of moving away from that Julie name that he was so known for, and is becoming a top Zentaro player himself. So that is something that I kind of expected to be like, guys, I'm logging in Zentaro and calling it a day. We're about to see some siphoning on Zentaro. I have a feeling.
That does my heart good, Mystic, though. You know, there's a big part of me that prefers to see like a Julie Zentaro meta, maybe over like an X Asher meta, right? There's something to be said about the smaller characters moving a little bit faster, a little bit of extra mobility, a little bit less beefiness and giant hitboxes getting in the way of everything. Yeah. There's stuff to like about both characters, but I feel like we've been on the X Asher side of things for a lot of the season 4, so it'll be definitely a little refreshing to get to see a bit more of the alternative.
And then, taking a look, we do have the starting awakenings here being picked up. It is. Oh, sorry, I had to take a breath.
There you go.
You got it. The last, and sorry, I was looking at this paper airplane for so long, and I just blanked out. I'm like, what is this awakening? I can't remember. Ariel's being selected here, which makes me lean towards one thing we can take a look at is a potential rune pickup for either Vaughn or Grimella. Both of them are quite experienced on it, have brought it out before. I would say I'm not sure how confident Grimella is in bringing out the rune into a tournament play, but it's something to keep in mind. The Castellass can also enable an era pickup, So although you were saying you wanted to move away from a bit of the X
I,
Asher, if the era does get opted in here for maybe a Mako era X, Mako era Asher, we also can see the Mako era Julie. So depending on how this ban phase goes, it will if one of the teams enables a double pickup for one of the Mako or era characters, expect someone to play Mako era plus something.
Yep, and here's Mako already getting
Yep.
snagged in by the boys here, so they're going to be taking that one as their first pick. Fluffy Bangers with an opportunity here to be able to take something of their choice. They get a double rotation on here. They could take themselves the Imi and try to disrupt that combo if they want to. Not the Imi, the Era, if they want to try to disrupt that combo alongside some kind of brawler. They could definitely try to secure themselves a midfielder of their choice as well. Castellast has definitely had times where it's favored stuff like the Now, if that is something that they want to go for. Estelle going to be the selection instead as their rock solid mid laner. And then what exactly do they want to show us here, either in the goal arc or at the brawler position?
With these awakenings, you can. I'd be leaning towards for Drew, maybe a Zentaro to take the aerials with. A Rasmus can use that either awakening just fine, or an X themselves. But actually, no, they're going to be going for a Fudgy Waffles era pick. So taking away that era, they don't want to play against it. I think that is the correct pickup, but I'm surprised they're doing an Estelle era pick rather than just the era plus a brawler. So yep. Kai being picked up and Zentaro being picked up. Looks like we're going to get a standard comp here. No Mako era X or Mako era plus brawler going over to Sad Boys. I think that would have been a really big blunder for Bang if they let Mako and era through. So I like the way they drafted it. I don't know how well the Estelle era is going to work out in terms of synergies, but I know Fudgy Waffles plays plenty of era goalie. So this is not something that is going to go without practice, I should say.
Do you give any heed at all to something like Erasmus goalie, or are you fully convinced it's going to be Era?
I'm pretty convinced, because if you have a Rasmus goalie, then it would be a Drew on the Estelle, and that is something I don't see going through. But the Zentaro picked up there. I was mentioning it before the draft. Zentaro going to be going over to Bells. Kai on Vaughn, his signature pick. And then Caleb, who we saw, or you already lose, we saw pilot the Mako so well in game one. The amount of defense he let through. Like I said, this Mako character is the best of both worlds. Can bring some offensive pressure with the bass and drum, or the drum and bass, and the perfect pitch, while also having those same tools to use on defense.
Absolutely. Here is let's get into draft for game number 2, or at least the in-client draft. The lock-ins are complete for both sides, and we are ready to get onto the field, onto Clarion Test Chamber for game number 2. Fluffy Bangers up 1-0. A win here will move them up to 2-0 in Nassel Season 5.
Yeah, and Sad Boys has to take this if they want to go to a Game 3 and prevent themselves from going 0-2 at the start of Nassel. But a good pickup so far from one barrier. Bell's able to secure Gamela already down to half health. We can see the amount of damage coming through. Bell's actually not opting in for the siphoning wand this game. Goes for the slick kicks. I think it'll work a little bit better with the Mako. Having that control over the core with that much speed when you have it enhanced with the Mako secondary plays really well, especially considering that Zentaro is a 460 speed based character, not like the 450 of majority of the cast.
Definitely. And now Bell's already looking pretty quick and pretty experienced on this Zentaro. Of course, it's a pick we've seen from him many, many times in the past, but a little bit less recently. We'll see how he's going to be able to do, especially with the aerial start already. A KO found, and Drew finds himself staggered already, and that is something that we're going to have to get plenty used to in this game number 2. If I were to wager a guess here, Mystic, Bell's so dangerous on this Zentaro pick, and constantly just finding these rushes forward. Although double barrier found by Grimella and Drew on the other side. Grimella going to be able to go in there and finish it off, and maybe a bit distracted by those juicy kills. Its first goal over to Bang.
Grimella using the aerials to his advantage so well. We saw the Crystal Thorns come out to secure that second barrier there. The extended range already showing its presence in this matchup here, and also on the Rose Warp extending the range of the missile that comes out. Estelle just makes so much good use out of that awakening here. And like you said, a little bit of distraction on the top side as the KO was found. Grimella just sneaking in. Double barrier being picked up for Drew. Doing such a phenomenal job on the Rasmus the last 2 games. Starting off this game strong too. We do manage to get a barrier themselves. Almost gets the knockout onto Vaughn with the Maelstrom there. And just a nice little Mako speed and a strike manages to put it through. I like that Vaughn recognized he did not need to use the energy burst there. Can save it for the next round, and now we have a strong energy economy here for Sad Boys, as Bells is also close to an energy burst. The way we want to try to use this is one energy burst to either break both of the barriers, and the other one to try to score is the general idea here.
Definitely, and having been able to close that one out off the back of the missed strike shot from Fudgy, going to have things tied up at 1-1 here now. Drew still trying to get things back over into his favor, and Vaughn already finds himself very low here, not nearly as tanky as he was on the Axe, and already finds himself staggered here, nearly KO'd by Drew. Drew is able to step back and evade those ensnare drums that were coming in to maybe try to ruin his day. Now trying to move it up against You Already Lose. A nice whiplash combo, but still held back by the drum and bass. The Mako goalie flexing its muscles there a little bit. A triple Maelstrom coming on across from Grimella, not going to be enough to help things out, or from Fudgy, rather. And neither going to actually be able to push it through.
Grimella going in for the KO attempt onto Bell, misses the Rose Warp plus piercing shot combo. Everyone's looking low, especially on this map configuration when you have the damage, the poison puddle, the goo on the side. The damage stacks up quite quick. We can take a look at the total stagger combined across everyone. Fluffy Bangers are looking really low. KO comes out as the synchronized attacks coming through from all the members of Sad Boys onto Grimella, now trying to get around the ensnaring drums. A little bit awkward there because it stalls the core a little bit as Bells uses the primary to try to get a scoring attempt here. But when you don't have abilities, it makes it a little bit awkward. You're kind of just passing around until you have something available to you. Bells trying to shoot it up into the top corner and catch it himself with the Aerial's enhanced dash there. The rush coming through. But again, everyone is so low. Barrier's still holding on just fine as Vaughn hanging out, doing his job, biding his time as Drew looking for the KO. Doesn't have a death touch available, looking for the pendulum swing. Is able to line it up just fine. Barrier drop, and now offensive pressure coming through from Fluffy Bangers as we have the 3v2 power play setting itself up.
Absolutely here. Drew pushes it forward, takes the pendulum swing, and gets it home. A second point over to the Fluffy Bangers as they're able to close out in overtime, and one goal away from being able to take the lead here in this game number 2, performing very well on Clarion Test Chamber, kind of picking up right where they left off. Drew still looking very clean on this Rasmus, and Grimella on the Estelle. I mean, both of these two performed so well in game number 1 up against the Sad Boys, and they are really just showing that exact same form here. Fudgy doing a solid job of being able to buff them up, even though he is relegated to the era this time around, and it definitely appears to be working just fine for them. As I say that, Bell's going to be able to force in and get that first barrier. It does get cleared out afterwards. Drew going to be the one who gets focused on next. Flashing strike forward, setting it up for another attempt at the second barrier, but flip from Grimella, going to be able to clear things back out. You Already Lose, able to send things back away using those drums, and will be able to open up the goal with one more barrier taken. Magical Maelstrom to try to clear things out, but You Already Lose just guiding it in right where he wants it. Fudgy Waffles desperately trying to get back on the defense, but Bells will send it home.
Finds the opportunity there on the top. Fudgy Waffles isn't able to get the proper bounces he wants to secure it out, and on that map it really is difficult, right, with how the bouncing goes with some of these angles. And 2-2, we are tied up as nearly every single set in this match so far, and the previous match. It has been nearly identical, perfect 2-2 scores. As everything goes neck and neck. The Maelstrom finding the KO onto Bells, a really big KO. Power play coming through, one barrier drop, but that's okay as long as you have one. That's what really matters here. This Fudgy Waffle trying to walk up to the midfield line to help secure the offensive pressure coming through as Bells finally manages to get his time back up. But another KO attempt onto Vaughn. He wasn't even going for it, but Drew finds it as he catches the core, flips Vaughn off. Not actually, guys, you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, really nicely done there by Drew, rudeness aside, and now going to be able to find his way in on towards those barriers, but still not able to take any up against You Already Lose. Bells slashing, striking it forward, going to be able to take a barrier of his own and might just be able to make this happen in the 1-on-2. Magical Maelstrom comes out a little bit later, trying to guide that core in on towards the barriers, but it's just rock solid defense that cannot be broken by the side of the Fluffy Bangers. Bells sneaks on over with a long-range rush and puts it right into the goal. A set win for the Sad Boys.
Just having one Dash Awakening on a Zentaro changes everything. The amount of reach you have on these plays is insane, and being able to go secure that, Fudgy Waffles knows that he couldn't clear it up to the top side since Vaughn was waiting there, had to clear it back down into Bells and hope that Bells wasn't able to get a rebound shot, which he was, and found the perfect shot on the corner. Taking a look, Kai gets one of, if not his best Awakening in the entire game here in Chrono Boost, extending the duration of the buff while also giving him an insane amount of speed here. With the double Awakenings here, the double Dash Awakenings, we'll just watch Kai when he uses that secondary and how fast he's going. He's blitzing already, has so much access to the map here with no Dash Awakening, or I should say with no actual dash, it does not matter. Kai with the speed is so hard to deal with.
Definitely is here, and Vaughn has been able to flex those muscles throughout set number 1, and now in set number 2 going to get even stronger with it. Scarmella trying to guide things in towards the bottom, but Vaughn, again, he's everywhere and nowhere all at once, can constantly be able to intercept these shots, and both barriers already falling down for the Fluffy Banger Sad Boys on a little bit more traditional of a composition, really starting to take control here in this game number 2, but Drew able to line up a nice shot onto the second barrier and open on up the goal for his side. Grimella looking for a shot up to Drew, trying to guide it in towards the top corner, but they can't actually shove it over to the left. It's just moving vertically up and down. KO found for Bells. Numbers advantage to the Sad Boys as they look to close things out on this point. Vaughn has access to the core flip, has yet to be able to get to a good position to use it. Takes the shot from the bottom, and Fudgy cannot get back in time.
I love the awareness from Vaughn over there. Uses the energy burst to get that point, because if he just shot it normally, it would not have reached in time, not because of Fudgy Waffles reaching it, but because of the respawn that was coming through from either Grimella or Drew. I wasn't seeing who was the one coming back up. But all these small awareness, I guess, choices that are being made by the teams, stacking up onto how these points are being played out. One of the big things I also want to point out from that draft on the side of Fluffy Bangers is the team player that has gone to the era. You're going to see how fast the core is going to go, especially in overtime, depending on how long these points end up lasting. But Grimella being taken out from Bells. Wow. Bells, who has just a sliver of stagger left, gets the point, passes it over to Vaughn with the energy burst, isn't able to get it, but the offense is still going just strong as they have the numbers advantage here.
Yeah, another KO found here by Drew up on the top, but guiding it forward is Vaughn, looking to take the shot forward, looking to be able to get it on into the goal, but will not be able to hold on. It's Drew guiding things in towards the bottom. A clear out from You Already Lose, passed on over. Bells setting up with the slices and dices. Vaughn trying to take a shot with the Giga Blast, pushes it forward. One more shove, will not be able to get it past Fudgy and Grimella. Drew waiting in the ensnare drums on the opposite side, going to look to move things back out over to the left, but it's Bells once again, lining up the slice and dice, stalls the core, shoves it forward, and will be able to take a second point for the Sad Boys.
A beautiful shot using the slice and dice primary hit, or the initial hit, to stall the core, the secondary hit coming through, and then striking it again after that. Three hits onto the core really quickly. Momentum stall. It is Zentaro's special, and pretty much everyone in NASL has leveled up to the point where they can consistently use and trick the enemy goalie with the timing on the offensive attempts here.
Absolutely. It's looked really, really good for Bells so far here, and he is one of the more experienced Zentaros we have here in Nassau. Grimella, ooh, not quite taking the shot there, gets the ricochet instead to try to reset for another attempt, knows that a straightforward shot at a You Already Lose is destined for failure each and every time. Energy bursts come out, baited, waited out by Bells, and a barrier will fall with no clear quite yet available. Drew tries to line up the pendulum swing, not going to be able to find the core in the correct position, and now Bells moving back on over into the Oni's blade, trying to push it in, looking for the slashing strike, not able to find its way on towards the barrier, and Fudgy Waffles already waiting in on the defense. Magical Maelstrom being channeled, going to be sent up vertically to try to cover any further offensive opportunities here from the side of the Sad Boys. And it's Bang Bang looking to move it on forward, looking to take it on forward, and another shot with the piercing shot from Grimella will be able to find themselves their first goal of the set.
So funny enough there, the reason Grimella was able to line up the piercing shot onto the Mako is because someone proc the middle, the expanse coming through, and push Grimella closer to Mako, because the way You Already Lose has positioned himself, he was not getting hit by that piercing shot. So really unfortunate, or really good awareness from whoever did that if they were on the side of Fluffy Bangers. But an interesting thing to point out on how that point was actually scored. But going through a barrier being taken. Oh my goodness. A quick point coming through. Core being sent around the world as it takes a second barrier. No energy burst needed as they secure set number 2. A strong start to this game from Sad Boys.
Wow, yeah, just looking like a different team coming into game number 2. Explosiveness from Bells here as he's going to get his first pick of the litter for the second draft and going to pick up that perfect form.
Oh, perfect form, Zentaro. Welcome home. You're about to see more abilities being used than League of Legends Earth in the next set. As we go into the set number 3 here. Actually, I was going to say set number 4, but Fluffy Bangers don't even have a single set to them as of yet. They have a hard and tall hill to climb if they want to win this. But taking a look at the rest of the draft, 1-2 punch being picked up for You Already Lose. Knife's Edge onto the Kai, which, like I said before the game started, the side lanes makes it so that you're really close to the edge a lot. KO onto Bells there, but the Catalyst coming through for Fudgy Waffles, they're going to be generating some energy quite frequently, especially with the Maelstrom getting any random hits there. And then a great pickup on the Hot Shot for Gramella. So for the most part, everyone got what they wanted. I will say the most dominant pick here is going to be the perfect form, but regardless of that, if you take out the Zentaro quick in this set and make a power play while he's not here, you can still win the point just fine.
Absolutely. Fluffy Bangers get off to a nice start in set number 3, and they're going to need to keep that start going. They want to be able to fight back into this game and keep their chances alive for being able to take a 2-0 in the series, because Sad Boys have been rampaging through this game number 2 to try to get us to a game number 3 in short order. Vaughn doing a good job of being able to fend off this core up on the top side. They are able to push it through, though. Drew using that Whiplash to be able to get that second barrier, that first barrier, rather, is now the move in from Bells. He's looking for a second, but won't be able to find the damage, and in fact takes quite a bit himself, so we'll have to back on away from the attempt. Finds the KO, though, on the top, onto the Estelle, and will be able to create themselves a favorable opportunity. Waiting for the rest of the reinforcements to show up is Bells, now pushing forward for a little bit extra, and Snare Drum's going to keep Fudgy Waffles in position, but Gramella already respawned, and they don't even get the barrier off the power play, maybe waiting a little bit too long there on the Sad Boys side, and Fluffy Bangers now back in full strength, looking to be able to keep this one going forward.
Doing a good job holding down the defense here, but as the abilities come through, the Oni's Blade, the every single thing we just saw, the entire stagger bar deleted of both Fudgy Waffles and Gramella, as both energy bursts being used and point being secured, and that is the power of the perfect form. Perfect form Zentaro coming through, plus all the speed on the Kai, staying close to that edge, especially when you proc the secondary. You just blitz it down one of these side lanes here, but Vaughn being taken down quite low on the stagger department, has no way to heal back up. Does get a 1 orb to pick up for his troubles here, but doesn't look like that Fluffy Bangers are going to pursue longer and leave him to be 1 barrier for their troubles so far. Tries to line up the pendulum swing, has a little bit of extra size there with the big fish, but isn't able to get it. Bell's looking for an opportunity here to either take out Gramella or get a barrier. Nothing happening just yet. Almost gets something there for his troubles, but Fudgy Waffles with a good energy burst to help lock down that defense.
Yeah, very good stuff so far from him, but Fudgy's still hanging on for the time being. It's a dash forward from Bells, able to get that extended range on the slashing strike to be able to take it in on towards that barrier, and he's not done yet, still brawling with Gramella and Fudgy, and now going to get KO'd, make that a double KO for Drew, as Vaughn is taken off the board as well. Fudgy Waffles using that strike shot, getting it back into Drew's hands, and that's a power play goal for the Fluffy Bangers. 2-1 in set number 3, looking to fight their way back in.
Yeah, have the advantage this time around, and this is coming off a set where everyone on Sad Boys got some phenomenal awakenings here on the draft. But as I say, that double barrier coming through, a strong start to this point. We're looking for a 2-2 going into a set, or point number 5 here, as the rush, or sorry, that's the Zentaro passive coming through, sending him a little bit further than he wants to because of the aerials there. But regardless, a great attempt on net as the energy burst is lined up here. Looking for an opportunity to flip. Gets the KO, but Vaughn is the one who manages to find the point.
Great damage there, able to take the goalie out right into the goal. And it's 2-2 now. And a shot here for the Sad Boys to take us to game number 3. A shot to extend game number 2 for the Fluffy Bangers. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. taking it forward with another use of that Bewitching Beam, trying to set themselves up, score the full 7 more goals in a row. Not necessarily in a row, but 7 more goals, period. Be able to take themselves the win and close on out the series here. One barrier already down, trying to reset for another. Bell's trying to snag it back away. Fudgy Waffles getting into the Magical Maelstrom, not going to be able to line up the core with it to be able to take it back in the direction that they need. Crystal Thorns from Grimella trying to hold it up in towards the top side, but Vaughn able to throw through that barrage and take it in towards the barrier. Slash comes through on towards 3 from Bells, but not keeping the core with it. Not going to be able to take it in on towards the barriers yet again. It's Drew resetting up with the Whiplash, trying to take it on over towards that top left barrier, but it's another rush from Bells to open up the goal for his side. It's a KO found there on towards Drew. Bells with the power play, advances forward, slashing strike through, and game number 2 goes to the Sad Boys.
Fluffy Bangers will not have an easy 2-0 this week. If they want it, they will need to take this game number 3 here, which will be on Atlas's Lab, but a dominating performance here from Sad Boys from that first game on Taiko Temple, which was neck and neck. And even these individual points were close, but the overall end result of the set here was looking really, really good here. All 3 sets going over to the way of Sad Boys, but we can see the points there. That is a total of 5 points being brought over to Fluffy Bangers, but they weren't able to get any of that 3rd point that they needed to win the set, to maybe get a little bit advantage in draft. And at the end of the day, a little bit more standard comp working for Sad Boys, as they showed that, hey, Vaughn on Kai, Bells on Zentaro, doing his job, and then of course piloting the Mako in the back, giving that speed, holding it down for as long as possible, was You Already Lose.
Yeah, really nicely done from You Already Lose in that game, and really in both games so far. Was able to hold on for so long in the first game as well, but this time the offense clicks a lot better, a lot faster. Bell's able to show a lot on that Zentaro, gets up to 37k damage, topping the charts there, and a really impressive performance from him to close out game number 2 for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, and going into game number 3, it's all going to depend on what the starting awakenings are, but typically when you have a map like Atlas's Lab, the potential for a KO comp tends to be a little bit more viable. So take a look. If we get something like a Deadeye, Prize Fighter, Spark of Strength start, 1-2 Punch start, we will see these teams opting in for a more damage-heavy focus. But without that, take a look at how this previous draft went, where it was a little bit of like a chess game or mind game, playing around who gets the Mako, who gets the Era. And we're going to expect that same type of draft to go in, because the Mako Era composition, especially just in a competitive format, is really powerful. So both teams will be playing around, making sure the full team composition cannot go to one side. So if one team takes the Mako, most likely the Era might get picked up on the other side. Or if it's a damage comp, then they're going to forego that altogether as they aim for one of those compositions instead.
Yep. So Atlas's Lab as the decider, like you said. We'll find out where the priorities are going to lie. Again, I think Sad Boys look like their old selves on a much more traditional composition, so would like to see that run back a little bit here. Maybe no more Dubu shenanigans for the time being, but looking like they are starting to kind of hit their groove a little bit more as we get into game number 3. Meanwhile, though, there were some nice bright points there for the side of the Fluffy Bangers. Would love to see them be able to get back to that as well and have ourselves a close game number 3 the way that we did a very close game number 1.
Yeah, and I want to give props. I feel like Grimella and Drew have been playing a phenomenal forward combination here. Every time I see one of them score, it is either a great setup from Grimella, bringing that core over to Drew with the Estelle both games in a row, and then Drew just doing a great job of using the pendulum swings to score. We saw less of it this game because there was just more pressure on them as players with the Zentaro plus Kai just barraging them down, or the Zentaro abilities, especially once they got that perfect form, making it harder to kind of execute. But one thing that I liked about this composition in general is against the Mako, both Rasmus and Estelle have a great job of securing the shots in, because if Mako is holding down the drum and bass, you can score through or outside of her defensive range, because both Rasmus Pendulum Swing reaches from beyond that point, and as well as the piercing shot from Estelle. So they're both characters that work well into Mako. And we kind of saw that played out really well on the Taiko Temple game, and less so here just because of how oppressive the Zentaro Kai duo were.
Definitely. So there's going to be the lock-in for the Mako. Kai going to take a spot as well for the Sad Boys. Looked very good for Vaughn in game number 2, and he's going to be able to reprise his role there. Will they just look to snag the Zentaro again is going to be the question. Do they want to prioritize a particular goalie? They're taking the Era, so they are going to look to secure that one for themselves, and very likely going to be... I mean, I wonder if it's going to be Kai in the goal, given that it's Sad Boys, or if it's going to be a... repeat era goalie this time on the opposite side.
Honestly, that's a great point to pick up. I do think I'm leaning more towards your initial question there. I think Kai will be on the goal box. Yori loses a phenomenal Kai, and then Vaughn himself is a is an amazing era. Yeah. So this is not something that like I think just player wise and comfortability wise on the picks, we'll see something along those lines, and it's just gonna come down to what brawler we want to pair alongside of it. Honestly, when it's Era, you might see an Era Julie or an Era X, or maybe less X, maybe more Asher, just based on the strength of the characters right now. So I would be taking a look at one of those two picks as the pickup here for Bells.
Ooh, but a big change of pace here for Fluffy Bangers. Kazan and Juno coming on through for them. So going to be a very different composition coming on across. And there's going to be that Zentaro ran back.
So not opting in to play further into the Era there, but instead we're going to be taking a look at the Zentaro. I'm not sure if he's going to opt in for the Chrono Boost to get that Dash Awakening, or because there are 4 Dash Awakenings in this patch normally, or at least since the conception of the game, we've only ever had 3. We have more access to Dash Awakening, so it's completely fine for Zentaro to leave it out for now. Take the Rapid Fire instead. Opt in for a little bit more damage, and then try to pick up either Super Surge Aerials or Explosive Entrance in a later patch.
Absolutely, here as we are getting into the in-client draft here, getting everything locked on in. We'll find out exactly where these characters are being taken. Gramella on the Juno. Going to be one we haven't gotten to see too much of as of late. And paired on up with Drew's Kazan. So a very interesting comp from them as they look to snag a Game 3 win over the Sad Boys.
Yeah, a strong composition. I would say in terms of pure character strength, it looks a little bit better for Fluffy Bangers here, especially with the Awakening start. But even then, the character strength does not determine the outcome of the game. The players will have to do their best to take it over each other here. Starting off strong, popping the black hole in the middle already as we try to go into the offense. Most teams like to open it up rather than play in a more closed environment here. So you just expect both teams to kind of handshake, explode the middle while they go for an offensive play.
Absolutely here. There's going to be a couple of barriers falling down early on. Bell's already going to find himself fully staggered, and Drew looking with the maddening descent, not quite able to find it. Instead, into the Oni's Blade goes Bells, nearly able to sneak that one into the goal, but will be forced to retreat now at the end. To be able to pick up the orb to get himself back into a healthy position. Vaughn going to use that Flutterfly to give everybody the movement speed that they need, and there is the rush from Bells, picking up the core on the backside and taking it into the goal.
A quick start. We are not seeing overtime on this first point here, as Bells is the one who chooses not to take a Dash Awakening here, going for the Rapid Fire instead. Finds the rush angle, scores the point. He was looking quite low there. Damage coming through, forced to use the elusive on the topspin there from the Kazan as well. Something to keep in mind is that Drew will be able to find KOs off the side if he is quick enough to use that topspin. As someone is trying to pass through one of those side angles there. 1-to-1 in terms of barriers as they fall. Gramella being very close to Energy Burst of himself as Drew tries to find a way in, try to set himself up to get a shot on this net here. And doing an amazing job there. Gets the barrier, gets the core flip, tries to set up. The crooked leverage isn't able to connect there. And now Gramella looking quite low. Might be pressured off of this core flip. But no, both flips coming out. Fudgy Waffles and Gramella using them at the same exact time. Have to go back, retreat, use that health orb to heal back up. And it is Sad Boys who have their barriers wide open as a good shot. I'm not sure if Gramella touched that first, but a good shot from Drew securing that point.
And just poking it in there with the umbrella. Going to be able to score things up at 1-to-1. And already getting that close game we were hoping for here for game number 3. a new look from the Fluffy Bangers for the first time this series, and so far looking like they are being able to execute, although as I say that, Drew just getting absolutely pummeled by the Sad Boys here, manages to get Vaughn low, but will be taken down by the Onis played out of Bells. A power play for the Sad Boys, quickly collapsing in towards the goal here, taking the first of the barriers, but that second will be held onto for a while longer. Bells with the core flip available, bounced off the black hole. There's going to be the push in forward. Bell's going to be able to get himself in perfect position and knocks it through the goal right as it opens up.
A beautiful catch there with the core flip, shooting it as soon as the gold gates open up enough to let it through, not giving anyone any chance to react to it. 2-1 lead in this set. As Sad Boys tries to take advantage first with set number 1 here. Grimella getting hit by the damage of the black hole exploding, already down to a quarter HP, looking for the double shot there as he shoots towards the top from the mill inside. Vaughn using that energy burst, but we still have an offensive going on here from Bells. Uses the Oni's blade to catch the core, shoots it in, passive coming out, slices forward, slice and dice coming through, and that is 3-1 set 1, Gordo.
Bells Zentaro's back, baby. I've missed it.
It's back.
And it's real back right now. First pick available. Plenty of options here that look plenty good. Explosive entrance, maybe?
Yep.
Looking for that enhanced dash.
Going in for the extra special instead. I have been seeing him take this more in solo queue. He still has Super Surge up later on. I'm not sure if this is more of a deny from the Mako rather than a choice of the extra special himself. This is something that I think is more of a personal preference for him. But it cannot have gone wrong with the explosive entrance either. And then taking a look at everything else, Fudgy Waffles getting a dash awakening. That's the second one. Keep in mind that these are compounding effects. So already having the chrono boost compounded on with the aerials when you're holding that drum and bass is going to make your forwards go extremely, extremely fast. And then besides that, Drew getting the rampage, getting some sides. As long as he doesn't get KO'd here, the Kazan with size effect is one of the most deadly characters in the entire game.
Absolutely is here and has done such a good job so far of being able to find some good angles here when he actually gets to play the game for a little bit longer, and Bells isn't just getting insta goals off, which has only really been on 2 of the 4 points found thus far, but still plenty to be said for what he's been able to accomplish. Bells, though, look at just take him right off the map. Another beautiful combo from him on the Zentaro, finding himself another KO, and you already lose forced back as Blabos continue to push that core forward. Bells, nice little quick strike, going to be able to push it on through and find that barrier. Drew respawned now, but he's short on the top spin. Bells dashing through, 1 versus 2, takes it home, and it's another point to the Sad Boys.
Does not need a dash awakening at all here as he's getting these KOs left and right, getting the barriers with his strikes, and then scoring the points just fine here. As Bells is doing a phenomenal job. Oh my goodness. A great defense there, but isn't enough. You can see the amount of pressure. Both forwards already falling down to half stagger here as they just have to back off a little bit, giving Sad Boys so much more opportunity to get a better shot on the barrier on net. And on top of that, the Oni's blade being available all the time, that 35-second cooldown, that 40-second cooldown being available at the start of every round, and then on top of that, having an additional CDR of 30% means that Bells can go for KOs, can go for damage way more often.
Yeah, you already lose, has access to the core flip, getting on offense here, but ricocheted back away, a counter flip from Fudgy Waffles will send it into the opposing goal, and maybe a little bit of an overforce there from all you already lose.
I don't mind the aggression. I liked it when Fudgy Waffles was doing it as well on the Atlas on that Taiko Temple game. But it's one of those things where I personally feel it is better to be proactive than reactive here. If you're the one making the play, you'll be rewarded more than you'll be punished for it. And we see a reward for Vaughn as the Maelstrom taking a vertical KO off the top. Drew's gone. No rampage stacks for him. He's just not getting any luck with these at the moment as he comes back in time to help the defense just a little bit here. But a great maneuver, or just maneuvering around the map between all the members of Sad Boys. You already lose coming up, and this is one of the things that Sad Boys does phenomenal. When Vaughn knows he has no abilities, he always tells you already lose to go walk up, use the eject button, just go run up. You have the abilities, you can make the offensive play here. There's no benefit for me being the one up there right now. And this is what happened on the last point. It didn't work out in their favor, but that is what they were going for.
Yeah, that's definitely always been a defining attribute of some of our best teams in the North American Strikers League, is how flexibly you're willing to use that goalie position. to be able to make offensive plays happen. Backfires on You Already Lose on the prior point, but secures it for them in just now. And now, nice dodge there from Bells, evading the ensnare drums from Fudgy Waffles. Now going to set themselves up for another barrier. Not able to take the strike in time, though. Vaughn guiding it in towards the bottom. Falling back away as knows Bells is very low on health.
God, the damage.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick on up those, that orb, and now going to be able to find himself back on the offense, taking that second barrier, opening up the goal. Drew trying to create some offense for himself alongside Grimella. Maddening Descent knocks Bells into the stagger. Now evading those perfect pitches, trying to keep himself alive, swiping back in for some of the damage, but taken down by Drew. A power play available for the Fluffy Bangers as they look to extend this game a little bit longer, try to get themselves a shot at set number 2. Sent back away by Vaughn. You Already Lose, trying to buy time for the respawn, going to use that flip, going to be able to get Bells back onto the field. But it's Vaughn, has to get back up towards the top side. Grimella moving in with the Blabo bounce, trying to put the core into position on towards that barrier, but knocked back away by Bells and Vaughn. Oni's blade sends it over to the left, back into Grimella's hands, sending it back over to You Already Lose, but not able to find their way on towards that barrier. Maddening Descent nearly finds a KO for Drew, but takes him low on health in the process, and Vaughn is still standing. Top spin, goalie is off of the map, and Vaughn gonna have to fall in and play some sub-defense here. Grimella coming in from the bottom, has access to the core flip to be able to push their way through on towards this barrier, gets Bells so incredibly low. Bells falls as the respawn comes through, and the barrier will fall. It's an open goal for the Fluffy Bangers, as here comes Fudgy Waffles, looking to push it in there. One more poke from Drew will take us to 2-2, and it's gonna be point number 5 in set number 2.
The momentum of Sad Boys just being so pressuring onto Fudgy Waffles and the entire Fluffy Bangers team, but they are not letting up. Drew finally getting some rampage stacks. Grimella doing a great job of applying pressure with the rapid fire and the slimes coming over and over again. They managed to get the KO after KO, starting off with that top spin KO on Drew, or from Drew, I should say, then leading into a barrier onto the shot eventually that let them get that point, tying things up here. And this is the type of back and forth I love to see between top level teams here in the NASL. Strikers League doing fun. I mean, it gets me so giddy seeing seeing the plays like this. I like it so much more than when we were back in season 1 and season 2 when it was just Sad Boys and Demons Raw demolishing everything. So this is a game that I'm having a great time watching, Gordo.
You watch what you say there, Mystic, because we very well might have a day here where we're just watching Sad Boys and Demons Raw both take wins on our block here, but I completely agree with you, though. This has been a massively close series, and will be a well-deserved win for whoever's able to take it. 2-2 means that we are still neck and neck in this game number 3. Drew going to be able to poke it forward. Opens on up the goal for himself. Shot from back on the left. Not going to be able to find its way into the goal. A barrier going to end up taken down for the Sad Boys as well. Now pushing on for a little bit extra. They're going to be able to take that second barrier and open things on up. The Sad Boys looking to get on into the goal, not able to finish it. And there's going to be the flip coming out of You Already Lose. Passed over to Bells. Bells looking to make the play happen 1 versus 2 as he has multiple times already today, but not going to be able to line up for it. Vaughn still trying to fend things back away, prevent the offense from coming on through. Slows down 2 with the Bewitching Beam and shrinks him while he's at it. Drew pokes it back up towards the top. A KO is found, and there's going to be a power play available for Sad Boys. Bells guiding it upwards, pushed away by the drum and bass of Fudgy Waffles. Vaughn going to have access to that core flip, utilizes it, pushes it through. It's 2-0 in sets for the Sad Boys in game number 3.
A wonderful play there. The Oni's blade coming through, holding the core, holding the clear from Fudgy Waffles as Vaughn sees the opportunity to walk down, core flip it, and shoot it in. But I want to give props to You Already Lose. What a phenomenal defense there on the Kai. He did not let... There were so many hard, very, very small interaction clears that he had to do, especially when Juno blobs are present in that point, that he just managed to do perfectly. And now being rewarded for their play. Actually, it is Fluffy Bangers who managed to get a little bit more of an EXP lead, which allows Drew to be higher than Vaughn here, giving them both Fight or Flight and Perfect Form, which one of them would have been available for Sad Boys instead. But now going down to the last Dash Awakening, the Bells is able to get the Super Surge here. Skipped over 3 of them so far, and this is going to change quite a bit on how everything is played. The rush coming from Zataro is going to do a lot of damage, and this also, remember that the Oni's Blade is considered a dash. It's one of the few abilities in the entire game that isn't a secondary, that is a dash. So that increases the range of that on top of being available 30% more frequently and on kickoff with the extra special.
You already lose moving on forward. Vaughn going to be taking some of these shots in towards the bottom. And in set number 3 here, cannot let off the gas and risk a reverse sweep now. Do not want to let the Fluffy Bangers continue to scale, continue to get some more of these awakenings onto the Kazan. And it's going to be Vaughn looking to push in on towards this bottom barrier. It's going to be Bells dashing on through with the rush. Oni's Blade hitting on a multiple as well. They do finally manage to take that barrier with the ensnare drums, holding the core right in front of the goal, right in front of their eyes, and with a shot to be able to close it out here. Giga Blast connects onto 2. Slice and Dice pushes the core forward. Not able to get its way on into the goal quite yet. Vaughn looking for the reset. You already lose, taking it up on the top side. Bells low on stagger, but waiting for one more opportunity to be able to push it on in and take a lead in set number 3 for the Sad Boys. 2 goals away at that point from being able to close it out and make the comeback happen, but another rush going to go wide. Another flip comes out of Grimella, trying to hang on, and with the KO, they leave an opening for Vaughn. Bad Boys on the board again.
A perfect shot from Vaughn just above that bottom wall coming through. A perfect vertical or horizontal shot, I mean, as Drew, no more Rampage stacks once again, has to build them back up. And we saw how effective he was when he had a little bit of size on him. It does manage to get 1 right now. It is just a matter of if Drew can get some of the size, the amount of pressure that he has, or the effectiveness of his scoring attempts, it just increases significantly. So it's going to come down to him living quite a bit while also trying to apply pressure, which is a hard thing to do, right? You're trying not to get KO'd. You're trying not to take all this damage here. Every time you go for an attempt when you're getting smacked by a Kai Barrage, a Giga Blast, an Oni, a Rush, anything from the side of Sad Boys is going to do half your stagger bar here. But Drew doing a good job so far. Gets the second barrier here. Grimella doing phenomenal in terms of keeping it up. Fudgy Waffles holding it down as long as he can. Holding down the perfect pitch there. Is able to send it back up. Bell's looking low. Trying to pop that middle barrier there, or the middle Atlas black hole as the offense coming through. The core flip being used. Unable to get it. Bell's looking quite low. Has the energy burst himself. Uses it defensively. Is able to get it out a little bit. But no, they are not relenting on this offense, Gordo. Drew is coming in, looking for the shot, is able to get it. A little bit of dribble off the top, a little bit of ankles broken there, and finally getting the point, tying things up 1-1.
Fantastically done there by Drew, able to just keep up the pressure and finally sneaks its way through past You Already Lose, and like you said, ties things up here in set number 3. Not going to go quietly, not going to give this one up to the Sad Boys without a fight to the end. And it will be another point coming on through, or another orb, another barrier, whatever the word is. There's only so many things. And Omega Strikers, I'll surely get it right eventually. Drew taking the full brunt of a barrage there from You Already Lose, going to cost him a fair bit of his HP, but he does manage to find the KO on the Bells, and it's a power play now for the Fluffy Bangers. They get themselves forward. They get themselves the second barrier. Grimella set up for a great shot. Drew there on the backup. You Already Lose, guiding it the whole way along and preventing it from making its way into the goal, but it's not done yet. Drew with another shot coming up before too long. The Giga Blast from You Already Lose going to knock him aside, going to open things up for Vaughn to be able to take it back on over to Bells. He's still holding out of the defense. Crooked Leverage pulls it back in, but Drew still can't get a shot off to be able to take it in for the goal. Grimella waiting back on the left side. Bell's going to come on through with the rush, trying to set himself up for another opportunity on towards the barrier, but it's still stuck onto the top side. You Already Lose going to be able to send it back on down. It's going to be Vaughn waiting on the bottom side. Bells takes another shot. Bells takes a third barrier into the goal, each after the other, and Bells is perfectly set up to take the point for the Sad Boys.
And now we have 2 energy bursts available on each side. Core flips ready to go. 1 defensive, 1 offensive. Grimella starting off the point strong, using that jump to get 1 barrier. Tries to find the second one, isn't able to get it. Drew looking low, has to go up into the sky, be elusive for a little bit as he bides his time here. Has to walk up, take a little bit of a detour to get that health orb. Trying to dodge, bob and weave his way in while maintaining these stacks. He has 4 stacks of Rampage. He's doing a pretty good job in terms of the size economy here, and Vaughn looking a little bit low. Has no elusive available, but does have quite a bit of movement speed between the chrono boost. I spoke too soon. Vaughn taking a little bit of trip. 10 seconds left as he comes back from the afterlife here, as Fluffy Bangers looks for an opportunity to break the second barrier here, has the 3v2 advantage. Fudgy Waffles walking up to the midfield line. I love the aggression coming through, but the KO returned on the defense. They get one barrier, but they lose a member. As I say that, the energy burst coming through from Fudgy Waffles gets a return KO, and now we are once again in a 2v2 situation as both members of, or both brawlers of each team try to return here. Drew, the first one to come back, and now offense going strong. Bell's coming in with a rush, is able to get an Oni's blade off, but a good defense lets one barrier live for just a little bit longer as we return the favor onto the other side. Is it going to go in? No. Good save from You Already Lose. Giga Blast coming through to clear it out. Bell's looking for the passive to get in, but no. Drew finding it, has no more stacks of Rampage, but he doesn't need any of that as he gets the point to bring things up to 2-2, try to survive a little bit longer in this final game.
Passes it right through. We are going to 0.5 in set number 3. Sad Boys with a win here can close out the game and the series to move themselves up to 1-1 in Nassau Season 5. Fluffy Bangers can keep this game and this series going with a score here. They've already taken both of the barriers. They are going to be able to get some shots on goal. Knocked back away by You Already Lose. The Blabos waiting in white, but not going to be able to get themselves quite into position. Not going to be able to take that game-winning shot. It's going to be Bells moving back on up towards the top side. Has access to the flip. Flip going to come out of Grimella first. Sent in towards the black hole. Detonates it and moves back into the hands of Bells and Vaughn. Both core flips available. Flips available across the board for every member of Sad Boys, but Bells, or rather Vaughn, is taken down with it still available. He's going to be not on the map for the foreseeable future. Just a couple seconds left to go. Drew going to take it on towards the bottom side. Try to push it past You Already Lose. Top spin not going to connect onto the core. Still fighting for it inside the ensnare drums. Vaughn going to guide it in towards the bottom as Bells rejoins with the rush. Bounced off the black hole. Knocked aside his Bells. Nearly taken out by Fudgy. Drew going to finish the job with a top spin and get some power play back to the Fluffy Bangers as they look to close out the set and keep this game moving. It's going to be Fudgy Waffles sending it in with the perfect pitch. Drew waiting inside the goal arc. Magical Maelstrom finds a KO for Vaughn and opens an opportunity back for the Sad Boys to close the series out here. Oni's blade coming in, bouncing it off the bottom. Vaughn moving forward with access to the energy burst. Second barrier falls. You Already Lose. Sends it back up towards the top of the flip coming out of Vaughn, passing it over to Bells. And the shot from Vaughn is enough on its own. Ricochets off the bottom and takes a win for the Sad Boys.
The amount of defense that had to happen, the amount of KOs that happened onto Sad Boys, but never relenting, never holding down until they found an opportunity. There was a 2-barrier advantage, a man advantage, an energy burst advantage for Fluffy Bangers on that last point, but it did not matter. There's something about the locked in that happens when You Already Loses on this guy. He does not let up. I am watching him weave his way, weave these strikes through Drew, through Grimella, to find some sort of path out of these offensive attempts. You should see how long he holds onto his energy burst before being forced to use it, and holds on long enough for the members of Sad Boys to return, never feeling any doubt that they were going to lose that point, and a 3-0 lead, or a 3-set win for this game. Both of the last 2 games were 3-set wins. With how close, I mean, the score doesn't tell the whole story. With how close everything was, what a phenomenal performance from both teams. Taking game number 1 here, Fluffy Bangers onto Sad Boys. It was absolutely amazing. I mean, what a great series. Both teams should be happy. It went pretty much neck and neck. This is a top team on either side, and a battle that I can't wait to see maybe replayed down the line in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, what a long series that was, and we still got one more coming on up for you and I, Mystic. It's going to be Demons Raw up against Return to Form. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get everybody into position for that one, because it should be coming on up in pretty short order.
Yep.
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of the North American Strikers League, where we are getting into our second match of the day. It is going to be Demons Raw taking on Return to Form, two teams who've both started off 0-1 after their Week 1 matchups. Somebody's getting their first win of Season 5 today, Mystic, and we'll find out who it's going to be.
Yeah, very surprising to see based on last week, a Demons Raw, a champion of NASL, a Season 1, a Season 4. Taking a Week 1 loss with all three members of their team available, right? That is the main thing to keep in mind here. As let's take a look at what we are working with in terms of the map. It is Return to Form who have opted in for Gates of Obscura pick 1, followed by Demons Raw going to Atlas's lab for game number 2, and if we make it to a game number 3, it will be Clarion Test Chamber. So once again, we actually do not have all three members of Demons Raw available with us today. It is Hungry Boy subbing in for Gumi, but in terms of what the positions will be, I think I saw Kainoob in the goalie position and Hungry Boy will be playing midfield.
Crazy. So a little bit of a role swap coming on across here, and the draft's looking interesting as well. I see an Octavia coming on through here for the side of Demons Raw. The Mako and the Juliet going to round out that comp. And meanwhile, it's going to be Kazan, Asher, and Juno here for the side of Return to Form. And yeah, it does look like Hungry Boy going to be the one piloting that Octavia. Kainoob going to be the one piloting the Mako. So going to be a change up for the reigning champs. Let's see how they're going to be able to do first game of the day.
Yeah, starting off, we have another rapid fire start for one of these games here as Hook resets, picking up the Juno, same with how Grimella had picked it up in the previous match on the Atlas Lab. And a map that we don't see quite as big, Gates of Obscura, starting off with the Chrono Boost, which kind of opted in for Hungry Boy taking the Octavia pick. Something that is strong, but you don't see as often unless there is a viable awakening for it. And it also adds in this extra element to the draft where if you know the opponent has a good Octavia player, you are now kind of forced to pick or ban around it, or if you just feel like you know how to handle it, you'll let it through. But even then, the Octavia is one of these weird characters that you just play around a little bit different. But as I say that, a good path through the portal, Hook resets, gets it over to Leo Leon. The crooked leverage into the strike from Kazan, starting off point number 1, going over to Return to Form.
Nicely done by Leo there to be able to poke it on through. Leo on his... is this his 4th new team in 4 seasons of North American Strikers League? I think it might be.
He's been with Light in Season 1. Season 2, I think it was Core Overflow. Then Season 3, was it also Core Overflow again?
I don't think... Was he on Core Overflow in Season 2? I thought... Maybe he was. Maybe he was. In which case, forget what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not entirely positive. But then Season 4 was Lob City. As a fellow member of Lobster City, I can represent. And then now Return to Form. Leo Leon is someone who always... I can tell you some back knowledge here, or some hidden knowledge. He's someone that you'll never see playing in solo queue, but will play 10 hours of scrims a week. So you kind of never see much of him when you're thinking about like participating in the community as much, but he is never really out of form. This guy is always just a beast, always grinding, always playing. He just doesn't like the solo queue grind as much.
Yeah, he's a really solid brawler player. Definitely always been very highly ranked in that role, regardless of how well his individual teams are doing. I see Liari in chat saying that he was on 2 iterations of Core Overflow, so I'm going to assume that you're right there, Mystic. But definitely been a bit of a journeyman in recent seasons and has found a lot of success in the promotion tournaments, maybe a little bit less in the regular seasons themselves. But let's see if he can change that around on this Return to Form team. Already doing a solid job up against Demons Raw, although they did just get their first goal just a couple seconds ago. Leo comes in with another KO here. Now going to have the numbers advantage here for the side of Return to Form. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Hungry Boy already dropping the beat up in the face of Mafinkui, but not going to be able to actually push it on through, and not going to be able to take even a single barrier here on Gates of Obscura. Little awkward triangle shapes, sometimes making it a bit difficult to be able to find them, and this time will be no exception. Snake trying to make his way over there again. It's deflected away by Muffin, though. Will not let any of these through and continues to get the successful clears off time and time again.
Yeah, and good offense so far. I mean, the amount of I should say, defense coming out from the Asher. Moffin Koei, known for his Rasmus and his Finny, bringing out the Asher this week. And is someone that I actually want to say that I'm happy to see in the NASL League. He's been a regular pick here, but just as a substitute. Now finally getting his chance here as a starter on his own team. Holding it down just fine so far. Both barriers dropped. Going to get a KO through the portal as Leo Leon makes his appearance into the afterlife, and then a nice shot from Hungry Boy, sending us to a 2-1 lead for Demons Raw.
Demons still managing to find these points. Took them a long time to get out of the barriers, but once they do, they close out in short order. And now going to look to reset and run it back here in point number 4. Trying to close out this first set. Snake getting in there with the Flame Flurry. Not going to be able to push it past Moffin, though. This Asher goalie doing a very good job of being able to respond to the different angles that Snake can attempt to take on the Julie. And both barriers now going to fall down. Leo and Hook Reset successfully able to find themselves the angles that they were looking for through the portal yet again. But Snake not quite able to receive. Hook gets pushed through as well, but able to stay alive that whole way through and push it through for a goal. 2-2 now. Turn to form finds the goal again.
Yeah, Hook Reset is doing a good job of not getting KO'd there by Snake, who went in for the dash punch combo, but rather than being KO'd, was sent through the portal here, and then managed to find the point. And then especially on top of the fact that it's a rapid fire start, has that offensive pressure that can just help Leo shove it in, gets those rebounds, and he can play from a safer position. He does not have to put himself in a spot where he can get dash punched by Snake here, who ended up using his entire kit. Leo Leon taking the brunt of all the damage there. Energy Burst coming out. Energy Burst being traded. Second barrier being... actually spoke too soon. Who lines up perfectly. The perfect parallel line sliding along the second barrier. But we have nearly all the members of Demons Raw looking low. They do manage to find the barrier. Leo Leon is staggered. Everyone is so low right now. Both brawlers on each side and be KO'd. Stake the first one up back to full nearly as Hungry Boy trying to just keep the ball up as much as he can to give Snake an opportunity to score. The Octavia secondary being dropped as well as or being used and dropped as quickly as it came up here, just trying to prevent the life from going away, as Leo Leon using some portal play here, trying to take advantage of maybe a little bit more familiarity on Gates of Obscura than some of the other teams, especially Demons Raw, who have a substitute. But Snake not letting it out as the clear going down from Moffin Koei ends up being caught over by Snake, who gets it into the bottom corner.
Yeah, great position there from Snake, able to chase it down, coming through the portal the whole way through, meets up with it just in the nick of time to be able to shove it through for the goal. And now going to be a first pick to the Octavia. That's usually what you want. And Cast to last, coming on through there alongside the Chrono Boost.
Yeah, you have the perfect pickup here for Hungry Boy as he locks in both the Cast and Chrono, and now at this point just wants survivability to keep himself alive as he puts on the offensive pressure. The secondary is going to last so long at this point. He has plenty of time to keep it up, and although he is a substitute, I feel like Demons Raw are plenty skilled enough to know how to play around the Octavia, even though we don't really see it much being picked up at all in their own playstyle.
Yep, doing a solid job with it, and it's just so forgiving now that you have two different ways to extend that duration. You really can do a lot to craft yourself a scenario where you're going to be able to keep that one running, and you can already see it here with the beat drops constantly coming on across, and really doing a great job of being able to find that movement speed, be everywhere on the map at once, and make passing over to Snake for a potential score a very easy task. Already has access to the flip, trying to pass it over to Snake, gets disrupted there by Hook Resets back on through the portal. Beat drop comes on through, trying to bully Leo off of the play, and Snake now finding himself with a one-on-one. Barrier going to come on through to try to block it, but Snake ready on the attempted deflection, sends it back through for the goal.
Yeah, the lingering hitbox of the punch manages to catch the clear from Moffin Koei, which is very surprising. I thought that he cleared it just far enough to the left, but Julie doing what Julie does has those lasting hitboxes that allows you to kind of catch those stray cores if it manages to go in its path here. A good energy burst to get the clear, isn't able to get a barrier, sending it back down into the portal, gives it over to Snake, uses the energy burst, lines it up, gets the dash plunge, gets the barrier. Muffin Koei looking low, does not have any energy to elusive an attempt here from Julie, has to preemptively use the primary there to push Snake away. And we're looking for a quick point number 2 here as Octavia pops the secondary, which for at least the one decent thing for Return to Form is Octavia does not have the secondary available at kickoff.
Definitely. So, going to be 2-0 in set number 2 here for Demon's Ra. Really finding their groove off the back of a very favorable draft on the Octavia in particular. Just so much easier for Hungry Boy to be able to navigate this game now from this position. Does end up dropping it there. Now very low on Stagger, going to be staggered and going to get taken out of the play for a little while. But Kainoob just moving on to the offense, goes in for the flip, sets up for Snake to be able to take that barrier. And now looking for the second one. Book not quite able to clear it out, but will be able to hold on to the barrier regardless. Snake back passing, getting it back into his hands off the back of Hungry Boy. Hungry Boy coming on through here, now has access to the flow state as well. Dropping the base, pushing away the remaining members of the team. Gets the flip, can't get the shot off though, and will not be able to push it into the goal, but the goal is now open and available for Demon's Ra whenever they're able to set up this play. They do lose their Octavia, and they will be down a member now for the next couple of seconds. Leo trying to close out this point. Hook waiting on the top side. Blabo bounce, puts it into the perfect position, and claims the goal for Hook resets.
Showing that Juno proficiency while in the middle of the jump, make sure to strike it down so that the blob will instantly send the core rather than getting stuck and using the AI to shoot it. And all these small things is what allowed Hook resets to get that point there. The flow state coming out quick here as the chrono cast is available for Hungry Boy. You can see him following along, just trying to make sure the core stays up, trying to ramp up that speed as much as possible. Getting a KO, Snake finds onto Hook resets there, and now Hungry Boy doing his best once again. Trying to get the last of the core, isn't able to manage to keep it up. At least some relieving points there for return to form as Hook resets manages to get his way back. Leo Leon finds the barrier, uses an elusive, but Snake in prime position here to try to take a barrier shot is not able to find it. Does not have any abilities up either, but we do manage to get an attempt. Energy burst being used, but no abilities to follow it up, and Asher can do just fine against something like that.
Knocked away yet again. Hungry Boy trying to get the core back over to Snake, but this last barrier has been very tough for them to break through. Mafenkoi doing a great job of hanging on to it, knocks it away. Again, the base drop expended out of Hungry Boy, accomplishing basically nothing. And again, Leo is the one who set up with more attempts on towards this remaining barrier. Kainoob, though, doing a similar job of being able to just hold this one down for a very long time. These very thin front edges, tough to get past. Hungry Boy actually kind of does it by accident there, I think, unless that was a shot from Leo. But there's going to be the flip coming out across from Kainoob, trying to clear things back out. Hook resets already in position. Snake still can't get himself the dash punch. Kainoob going to have to clear it back up towards the top side, sent away from the perfect pitch. Hungry Boy waiting around on the opposite side, going to be able to take out one of those blobos, but it's Leo! Crooked leveraging it back in, poking it in towards the bottom and taking it to 2-2.
Yeah, Kainoob unfortunately sending it right back into Leo, thinking that he had enough time or enough power to shoot it through him. But Leo, with a quick reaction there, is managing to find the strike, and the Kazan close form. The Kazan close form strike is something that still amazes everyone to this day with how fast it can send the core. But a good start, bringing it over to 2-2 here for return to form, managing to get an opportunity to bring a set 1 tie over for them, and a KO quick onto Snake, one of the core members of Demon's Ra taken out. The Asher ultimate coming through the airship landing isn't enough to actually even get a single barrier here, but a second attempt onto the net. We managed to find one, kind of trying to protect the second one. Does a good job. Drum and bass coming through. Everyone's going onto the offense. Hungry Boy and Snake in position. Dash comes out, isn't enough. Mafenkoi doing a phenomenal job of holding things down as he does not let the offensive pressure of Demon's Ra stumble him in any way, shape, or form.
Absolutely, another flip coming out across, still not able to find its way on towards that barrier. And this continues to be a thorn in the side of Demon's Ra. They were doing so well for the first couple of points of this set, but have just lost control of it. And it slides on through. Kainoob does not use the energy burst in time. And that's going to be tied up at 1 set apiece. Return to form. Find themselves a foothold.
I just saw Leo Leon do the most diabolical portal plays for the last 15 seconds of that point. In and out, knowing exactly where the core was going to go and managing to confuse everyone on Demon's Ra there until that point was scored. But taking a look at the draft here, we have a Deadeye going over to Hook resets. He's opting in for the damage. They have a lot of damage already, and this is really going to help them secure some more KOs. Perfect form going over to Kazan, who has such low cooldowns, and when you have 2 forms, you have that many more abilities to even reduce. So something to keep in mind here, but I would say in terms of the draft, you are really happy if you're returned to form. Snake managing to pick up one spark here, knowing that the game is going to go on for at least one more set minimum. So just happy knowing that he has an opportunity or a what a quick point, 9 second point.
Where was that for the last 2 points, guys? It's Demon's Raw
He's
not
upset.
quite going to be able to.
He is upset. He's like, that's enough. One set is all you get.
Yeah, all right. And that's going to be a quick point over to Demon's Raw. And let's see if they can keep that up, as it's going to be an equally aggressive play coming through from Return to Form. They take both barriers in one swift motion. And Leo, the quick poke there, not quite able to send it through, not letting it out. Snake's coming on up towards the top side on his own, looking to see if he can push it in. One barrier falls. Hungry Boy is so fast. Leo has the crooked leverage, going to be able to take it back into his hands. Hungry Boy clears it back out. The Blabo nearly with the shot, but Hook Resets couldn't get the angle to be able to sneak it past Kainoob. The flip is still available, but Kainoob, again, cannot get it off in time. It's 1-1.
Use Energy Burst. Very surprising that Leo Leon actually managed to get a proper shot off while being in the middle of the Juliet ultimate, and I think that's kind of what the reaction was for Kainoob. He wasn't expecting Leo to be able to shoot from that position, but a good recognition from Leo, who also plays Julie just as fine, knowing that he has enough time before the hit stun actually comes through and only the light hits were affecting him.
One barrier going to fall there for Snake. Kainoob trying to hold on to it here, going to be able to knock it down towards the side, knocks away. Hook resets and gets the ensnare drums on a cross to stall out what they're going for. Snake waiting to receive it through the portal there. It was a good idea, but it didn't quite get them into position to actually be able to take it. It's a pass down. Snake with the no-look pass to himself, trying to get it into position here to be able to move on through and get on towards that barrier, but not quite able to piece it all together. Base drop out of Hungry Boy, finds what he was looking for, opens up the goal for the side of Demon's Raw, and Hungry Boy is trying to guide it in onto the opposite side. He's in the flow state, he's got the movement speed, he's got the core flip, it gets deflected away by Hook Resets, back through the portal. Hungry Boy chasing after it though, he is so fast still as the flow state keeps on grooving, looking to push it on forward, but Kainoob loses the second barrier. Goal is now open, and with no energy burst available, going to be tough to defend. Drum and Bass going to be able to clear it back out towards the top side. Snake with a big dash punch gets it past Moff and Koi. No chance to use the energy burst.
Oh my goodness, I don't know what that interaction was with the Asher, but the Asher secondary did not interrupt Snake's dash, and he managed to continue his dash after getting hit back and then still use the punch. I don't think Muffin Curry was expecting that interaction. I don't think any of us were. But Snake managing to get the point, bring things up to a 2-1 lead. Muffin Curry with a good flip there, manages to protect both barriers. Hungry Boy with the base drop coming in, getting a KO onto Leo Leon, who will not be present for the next 6 seconds, as Snake looking low, but has enough opportunity here to take a shot with an energy burst. Isn't able to get it, but the offensive pressure is not letting up. A good catch from Hook Resets protects that barrier right at the tip of it. And Leo Leon is back trying to make an attempt onto Snake's life here. One barrier drop so far. Abilities used by Juliet. Nothing for the troubles just yet. But Hungry Boy, you can see he's waiting to use that energy burst until he's closer to the net, until he's ready to pop that barrier. Muffin Koei unable to do anything about that. Good use of the energy burst over by Hungry Boy. Ultimate coming through, passes over to Hook Resets. Not where you want to send it. But offense is not stopping yet, as Return to Form still need one more point if they want to tie things up in the set.
Yeah, nice use of the base drop, getting the dribble off the bottom there from Hungry Boy, putting it back into Snake's hands, finally! And Demon's Raw will close out set number 2. One more set win for them, and Demon's Raw will take the lead in the series and get us coming into game at number 2. Them heavily favored. Its first pick over to the Octavia yet again, and
so what you're looking for here, Gordo, is either Stagger Swagger or Fight or Flight. And then if you're the Asher, I would take the Unstoppable personally. It's a really good pickup against Juliet. Opting in to deny Julie from KO power, but I would honestly prefer the Unstoppable. If you've played against Unstoppable Asher goalie, you know that thing is an impossible wall to get through. So that is my personal preference there, but we'll see how the teams end up playing it out. Team player going over to Hook Resets, who does a phenomenal job of utilizing the amount of space here and passing lanes over to Leo Leon, and then Kainoob ended up with the Stagger Swagger.
Yeah, we'll see how that Unstoppable continues to work out. You would hope to see some of these sonic booms coming out of the Octavia, maybe to try to clear that one away on cooldown where possible, but it's definitely going to be a tough ask. Snake able to sneak on through there, finds one of the barriers, passed on through the portal. Hungry Boy did lose the flow state, and Leon looking to be able to finish off the job here. Snake brawling on the top. Hungry Boy just trying to evade Leo. In the meantime, Snake going to be able to find the dribble, tries to push it forward. Moff and Koi going to be able to deflect it away again. And Leo finds that second barrier. Snake resetting for the same play. And Moffin again with a really nice clear. Hungry Boy already so low on stagger, getting chucked around by hook resets and Leon. Tough to be able to help out on the defense, but will finally be able to clear it back away. Leo going to be able to get him taken out on the bottom. And now it's going to be just Snake trying to hang on to the offense, but nearly going to be staggered himself. And Snare Drums buys a little bit of extra time from Kainoob, and it's another KO to Leo as he looks to close out the point. Hungry Boy has respawned, is helping out to try to hang on to this point for longer. Base drop comes on through, buying time for the respawn, deflected away yet again by the strike shot, and Snake is back on the board. Kainoob able to hang on with help from Hungry Boy.
Hook resets sent one of those cores too fast to Leon. He was not ready for it. The team player coming in overtime, but now we have the core speed in the advantage of return to form. I think Leo has an idea of how fast the core is going to go if Hook manages to try that one more time here. But Kainoob doing a great job on defense this time around. The strike shots coming through just fine, holding things down on this open net here. Sends it through the portal, isn't able to get it. Goes over to Leon, redirects it, just nudging it slightly onto that top corner there as Leo close form Kazan manages to secure the point here, giving a little bit of breath back into return to form as they try to find their way into set number 5.
Yep, nice early point here for return to form, trying to restabilize themselves in their series here. And in this game number 1, see if they're going to be able to keep that form going. It has been a lot more difficult for them to get through Mavinkoi post-Unstoppable, and they have been losing members in a lot of these engagements. Look at that damage coming on across. Energy bursts across the board. None of them landing onto the core, and health bars still going to end up low for Demon's Raz. Leo trying to force it through and get on towards this second barrier. Another dash punch attempt from Snake is fended off by Mafinkoi. Both of the barriers fall, but Kainoob going to have to sneak this one past the offense of return to form to be able to hang on. Gets it through the portal. Snake approaching on the bottom side, goes in for the dash punch. Not going to be able to get it onto the core, though. Hook resets using the Blobos, trying to keep it cleared out. Leo back and forth through the portals, goes in for the flip. Flip from Kainoob as well, trying to force it through. Trying to rocket it into the goal, but not going to be fast enough. And Moffat going to be able to send it back away, but it's a KO found onto Leo. It's a flip out of Hook resets to hang on for longer. Dash punch off the top. Ricochets it down to Hungry Boy. Snake with no resources left to be able to take that shot. Path Splitter holds onto the core for longer as Leo is able to respawn in time to be able to hang on. Kainoob, it gets stuck on the wrong side of the drum and bass, and it's 2-0 to return to form.
We saw this happen with You Already Lose in the previous match. Again, in that exact position, I'm pretty sure too. Or in the exact spot of the map here. But these things happen. It was a good hold over by Kainoob for that long, and a good hold by Moffin Koi as he waited for his teammates to come back here. And now 2-0 lead. They have some breathing room to work with here, trying to get it over to set number 5 here. Energy Burst being traded. Hook resets really low. Barriers drops. Hungry Boy has the flow state up, needs to get a touch onto this. Snake finding the KO onto Hook resets, have the man advantage, have the portal plays going on. Unstoppable coming through, not allowing Snake to slow down there. Actually manages to keep that play alive as he passes down to Hungry Boy, who gets it in with the primary.
Yeah, just some basic passing there. Really nicely done by Snake and Hungry Boy. Getting Boffin into an unwinnable position and taking full advantage there, but going to really need to be able to replicate that recipe here as they have been struggling to actually get their offense going so far in set number 4 after that last draft. Hungry Boy coming in there with the base drop, still not going to be able to find these KOs. Snake has been having similar difficulties. It was only after they were finally able to take down Leo that they were able to get some ground back in that previous point, and now they're starting to lose barriers once again. Leo and Hook resets have been combining really effectively on this offense to be able to slowly pick apart Kainoob's defense. Will be able to take one of the barriers up here on the top side. Snake finds the second one, opening the goal. A huge step for them. Strike shot gets the core back into position. Hungry Boy so fast in the flow state, going to take full control, pushing it in towards the bottom. A brawl between Snake and Hook resets will result in Snake blowing the energy burst, but Hungry Boy still hanging on for now. Does have access to the core flip, as does Kainoob. Neither one wants to expend it quite yet. Hungry Boy did use it there. There's going to be that beat drop again, trying to push away any defenders and open up a route to actually be able to to find the goal. Hungry Boy racing across the map, finally going to lose the flow state, but Snake gets a hold of it in time. Dash punch through, and point number 5, Demon's Ross still looking to close out the game number 1 here.
Hungry Boy trying his best to catch up to the core, but it was going so fast. Even with all the speed in the world, wasn't able to get it. But Snake, when the core came to him, he knew exactly what to do. The Juliet special coming in, scoring onto the Asher there. One barrier dropped, getting close to an energy burst of himself. Snake looking for an opportunity to get the second one, but Hook Resets doing a good job of keeping the core up, trying to get it over to Leo. The flow state popped once again for Hungry Boy. Almost finds a KO, but it's a path splitter that manages to get it, and that is Hungry Boy gone. Some more seconds left until we get him back up for this offensive attempt. And I think Leon was trying to go for some damage onto Kainoob there. Manages to get one barrier, but loses his life for it. Even picked up the health orb on the enemy goalie side, but wasn't able to secure himself enough stagger to keep himself alive here. As Muffin Curry is using all and every ability on the Snake as much as possible to try to pressure him off himself. Snake looking low, but Muffin Curry cannot give up the position here onto the barrier to go deny that orb. A good crooked leverage from Leo manages to get that barrier, and now they're looking for an offensive attempt to get into set 5.
Hungry Boy might be a little bit too fast for his own good here. Looks like he's a little uncomfortable with the speed. He's missing some strikes from time to time. He's faintly out of position, just not sure where he's going to be at any given moment. Hopefully he can make that adaptation quick here, as he's got an opportunity to close on out the game right here, right now, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. But the game goes on. Return to form. Find the shot from Leo Leon, and will take us to set number 5.
Oh, the game is not over yet. We're going into set number 5 here and taking a look at what the draft has available for us. Honestly, a lot to take up here. I think you take the Catalyst if you're on the Asher. You've been taking a lot of pressure under your net, and I think the Catalyst will help quite a bit here. Opting in for the stacks on stacks, I don't even think that's worth it. Hungry Boy has all the speed in the world. I don't think it matters at this point if you give him stacks or not.
It'd be so funny, though.
But exactly what you were saying before, there is a such thing as too much speed when your character just goes too fast. It's almost like cranking up the sensitivity on like an FPS game, if you know what I mean, right?
Oh yeah.
Like sometimes you just won't be able to control your character, and compounded that with a 2 Dash Awakening Makos slamming the bass and drum, you're going to be going quite fast. Definitely
here, and the fact that it's variable probably making the problem a little bit worse here. I mean, it's a good problem to have, right? This is first world problems for old Hungry Boy here, as he's faster than anybody else on the map by quite a large margin. And with the side of Leo already taken off the map, they still can't form any kind of defense here. Really good job of return to form, just holding on the whole way through. And they have a shot at this game number 1 now, despite how silly Hungry Boy's build has really gotten. Hungry Boy is gone. He's taken off the map, and it's a power play for return to form now. Snake already in the stagger, going to be able to sneak on through the portal, try to find himself a little bit of extra time to be bought. Kainu going to lose his second barrier. Hungry Boy is finally respawned. Snake takes a barrier on the opposite side, but he's KO'd as well. Leo Leon takes him off the map and keeps that power play going. 5 seconds to go. Hungry Boy going to drop the base drop, trying to hold on with all this movement speed, trying to get some aggression going on towards that barrier, and finds its way in. Snake respawns as well. Hungry Boy is able to catch the pass as it's coming back in towards Kainoob, sends it back on through, loses the flow state. There's going to be a core flip coming out across, and Snake is able to find the shot from midfield.
The core is going so fast. The people are going so fast. It is so hard. When you have an open net here as Asher goalie, it is really tough to keep up with this. At least the stacks on stacks are helping a little bit with walking around, but he has no size. So his Asher is at their strongest when they have a barrier up to defend here. A good job of clearing it out there, not allowing both barriers to drop, but the flow state keeping Hungry Boy as fast as possible here. Base drop coming down. Not able to get anything off of it really, but the flow state still manages to keep itself up for a little bit longer. Leo Leon finding the bounce off the top, is able to get it. Hungry Boy looking low, walks into the path splitter 2 times in a row, but is not punished for it until I say exactly that. Hook resets, finding the slime shot onto him. Blabo doing its thing as Snake pops the elusive, or pops the energy burst. Leo Leon in front of the net, trying to get anything going here as resources are being used, passes are happening, portal plays are going through. Muffin Curry with a great energy burst into a passive, shoots it through. A slow-moving core, the slowest we've seen in the last 20 minutes, manages to find its way into the net.
Beautiful placement there on that shot, fighting with Snake to try to get it cleared out of there and finds it all the way through the portal for the goal. KO, though, early for Snake here, gives the power play back over to the side of the Demon's Raw, and they do have themselves a best of 3 to be able to determine who wins this game at number 1. So close on a knife's edge here, no pun intended. With that pickup, Evan come through for Hungry Boy in this last draft. Snake going to be able to force it in and get themselves onto that barrier. Hungry Boy sends it back on up. Snakes takes the second barrier, and it's an open goal for Demons Raw, sent back through the portal. Kai Noob going to send that one back right the way it came. But the 4 goes into the ensnare drums and going to be held there for just a little bit longer. Hungry Boy advancing forward. Flip comes through from Snake, and Hungry Boy snaps it through. It's going to be 2-1.
2-1. Pancakes reset for Muffin Koei. He will not have any of that speed to work with unless they manage to prolong this point as long as possible and get themselves into a point number 5 here. But Hungry Boy has the ultimate available, uses it, is able to find one. Snake trying to set up the second one. Energy Burst being used, unable to find it. Muffin Koei down to half health, has at least a little bit of elusive. If he needs to use it, Path Splitter comes out, tries to get it down. Path Splitter finds the KO. That's the 1-2 punch coming in, plus the Siege Machine getting the KO onto Snake. Hook resets, has the Energy Burst, is able to get a shot off. Leon layering their abilities really well there, but a good defense over by Demon's Raw manages to hold it down just a little bit longer as Hook resets, tries to find the shot off the top wall with the slime, and now we're going back into a little bit of neutral state. As I say that, Hungry Boy with the flow state, the quickest flow state pickup and loss that we've seen this entire game. Maybe a little bit of reprieve over for return to form, but as I say that, not looking good, Gordo.
Goal opened up, and Snake! Quick back pass into the goal. 3-1. Demons Raw take game number 1 here in set number 5. It was closely fought by return to form, but Demons Raw will take the lead in our second series of the day. An easy MVP there for Hungry Boy, who was racing across this map for so much of the game. Ends up topping that strikes or that redirects leaderboard, I'm sure. A little bit less than Muffin Koei, but very close.
3 more. But essentially the same, especially when you're on comparing it to the other forwards there. And I would love to see, like, I wish there was a little bit more stats we could see just for fun, that like max speed reached or or distance traveled, because at that point it would be really funny to see what Hungry Boy had accomplished. But even then, definitely deserving of that MVP, doing a great job just substituting in for Gumi, plus the role swap as well with Kai Noob onto the goalie, who by any means, Kai Noob is easily a national level goalie, right? So this is not something that we need to be worried about with Kai Noob on the role swap, but he is also one of the 2, if not the best midfielder in the entire game. So having him off of his like premium role does play into the team's overall strength.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any team in the league that you're willing to do that with, though, it's probably Demons Raw. And Gumi already kind of plays like he's a second midfielder, and that de facto makes Kai Noob a bit of a second goalie. So they got some reps on there already, but I definitely agree. This is not, the optimal setup for Demons Raw, but they do come away with that game 1 win. Now moving over to their own map selection in Atlas's lab for game number 2 as they look to sweep the series and move themselves up to 1-1. Certainly, we talked about this for Sad Boys. The same is true for Demons Raw. They are not happy to start off Nassel 0-1, given the pedigree that this team comes in with.
Yeah, but it's this time around, compared to our previous match with Sad Boys, Demons Raw take the game number 1 here, and if they want to make it to a game number 3, it is Return to Form who has to climb up this hill. But Demons Raw going into an Atlas Lab game where some of the things that we can expect is, like I said in the previous draft, or in the previous Atlas's Lab draft, this is the map where it kind of opens up a little bit more damage composition here. You can go for a lot of damage when taking barriers, using barriers layered on both the core and the enemy players. And on top of that, having access to that black hole to deal a little bit more additional damage helps in your favor. So depending on the starting awakening, we can take a look at that. Hungry Boy, known for his IME pick as well, is something that Kai Noob can go for on top of that in the goalie position. So one of those picks most likely going to be banned away unless something else more prominent gets locked in due to awakenings. But I'm expecting a little bit more damage focused pickup here with Kai Noob piloting the IME or Hungry Boy piloting the IME.
I think IME, a very likely pick to see come on through. I do think it was, well, we saw it banned in the Sad Boys series. We didn't really see the picks and bans for just this last game. So we'll see once the draft gets started if that IME is actually going to end up making its way through. Definitely would be a dangerous pick, though, if either team were to be able to snag it for themselves. I know Kai Noob has gotten some reps on the Naimi before whenever Gumi isn't hogging it to himself, so we'll see if he will be able to find his way onto that one, or if maybe it's going to be a pick that is a little bit more relevant for return to form as they look to see what they're going to be able to get their hands on and try to fight their way back into this series.
100% here. And some of the things that I'd be looking for from Return to Form is Muffin Corey did play extremely well on the Asher, but some of the more oppressiveness we've seen from him is on that Rasmus and Finny, and I'd like him to bring it out. He has a lot more offensive pressure, even on the Rasmus, who is a melee goalie. You just have the pendulum swing that can reach so far when you have it paired with the pauldrons plus like a size awakening. Or on the Finny, of course, who just is a very high map accessing character who has high damage as well. But taking a look, we do have our starting awakenings here. Is going to be Unstoppable and Egoist. I expect both goalies to go Unstoppable, unless it is if it's like an Imi goalie, then I can expect an Egoist. But for the most part, Unstoppable on goalies is extremely strong. And then I just expect the other 4 players to lock in Egoist unconditionally.
Yeah, Ego is definitely a very powerful starting awakening when you're able to get it. So let's see what the focus is going to be coming on through from these two teams, knowing that that's likely where the majority of these characters are going to end up starting off. Maybe an unstoppable for a goalie here or there, like you said, can be plenty powerful. Return to form going to be blue side for this draft, so they get their first ban and their first pick. See what they want to take on off the board here, be able to get themselves into a position to be able to take us to 3 games. Curious about what they banned in game number 1 might give us a little bit more insight as to what they're going to be prioritizing here. It could be that IME, like you said, could be. I mean, I wouldn't even blame them to take a look at the Asher. That Asher was so hard to break through in game number 1 if Demons Raw want to try to take it off the board.
Yeah, you can aim for that. On also, just another big pick could be the hook resets judo. Era isn't as popular, but we did see the Era piloted to success just in the Sad Boys match. Hook resets known for being that Era prodigy, but doing a great job on the Juno that game as well. Could mean that you shrink his character pool a little bit more. Might have to fall back onto the Estelle or maybe the rune that he's been practicing a little bit. So you could aim to lock down that midfield role or tighten it just a little bit. And then I feel like Leo is comfortable on any brawler here. You're gonna I expect to see him on either Zentaro or Kazan once again.
Yeah. So, looking around for the draft to get started and then going to find out just where the priorities are going to sit. Unstoppable with the changes. I mean, do you see an opportunity or any reason to really take it on any kind of midfield pick or anything? Maybe if you're in a more supportive position, you feel like you're at risk of getting taken off against something like double brawlers, or is it pretty much a goalie exclusive awakening now?
So if you are against something like an Aimi and a Luna, for example, those are
Mhm.
really good characters to pick Unstoppable into, because they have a long cooldown abilities that have high impact, and that's exactly what Unstoppable wants to prevent. So you have the Luna ultimate, the Aimi glitch pop, the Aimi cyber swipe. These are things that like Unstoppable just makes those characters function way less smoothly. But for example, let's say you're against a Vice or a Kai Barrage or a Zentaro, right? The slice and die is very easily able to break through. In X with the X Maximus doesn't really care about Unstoppable. So it really depends on what characters are being picked that can alter if you take Unstoppable or not. But for the most part, in terms of strength of awakening, starting with as many egoists as you can to increase your chance of landing that egoist catalyst combination, and then really take over the game is something that both teams are going to want to do.
Makes sense here. So, but maybe the draft going to have a little bit of impact on who's going to end up taking which starting awakening. As we're still waiting for these bans, but promise we will have them up here in just a few moments. All right, there's a bug. Okay, wait, we have different awakenings now. So after all that
Oh,
unstoppable talk,
okay. Well, a little bit of
uh,
insight into the Unstoppable matchup, regardless. History lesson with Mystic, if you may. But taking a look at what we have now, Stagger Swagger and Explosive Entrance. So this is pretty interesting as well because we've had matchups in the past where Stagger Swagger was the starting awakening, and if all players, if you manage to not take Stagger Swagger in this matchup, you'll find out very quickly that you will be the focus of all the damage, and whoever the person who doesn't take Stagger Swagger is going to spend a lot of time KO'd, especially if they're a forward. You're gonna see the goalies take explosive entrance if it fits their kit just fine, because they're not usually going to be in the brunt of the damage for the most part. But if you are a forward, I'd highly recommend you actually opt in for Stagger Swagger over explosive entrance. Specifically, like Leo Leon on the Zentaro, I know he's gonna want to take explosive entrance, but my personal opinion is you take the, or sorry, yeah, that is Leo Leon on the Zentaro.
Or is it Leo Leon on the Kazan?
No, this is the Muffin Koi Kazan. Kazan goalie coming in. He's gonna go in for some size, the Stagger Swaggers, some pauldrons, and then play into that.
All right, we got some spice coming in here, and meanwhile it's double midfielders for Demon's Ra in the Estelle and the Kai, with Atlas in the goal arc, unless it's one of those crazy midfield Atlases. I think that builds a bit, maybe a bit too spicy for game number 2, but we'll see. I mean, they are ahead, so they do have a little bit of selection over where they want to take things, and I can see we're already in queue, so we're going to race our way into things very, very quickly here. On to Atlas's lab for game number 2. Really getting those streaming hours up today, Mystic, with how long Series 1 was, and now getting on in here for game number 2, Series number 2, at 5:30 Eastern. That's classic North American Strikers League, baby.
Of course. Eastern time, the sun has set, the daylight savings has already kicked in. I'll be heading out to grab some buy one, get one free spicy chicken sandwich on National Chicken Day. I recommend you guys all go out to your local chicken stores and grab something juicy and delicious to celebrate on November 9th. Happy Arcane Day, everyone. Go watch Arcane Season 2.
I'm 1 episode in, so no spoilerinos yet, please. But
I haven't seen it yet. I'm so excited.
I liked the first one. I liked the first episode. It was good. So, good things to come, I hope, on top of the chicken, which is new info to me, so I'm also going to take full advantage there. So we're already onto the field for game number 2. So far, it's going to be 1 barrier taken apiece. They're going to be able to sneak it past Hungry Boy here. A double banish from Hook resets. Nicely placed there. Nearly able to take it in for the goal. And they're not out of the woods yet. Hungry Boy still trying to defend. Leo Leon pushing it forward. Hook resets onto the other side, but still nobody can find their way quite past Kai Noob.
They're doing a good job. I love the Hook resets rune pickup here.
By the way, it is Brawler Atlas.
Brawler Atlas. Snake on the Atlas here, opting in for all the healing he can. Going in for the slick kicks plus the Stagger Swagger. I'm actually curious why. I think Atlas does a better job in the midfield position than he does in the brawler position, but we're going to see how Snake pilots it and if he can get success off of it. Well, Hook resets here. Now, on the rune, which is something that I wanted to talk about, we saw the ban onto the Juno, which is one of the things I was predicting from before. Oh my goodness, what a KO from the core flip, just reaching the tiptoes of Snake there. Managed to get KO'd. But the rune is always an interesting pickup here. I'm curious how well Hook can pilot. Doing a good job so far, and also opting in for the midfield awakening or the starting gear with the magnetized souls. And another thing I want to mention is Leo Leon going in for the explosive entrance instead of the Stagger Swagger, which was another thing that I was a little bit hesitant on, because he's going to be really, really low all the time while every other member of the entire game is going to be healthy. And we see Leo being taken out. And this might be one of the things that ends up being their downfall, or at least a really negative point to their composition.
Absolutely. Nice block there from Snake, using the Expanse to be able to fend it back on off, but still not able to find his way into a position to actually be able to take the goal. And I mean, this is looking like it's probably going to be one of the more difficult aspects of this comp. Whoa! Look at that astral projection finding the KO for Snake, though. And we'll give a power play over to Demon's Ra. Banish away. Hungry Boy takes another piercing shot, and they still cannot get it past. Hook resets and Leo Leon. They're trying their best, but nothing will break through the defenses, and the respawn has come on across. It is so difficult for this Demon's Ra composition to actually close out points, and it's not looking like it's getting any easier.
Almost a phenomenal shot there by Leo, but props to Leo for an amazing job in the net there. Muffin Koei unable to catch the core speed when it was going that fast with the flip in overtime, tying things up 1-1. So let's see how well the advantage can go with all these KOs coming out from Demon's Raw as well. Leo Leon finding himself low staggered relatively quickly here. And another advantage that you have for this map is on Atlas's lab. You can walk up to the middle and pop it yourself intentionally to proc your stagger swagger just to get some increase in movement speed here. And a great Oni's play by Leo Leon slows down the members of Demon's Raw, which allows that core to roll into the barrier here, open things up. But Snake not wasting a second as he tries to get the KO and succeeds in getting that KO onto Leo. A man down, 3v2. Demon's Raw finds the second point in this match.
Yeah, guides it on up and into the goal as well while he's at it. So it's 2-1. Now going to be in favor of Demon's Raw, and Snake doing a great job of using these close-range astral projections to really take folks off the map. The damage is insane, quite frankly. I mean, this may be why he's willing to play a little bit more of a brawler-centric build on this traditionally goalie character, taking down the second barrier while he's at it, and looking to close out set number 1 right here. Nearly gets it past, but Hook Reset's able to save it from deep behind the goal line. Not quite able to get it in there, and now Snake gonna take another one, another astral projection. Leo saves it with a beautiful Oni's blade, and Snake just dropping some emotes until Kainu can knock it in. 3-1, Demon's Raw.
I think Leo needs to explore Season 6 goalie because the way he's been holding it down in the net, although it ended up with an eventual loss of set 1, this Leo guy is the best brawler in the net that I have seen in quite some time.
Yeah, it does my heart so good to see all these great Zentaro players back playing Zentaro. Reminds me of Season 3. Feels like Season 3.
The good old days. And now, taking a look at the draft here, we have a Rapid Fire going over to the Kai. Always a great pickup, prime time for Leo Leon. Hook Resets, or sorry, Hungry Boy, waiting to allow his Atlas to choose his pickings first, getting that missile prop on the Atlas, which is going to increase that KO and scoring potential by quite a bit. They don't really have a way to stop the Atlas shove with that astral projection here. And Hook Resets almost getting the one shot onto Snake. And one of the benefits here of playing Rune is your stagger is irrelevant because the Rune has a really strong push combination where you can double pillar and just KO someone through pure knockback.
Yeah, really, really good. And not as good as it maybe once was, but
very true. Still,
certainly a powerful tool if you're able to get that combo together, especially if you're able to get the right awakenings to make it work just a little bit better. And now another astral projection. KOs from forever away for Snake, and will create another power play for Demon's Raw as they look to take an early lead in set number 2. Snake going to be able to get it on pass, sends out the astral projection, doesn't quite find its way through. Kainu has to sprint back to get onto the defense here, sends it back into Hungry Boy, who does have access to the core flip as necessary, sends it, gets it blocked back away by Leo, and they're not done yet. They're trying to push it forward, but the opportunities just are not presenting themselves. There's going to be another piercing shot, sending it up. Snake trying to take a shot on goal. He can't get his hands on it either, and it's going to continue to be a beautiful block from Hook Resets, placing that anomaly right in front of the face of Kainoob and scoring the goal.
As a fellow Rune connoisseur, I love when I see Rune in my screen, and Hook Resets was actually talking and asking just a bunch of questions in general back in Coscord, trying to find out when he can bring out the Rune, what opportunities to look for to pick it. And I'm so happy that immediately, just from that conversation alone, he's already picking this character here, and we're seeing success come through as Leo Leon trying to do his best to heal up, manages to get out of the unstaggered state. But Snake, with that astral projection, is really, really deadly here. Isn't able to find it. Snake is actually looking low, but has the healing from the stagger swagger if he manages to stay afloat for a few more seconds here. But he is living. He uses the Atlas ult to survive just a little bit longer, manages to get unstaggered enough while his teammates are doing their job to keep the point alive. But as I say that, a good banish comes through from Hook Resets, tries to get the secondary to catch the core, isn't able to get it. Kainu walking up, has to take the eject button back, doesn't use that core flip to get a shot on net. Leo Leon is still low, has some healing. Barrier dropped as both gold gates are completely wide open. Hook Resets looking for a shot on net. Rush comes through from Zentaro, isn't able to find it. Kainu walking up, looks for the shot with the energy burst, but Hook Resets, or sorry, Muffin Koei on the Kazan, might as well be a ranged goalie with how much reach he has with 2 size awakenings, and it is going back and forth.
Whoa, nearly getting it past Kainoob there is Leo, but Kainoob going to be able to deflect it away, send it back down towards the bottom. Hungry Boy nearly gets it with the Rose Warp, aims with that poor flip, but not quite going to be able to find it there. Backup coming on through from Snake, trying to res up Hungry Boy if he does end up getting taken down by Leo Leon on that last play. There's the eject button once again, getting Kainoob back into the goal arc just in time, and the piercing shot from Hungry Boy snags the core right where he needs it and takes it on in to tie it up at 1-1.
It actually did get caught by the crooked leverage. Muffin Koei managed to catch it, but Hungry Boy sniping it away from his clutches right after that. Hook resets starting off the point with an anomaly to get that core to break the middle Atlas expanse. Both barriers dropped immediately as one is traded back. Leo Leon tries to go for an aggressive flip play, but the Kai Barrage there to help save it, and with the rapid fire, it'll be back up in just another second or two. And now we're going for another offensive play. As we just stall out for a second here, but a great banish. No, but if it manages to hit into the Atlas, the gravity welder, it would have KO'd Snake. Manages to get KO'd eventually anyways here. And Hook resets doing his best to try to keep Hungry Boy staggered as long as possible. Gets the stagger state. One thing to remember is that the anomaly is a light hit until it fully forms. So it does not count for that hard hit stagger reset timer. But even then, gets the stagger, gets the KO, or does not get the KO, but gets the point with the help of Leo Leon.
Absolutely here, and now going to be a lead here in set number 2, going over to the side of Return to Form, but a barrier already taken here, showing how powerful this rune can be, especially Hook Resets. It's done a great job on these banishes, continues to take crucial members out of plays and set themselves up in positions to potentially be able to close out points. Leo, a good Oni's Blade there, nearly able to get it past Snake, but not going to quite get the opportunity to do so. There's going to be the flip coming through from Hook, and Leo intercepts it, sends it into the goal. 3-1 in set number 2. Return to Form, tie things up.
Taking the lead in this set, now tying things up 1-1. They did a good job of managing to live, and like I was talking a lot about Leo Leon not being able to perform without that stagger swagger, but even with the KOs coming out, they are managing to find success while he does have that stagger, and he's doing a great job of living. Team player coming through from Hook Resets. I love that pickup. Denies it from the Kai, and it's a great pick in general here on Atlas Lab, especially when the middle is always open. If you're constantly breaking it to proc your own stagger swagger. Denying the hot shot over from the Estelle, but speed going on to Hungry Boy, which is going to be something that you always love here as a midfield player. And then Leo getting a spark. Unfortunately, the spark of speed is good when you have additional sparks stacked on, but as a single spark, he doesn't do that much. You'd honestly prefer something else. Like he would have preferred a spark of resilience here instead. And Snake, keep in mind with the astral projection alongside the Deadeye is going to do a phenomenal amount of damage onto anyone that it touches.
Yeah, it really is here. There's the pass on up. Hungry Boy and Snake really trying to combine together here to get in on towards this barrier. Kainoob getting involved in the action as well. And Leo going to be the one who takes the most abuse for it at the end of the day. He's the one who's incredibly low on stagger. Gets staggered there again by Snake using that Cosmic Expanse. But still going to be able to hold things over on the right side of the map. And there's a nice piercing shot on a Hungry Boy, getting the hit stun on a Muffin Koei, and going to be able to find that second barrier. But there's another banish from Hook Resets, buying more time, taking more members out of the play. Snake stepping forward with access to the energy burst, going to be able to claim himself an orb. Going to look here to finish off Leo. Astral Projection not quite hitting square on like they wanted. Passes it down to Hungry Boy. Hungry Boy not going to be able to find its way into the goal, but they do manage to take the KO there on towards Leo. It's a power play available for Demon's Rod with the goal already opened on up, waiting on cooldowns. Hook Resets trying to take it back into an aggressive stance. There's going to be this Celestial Expanse, and there's going to be Astral Projection, KO and goal for Snake.
Lining things up, the piercing shot and the Astral Projection lining up perfectly to get the KO onto Muffin Koei. And we're seeing the strength of the Atlas Brawler. I can't even say he's a brawler with how far of a range he has on the Astral Projection here. Hook Resets, I do think that he's going a little bit too much for these KO attempts with the double pillar from midfield. If you're closer to the net, you have to recognize the range at which you have an effective KO option. If you're not able to one-shot with it, then I don't think it's worth it, because you need your pillars for core control and to apply that offensive pressure here. And even with a man down, we have Demon's Raw able to get both barriers, and now they have the man advantage going in for the point. Muffin Koei able to stall long enough here, but it's still another 3 seconds. Hook Resets forced to use that energy burst just to keep the play alive a little bit longer. but almost manages to get it with the piercing shot here. Barrage going into Leon Zentaro, down to half stagger, does not have the stagger swagger to heal him up, and he's being brought down quite low as he looks to opt in for that enemy orb, but is out of the play for the time being.
Yeah, now still looking to be able to close on out the point. The respawns have come on through, and they've yet to be able to close it out. Another nice setup with the Rose Warp into the Astral Projection. Flip from Hungry Boy, gets the Ricochet, and takes the point for Demons Ra. They're up 2-0 in set number 3. Looking to show that set number 2 does not mean anything and that they are going to be in position to be able to close out this series.
Yeah, I really like that that anomaly from the secondary of Rune there to start it off. It kind of just forces them to go through a different lane here. Use that primary anomaly. I don't know if he actually had one or not, but that should have been a KO onto Snake if there was a pillar available to use there. Almost manages to get the second barrier, but Leon brought low again, manages to dodge the projection. Snake doesn't really have any more abilities. One of the downsides you have of Atlas Brawler is that the abilities are so long in cooldown that you cannot have a repeated offense easily with the use of abilities. You kind of just have to rely on your strikes and passing to break that barrier, or pass it back into the Estelle, who uses the piercing shot to break through. But even then, we're finding success on the Atlas here, who is getting some good value out of his abilities here, both the ultimate, the secondary, and especially the astral projection.
Absolutely here, and that's what's going to end up making a big difference. Flips come on for both Snake and Muffin, and neither are going to end up accomplishing too much. The core basically back where it started, as Hungry Boy sending it back on through, trying to get themselves set up for another offensive play, but Leo going to be able to snag that core, move it back over to the right, and take that second barrier for himself. Open goals now for both sides as Snake finds a barrier on the opposite. There's going to be Kainu clearing things back over and moving it down towards Hungry Boy. Rose Warp trying to put it in a position for Snake to be able to take the shot. Snagged away by Crooked Leverage. Muffin Kui hanging on for just a little bit longer. Flip comes through from Leo into the rush, not able to push it through. An astral projection from Snake takes it in for a 3-0 set to Demons Ra.
The astral projection is always so fun to watch as it guides the core in, going into set number 4 here with an advantage. Demons Ra taking the last 2 sets in a row, and let's see what they managed to get here. Looking at what we have here, Unstoppable being taken away, I really like this because if Muffin Kawi got the Unstoppable, astral projection is just a singular hit, which means it is like the perfect ability that gets canceled out by Unstoppable, similar to how I was talking about with the Luna ultimate and the glitch pop and things like that. Is a long cooldown ability that has a single instance of damage. So perfect that Kainu takes it away to make sure that no one on return to form can take it and then stop the onslaught of the astral projection. Taking a look at everything else here, we got a Timeless Creator on the Rune, which is a really big pickup, but it only matters if you're able to lock it down into a corner and then keep shoving and then have the anomaly behind to help you kind of wall it down. Besides that, Catalyst over for Zentaro, which is always a great pickup because he has so many hits that he generates Awakening so fast, or Energy Burst so fast. Knife's Edge over for Hungry Boy for some more speed, and then Snake with even more range and damage coming onto his abilities through the Siege Machine.
Yeah, absolutely here, and now Snake taking it back on over, going to be able to open things up, going to be able to take down one. And going to have themselves a scoring opportunity here. Nicely done by Leo, though. Waiting out the timer coming on through. Going to be able to take the second barrier, but will his team be able to survive long enough? Down a member. Hook resets, comes back through, and the shots were not able to be manifested. Hungry Boy, though. Piercing shot comes on across. Banish connects onto the orb. They're going to be able to clear it back on away. They are going to be able to hold on for just a little bit longer. Kainu falling back onto the defense. Leon going to be able to dash forward, looking for the shot on goal. Not going to be able to find it there. It is going to be executed by the piercing shot. Meanwhile, Kainu, Giga Blast from midfield, pushes it into the goal. It is 1-0 Demons Ra on potentially series point.
And starting off strong, but return to form still doing a good job. That point lasted quite a bit there until they managed to get the KO onto Leo and then get that shot onto net. But with the compounding awakenings being in the favor of Demons Ra, it's going to be harder and harder here. A KO found once again onto Leon, a character with one of the lowest staggers in the entire game. If you just take a look at their stagger pool, 1300 stagger compared to nearly everyone on Demons Ra who has minimum 1400, if not 16 and 1800 stagger. And then especially compounded with the fact that there is no stagger swagger, it just makes it that much harder. But Snake taken out there, and now we have a offensive power play coming through from return to form. The Hungry Boy looking low as well, but I don't think they have really some opportunity here to take him out there with how fast he's walking around. They kind of just have to go for these barriers and go for shots on net, but another KO into the back of the goal net takes Leo Leon out once again.
So two-piece combo there from Snake and Kainoob to be able to take down Leo and buys them the space that they need. Hungry Boy looking confident, setting up the shots on the Estelle and pushes it through with the help of the Astral Projection. Goal credit goes over to Snake for that one. And one more goal. The Demons Ra will get them their first win for Season 5.
And we were talking about unconventional comps on Taiko Temple with Sad Boys. This is a pretty unconventional pickup here as well for Demons Raw, but piloting it to much success. The pillar coming in because of how long it lasted, it just did so much damage with the Manu onto Snake that the single hit knockback knocked him off the map from full stagger. Hungry Boy looking low, but has the stagger swagger to keep himself alive as long as he manages to stay on for another second. But Lilion finding him unstaggered with the slice and dice gets the KO. Gold gates are wide open. They have the power play here on return to form, even though they are down a barrier. Barrier open right back up. Flip coming out. A good barrage coming through. Anomaly not able to catch it. Snake getting the defense. Kind of doing a great job of just holding things down as we go in, looking for the Astral Projection here to score. You know Snake wants it. He wants one more point. He wants to get the KO, but it's not going to be this point.
All right, a good fight back there from Leo Leon and co. There were some really great plays from Demons Ra there, though. That fadeaway piercing shot from Hungry Boy as he gets KO'd to be able to find the second barrier still ends up not being enough, and going to be trying to fight to hang on for the series, our return to form. Demons Ra trying to close things out right here. They may have fumbled it once, but they do get multiple tries here with how far ahead they are in the set. It's going to be Leo still trying to take things onto an aggressive stance. Both barriers already fallen down. Here comes a full-fledged offense from Demons Ra. Kainoob eventually going to have to fall back here. Leo trying to sneak in a point with the slashing strike, and he's not letting up yet. There's the rush forward. There's the slice and dice, and Leon closes out a second point. Supported by hook resets, we're going to point 5.
Not letting up and not even using the energy burst there, which means this set is going to be a really strong start for Centauro. If you can get maybe like a rush in, pop the energy burst, and then maybe get both barriers, is able to find one for his troubles. Second one coming in, but no, a good pop from Snake. Manages to use the energy burst in between both barriers there, gets both of them for both of his abilities, and now coming in, Leo Leon looking extremely low. Oni Blade pop, has to get a little bit of stagger back from it. Gets the second barrier himself, even with no stagger available, but the Astral Projection coming in, securing it. Snake hits the Alt F4 plus Astral Projection combo, and that's a GG coming over. Demons Raw gets their first win of NASL this season.
Beautiful stuff from Demons Ra there. They take a 2-0 win over the newcomers in return to form, and they will move up to 1-1 on the season. A 1-1 area that's getting pretty crowded there, with Sad Boys and Fluffy Bangers already in the exact same position. Return to form drop down to 0 and 2, and they will need to look for the rest of the season to try to turn around their fate. A tough early schedule for them, though, for sure.
Yeah, playing honestly really well there. I think there were some, if I was to give any sort of feedback there, I think some of the awakening choices that they had selected weren't to my personal choice. Not sure whether that's correct or not, but some things to explore, or at least ask around in the community on why to select some things over the other ones. But even then, in terms of the play, everyone was looking pretty clean there. I liked hook resets on both the Juno and the Rune. Muffin Kawi looking good. Honestly, the Kazan looked pretty clean. The way he plays when he has size, he plays like a range carry, even while being a melee character. And then on top of that, Leo on both the Kazan and the Zentaro always looking clean. So I wouldn't take it too much to heart if you're losing the Demons Raw. Even with one substitution in, it is still 66% Demons Raw at its core, and they are not one to fall easily. So Return to Form still has the rest of the season to catch up to make it into that playoff contention there. And Demons Raw looking to get back to the top where they normally belong, or have previously belonged.
Absolutely here. Really, really nicely done by Demons Ra. That's the form we expect to see out of the reigning champs as they move up to 1-1. Still plenty of Omega Strikers left to be played this season. We'll see how both of these squads continue to develop as the weeks go on. But that's going to do it for our section of the show here, Mystic. We're going to bring in 2 more casters for the next block of games. So still plenty more Nassel action left to come, everybody. Stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in just a few minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. Today we have for you the Cosmic Calamities versus Modern Magic. I'm looking forward to this game. What do you think about it, Nubsta?
I was actually talking to you guys earlier in the break room about how we would consider this game to be one of those where like it could go that like ultra distance where we get to set 5.5 every single set all the way to every single game, potentially game 3, and it could just go the absolute distance, or somebody could just get absolutely rolled over. I think the volatility of these two teams is not to be is something that we're going to need to be paying attention to as they go forward here. But I will say, in terms of these compositions that have been picked, I very much favor Calm here with the Aimee and Juliet just having so much KO pressure, and the Atlas to deny the presence of the Kazan and the Now. I think Calm's going to have a nice early go at it, but we'll see how things go as the Awakenings start to come online.
Yeah, see, now almost dying there already, even with the health. Does have the ultimate now to be able to use it to save herself, but you mean that Kazan is very low with really nothing to help out there. That the damage is kept up, and there's going to be a bit of a problem. But so far, the core is just going back and forth here. One barrier is still standing here for the Cosmic Calamities. The Glitch Pop is really nice, but Barrage is better. And we have the Expanse as well. That's going to be first blood over to Cardbox there. Great kill, even using the core flip on that. And pass up to Cardbox over to 3Z. Can he sink this in? The Giga Blast denies the play.
Giga Blast deny, but the power play is still going strong, and with the dash punch there, the flip has to come out for, unfortunately I have names off, Ron P. There we go, Ron P. And so the offense kind of stuffed there, and Cosmic Calamity is not able to take advantage of the power play, despite having that early one to give them a lot of pressure on Ron P's Kai. But the defense and the teamwork between Zaxmac and Ron P is just really working out for them at the moment. But they have to stave off Zaxmac dying, and enough flip coming out from 3Z and right into the top corner. No reaction time necessary. Put it right past him, 1-0.
Yeah, big problem there with team play is you can't really team play if your team is dead, and that is what Cosmic Calamities are looking to do here. Don't need to worry about any passing or any clearing. Just knock them off map and then do what you can. The turret is really nice from the Aimee, sets up the play, but it's defended really well. Zaxmac holding on to it for a little while longer, and even getting a barrier off the back after the play. Now we have them favored Modern Magic in the play with one barrier advantage here. One still standing though, and of course it is still first barrier kind of free, second barrier is a little harder to get. Ooh, good dash punch from 3Z, but doesn't find the core control or the kill. Just a bit of a stun, bit of a tie-up, and does get the barrier in the end. Cardbox passing down at the bottom, but Carmine just so good on that Kazan, able to keep control of the core throughout that play. The Expanse from Natty is good, gets the core forward, but it's intercepted time and time again by Zaxmac, and 3Z just can't get it through into this barrier.
But able to take it through the center, using the speed and using the fact that now had used all of their cooldowns, but a quick strike war catches Natty off guard and loses the second barrier here. But with two flips, I think the defense is fine, and 3Z makes the conversion happen on the barrier. But now everyone has flips waiting on these double open goals, and we'll see which team could try and make the most of this. And I say that, and there is, wow, my name's being off is killing me. Carmine able to find the strike off that primary into the top corner. I don't even think Natty was expecting that, and just what looked like a savable goal turned into almost a free goal for Modern Magic there.
Yeah, and it's a big thing. They're not, if you don't have to invest as many resources, or if you just don't invest the resources you have, it can really tip the scales of the play, and means you have either more or less in that next point. We see one barrier being taken here, almost two. 3Z setting up that double really nicely with the core flip, preventing any sort of possible defense. The turret as well putting so much pressure. Zaxmac having to take so much damage to get the play, and 3Z is going to send it right in. No kills, but he'll take the goal.
The Aimee turret there was just really well set up. It was just barely bleeding over the corner, so even if you hit it into the corner, the turret runs the risk of hitting it in, so you have to use... Ron P was forced to use the cooldown, and then all Cardbox and Natty had to do is just wait it out. Natty coming up with the primary backup, and 3Z with the Juliet ult. Pretty much a guaranteed goal, and this offense from Cosmic Calamities is looking nigh unstoppable right now.
Great back pass from Zaxmac, though, sets up a little bit more time. Barrage gets it through to Carmine, and strike shot misses from Natty. The core flip is used forward. Cardbox has the opportunity with the glitch bomb, not going to do it. The cyber swipe, not enough either. Natty playing a little far forward with the astral projection as well, trying to keep it on the other side of the field, but Modern Magic is going to clear it. Not quite past 3Z there. Good defense, but not quite enough. Carmine dribbling along the bottom here, dodging that Aimi aggression as well. Cardbox getting up to Natty. 3Z trying to dribble across the top, gets hit by the Now arrow. Glitch Pop hits the Now, but doesn't get the kill. Cardbox and Kazan dueling on the bottom there. 3Z trying to get an angle to just be open, but it's intercepted by Zaxmac time and time again. Carmine on the bottom here, trying to get it into this barrier, and Natty's just been holding on to this for so long. The strike shot from Ron is nice. Gonna have to use the core flip here soon. The flurry comes out from the Juliet. The core flip not necessary there. Great clear by Ron through that. Natty going for a little bit of an angle here with the expansion. 3Z trying to get the punch through. The core flip doubled up, unfortunately, for Modern Magic. A bit of a waste there. But they do get the clear, so it's worth it in the end. But that's 2 core flips on the side of Cosmic Calamities. They're trying to get some done. Core flip from Aimi into the goal, into the core flip from 3Z. Really well played.
That almost felt inevitable there. Once they used a double core flip in the top corner, it was just a matter of Cardbox finally grabbing a hold of it and just using the core flip pass into a core flip. Nigh guaranteed at this level of play to use double core flip into an open net. Nearly impossible to deal with. But we'll see how this draft goes, because Spark is available, but so is Super Surge for the Aimi. And since, yeah. Okay, so my bad. Ron P taking Spark of Focus there to deny the Juliet, but the Juliet still gets Catalyst. But Kazan kind of has pick of the litter here with Perfect Form, Stagger Swagger, Rapid Fire, whatever they want. Able to pick up the Stagger Swagger now, and so with Stagger Swagger and Spark having that speed available to this Kazan is going to be a pretty heavy hitter now on the front line. But with Aimi getting the Super Surge, the damage is going to come through even more for the side of Cosmic Calamities. And we'll see if Modern Magic's able to deal with this pressure that Cardbox has been putting on with this Aimi being present everywhere and the damage, or if they're going to collapse under it all.
That great Cyber Swipe as well. Ron P playing a little too far forward there. The barrage does get kind of a clear, but not enough. The Giga, though, great. Able to pass back to himself and get the clear in the end. Carmine putting a lot of pressure here, but the Astral Protection gets it right through him in the end. The dash hook also not enough there. So much damage onto Zaxmac. Will have to heal eventually. That's the barrier going down. Enough time was bought by Now there. Enough abilities were sunk into the Now. Great defense as well. Ron P countering the flip with just a strike there. Has the core flip of his own. Is going to stun up 3C and get it through. But the turret from Aimi is really nice. Cardbox able to buy a little bit more time, but the core just stabilizing this midfield. Neither team can really get that overwhelming momentum to push it through all the way across. It's an absolute slog to get it across this field.
Wow. Carmine there with the mix-up onto Natty. Natty forced to use the flip after the mix-up, and now it's in the hands of Carmine again, looking to try and make something work here. Not a lot of cooldowns to work with. The cooldown's finally coming up, but the core not in his hands. Not able to make this conversion, and now Atlas is in the safest possible position with tons of cooldowns against a Kazan that doesn't have any. Cooldown's coming back up now, but Kazan's not able to, or Carmine not able to make that work. The mix-up attempt, but kind of get stuffed by the patience of Natty. The defense of Cardbox and Natty is proving to be a little too much for just the Kazan, and we'll see if Zaxmac can get in and try and make this offense even more pressure, have more pressure, or if they're going to fall apart. And unfortunately, speaking of falling apart, off the barrier, off the top, nobody gets the strike. Natty misses the strike shot, and it just goes in for Modern Magic.
And on top of that, 3Z and Cardbox both had the core flip there. Either one could have used it, but they just had too much trust in their teammates. And normally I say trust is a great thing, but sometimes it backfires like that. And that's a barrier going down here. Modern Magic getting the first barrier of this point is after the first goal of the set there. So they're taking a little bit of a lead here, not looking to get swept out of the game even after Cosmic Calamities take that first point. The turret is going to secure that first barrier. The strike shot dribble is really nice from Naughty pass up to Cardbox. Good corner aggression here from Modern Magic, but they're not quite perfect on the core flip. And a waste from Natty, not perfect there. 3Z has the core flip here, gonna use the flurry there, force out the core flip from Now, and now it is just the one core flip advantage on the field here on 3Z's hands. We're gonna see how he's able to use it if he gets the core in the end, but it's intercepted again. Great proximity drone from Zaxmac.
Yeah, the turret usage from Cardbox has been really keeping up this pressure against Modern Magic, but also 3Z is just able to find these positions with the punches, with the dashes, and make the offense happen. But I will say, Ron P is proving why this guy plays a lot of Kai, and he saved, I think, 4 or 5 different attempts with just a single Giga Blast, and right there mixing up Natty again off the secondary, the Expanse, not quite enough, not quite expanding fast enough despite the Monumentalists, and it goes right past, and now they're up 2 on the set because of that mistake earlier from Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic there, but sometimes the stress gets to the players, and they could always just say it's a warm-up game, for first game of the day, let it go over. Of course, they don't want to do that, but I'm sure their spirits will still be high after this. But one barrier going down again, and we see Modern Magic really taking a lot of these early leads really well here. Core flip comes out in a really creative angle there into the self-pass. Really well done from Karma with the core flip into the goal, and that's a 3-0 sweep for the Modern Magic.
This night market angling, simple geometry, just hit it off the corner and it'll go the right way, Smile. Hitting it off the corner into the corner of the barrier, throwing Natty completely off, and then just a perfect space into the center with the core flip from Zaxmac. Pretty much a guaranteed goal against Atlas, even with the Monumentalist, but though I don't think Expanse had come off. And now rewarded is Kazan with the second spark. Getting the health spark, Spark and Resilience, means he'll be both tanky and fast. And the now gets Fighter Flight. Their team is about to be flying. Though 3Z does get stacks on stacks, and the Timeless Creator deny from Ron P on the Hater arc. But Imi does get some size on Built Different, which is incredible for her. And Atlas opting to go with the Castelast for just a bit longer duration on those expanses to make that I win button even better.
Yeah, also farms up more energy out of the ultimate there. That Monu just hits more people for longer now, just so much energy farm. Glitch Pop self-pass from Cardbox, and not enough to get the barrier. The mix-up not perfect. Down projection misses the core as well. Pass down to Cardbox, though, gets it through Carmine, with a Zentaro laugh from him there. He is in high spirit still. A dash punch from 3Z gets a kill, and that is the beginning for the Cosmic Calamities. That's what they want to hit. The core flip as well with the Cyber Swipe. So much aggression going in here, so much invested, though. If this doesn't pull through and now respawns in 3 seconds, this could be it for the Cosmic Calamities.
Could be it, but Ron P finding the strike, and after using both abilities, and Cardbox not able to find the Cyber Swipe, means this offense has officially collapsed, and now it's Modern Magic's turn to try and make something work here. The flip used for the defense for Natty, but it's still on his side of the field, and they are still maintaining possession. Oh, Carmine misses the strike, and it goes back forward, but with Ron P's defense, it goes back onto the side of Cosmic Calamities, and a lot of the times Ron P is just getting rewarded by proper use of Strike Shot against this Imi, and it's just working out. A hand over fist, really. Oh, but the dash punch into... Dash punch gets the Kai, and 3Z just is basically handed a free goal on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, Ron just pushed up a little bit too far. It's been a little while since he got killed and, didn't have any eject button to teleport back because he got that Strike Shot, which has been paying dividends, as you were saying, but he's not tanky and he's not fast in comparison, so he really did just get caught out there by 3Z with nothing to show for it. The swipe as well is really nice. Cardbox going forward. Core flip out as Axmac countered. Great strike timing by Cardbox. The glitch pop a little bit too high on that angle. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the barrier. The dash punch core flip combo from 3Z gets another kill, and Cosmic Calamities really is just starting to scale here. Gets the barrier as well. Cardbox has the core flip in the midfield. Uses the cyber swipe and gets a kill with it. Really well done there. The now arrow in his 1v3. Kazan is back. Natty loses the barrier though, just playing a little bit too far forward. 3Z goes for a really creative angle off the top, the self dribble into the Cardbox. Core flip stun onto the now goal.
Yeah, and speaking of fast, this Juliet has finally got the 3Z's finally got the stacks online on an already pretty fast brawler character. So both brawlers right now are just absolutely zooming. 521 speed on the Kazan and 591 speed on the Juliet means it's going to be very difficult to even cross clear now. And look at this, 3Z's just in position whenever he wants to be for a dash punch, and you're forced to respect Juliet's space and influence even more. Regardless of the character not even having that much power right now. But a double barrier from Zaxmac means their offense is still on the prowl, looking for this goal to try and keep them in the set here.
Core flips on 2 members of the Cosmic Calamities, though. Has the ultimate, does 3Z. The now arrow is an interruption, but the punch is really nice just to get it through that final one to get the barrier, but it's still just 1 barrier. Back pass is really nice. Carmine almost getting killed with the now arrow. Nicely timed by Zaxmac, finds the opportunity, and Natty as well, whiffing the core flip there was just a little bit too far away.
That almost felt like a miscommunication, AJ, because it looked like Cardbox was covering the bottom and then blinked up to try and stop Carmine's attempt to maintain control over the core, but Carmine won the interaction, sent it down to Zaxmac, and Natty just not really expecting the abandonment of post means that he's just not in position to make the save, even with the flip. So just a little uncharacteristic of them. I think if we're gonna see more of this game's gonna come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes. It seems like.
Yeah, and there we go. Kazan, Carmine making really good use of that extra little range on Kazan's closed form strike there. Just poking it through into the goal. They're bringing it up exactly tied, 2-2, 1 set to 1 set. Strike shot from Kai to start things off. Dash punch from 3Z misses. Cyber Swipe as well. Gets a lot of damage onto Kai, but he's fine. He's in the back line. One barrier goes down. It's still just the first one for now, but that is not a great way to start from the Cosmic Calamities. Zaxmac winning these strike wars in the middle of Carmine as well with really creative angles there. Gets a dribble as well. Natty not able to get the defense there. Does pass it down. Zaxmac in the bottom here with the arrow dribble there. The Corf was really nice. Kill from 3Z. This is it for the Cosmic Calamities. They have the open goal, but there are 2 barriers to still get through on the other side. They have the power play. Can they do something with the Corf? Was really nice, but Cardbox is keeping on the other side of the field. Gets the barrier. Now is respawning right now. They've evened things up. 3Z misses the strike on the strike where the strike shot from Atlas is really nice, though Cardbox almost gets taken off the edge, but is still alive for now. Natty, of course, has the Corflip on the back end of this. Good prop dash punch. Really good combination there. Both forwards adding into that combo just to absolutely throw the goalie for a loop.
And surprisingly, I think the cyber swipe was actually the deciding factor there. It did not allow Ron P the time to think about an evade clear or a reposition away from the dash punch to try and swipe it out of the dash. And so forcing Ron P into a basically do or die position with the cyber swipe nigh guarantees the dash punch. And look at this, rewarded yet again. This Juliet has Catalyst, Egoist, stacks on stacks, the solo queue god build. And it's going to be just flying around this map, either getting KOs or just getting goals with the flips. But Triple Spark Kazan is just as scary on the other side. These brawlers are eating very well in these drafts right now.
Yeah, but that is the limit of sparks here on that Kazan. Of course, the other one was picked up. Spark of focus on Ron P. 2 barriers, though, going down. Cardbox nearly going down as well. 1 barrier taken there, just barely not. The second there as well. The dash, or the punch, rather, was countered by this defense from Ron P and Zaxmac. Gigablast suns up 3Z, gets a strike shot as well, but doesn't get it past 3Z. Astral Projection as well hits into Carmine there. They're trying to get it through, but Cosmic Calamities can't get it through Carmine.
A difficult situation to be in against a Kazan who has all the cooldowns available. Gets the strike away from Cardbox into the corner, and even if you pass to your midfielder has to be in the perfect spot to block the pop-up from Kazan there. The closed into open special after the dash. But dash punch, speaking of dash punch, Juliet is a dash punch monster, but Aimee has 1-2 punch super surge right now. This Aimee is super scary from virtually anywhere, any space on the map if Cardbox decides to use both cooldowns for it. So Carmine and Zaxmac have to really pay attention to positioning here to make sure they're not just going to get caught out by random KOs.
Yeah, and one of the other things, though, is that, you know, Aimee does have to invest that, so they're trying to find those opportunities where there are the cooldowns. Oh, the proximity drone bounces it up into the wall there. Zaxmac not able to get the perfect defense there. Natty from downtown with the core flip gets it. But just great play all around from both teams here. But slight mistakes like that really do end up costing you so much in a game this close.
And that was off a very good offense that Modern Magic had there. Yes, the defense ended up holding with Cosmic. Look at that dash punch flip. I mean, how do you survive that? But the defense from Cosmic Calamities proved to be just a little too much, despite them being in quite a good scenario to take that other barrier there towards the end. And just one mistake cost them the barrier there. But with these KOs constantly coming out, 3Z has the Egoist now right in front of the net. Almost no chance without any sort of cooldown, and Ron P not having the cooldowns available to him, despite having the Spark of Focus, means that, I mean, this Egoist is just paying dividends. Look at that, just after a goal, already over 1/3 energy, probably around 32, 36 energy already going into this next point, going to have a flip by the time these barriers go down, and set up for this match point they're on. And potentially just taking a pretty quick set, and there's the KO. Look at this damage that's coming out. Not even damage, just straight knockback.
Yeah, and this is the kind of thing that we've come to expect from 3Z on that brawler. Just a lot of speed and a lot of aggression somehow even still. Of course, you know, 3Z the Space Glide X Now the Space Glide Juliet, so much speed, but still, I mean, finding so many kills in so many unlikely places, but it is Night Market sort of Juliet's home. One barrier for one barrier has been traded thus far in the point, but it is one goal left if Cosmic Calamities wants to win this game.
One goal indeed, and right now it is the midfield battle of a lifetime. That core stayed in that center spot for so long that it almost seems like Natty got forward there and unfortunately lost it. But the dash punch return gets the barrier there. No flips for either side, but open nets for both sides as well. And the scoring potential is arguably higher against the Atlas than it is against the Kai, but we'll see. This core speed is insane right now, and Now actually finds it. Zaxmack on the Now finds the shot into the top corner. No expanse available, no primary available, and strike shot likely also on cooldown after those strikes, and not able to make it. And now we're tied on this set. Big point here for Modern Magic to try and stay in. Or will Cosmic Calamities get this last point to secure them the first game?
Yeah, the core's just going so fast that even with the core flip available, you go for the strike because you think you can make it, but you don't have time to correct that mistake. And yeah, Natty using the Cosmic Expanse there really nicely. Glitch Pop as well puts so much damage onto Zaxmack here. Might have to use a lot just to stay alive, but is going to run away, is going to be able to heal up a little bit. 3Z as well has that core flip, is looking for something on this. Glitch Pop gets damage, resets that stagger timer on Zaxmack. Unfortunate angle from Ron P, but does save one barrier instead of getting doubled at the very least there. Cardbox almost getting hit by the Kazan, but not quite. Glitch Pop missing as well. Zaxmack going for the top. Glitch Pop for the dash punch from 3Z, not landing on the kill or the core. But a lot of flips available on the field here. We're about to see things explode as soon as one of these barriers go down. Natty using it defensively to save the barrier from that Kazan. Zaxmack using the core flip, countered by Cardbox as well. The strike shot from downtown and Glitch Pop into the turret, and 3Z Breezy strike as well. The punch backwards, actually a bit of a back pass there, and stunning up now, and that's going to be the cyber swipe from downtown. Cardbox getting the final goal for the Cosmic Calamities. And much like their acronym there, they have stayed calm throughout this game, just clinically dismantling so many of these plays.
And kudos to Cardbox there. That, I believe that was the first time that they tried to actually catch a pass with Cyber Swipe and or Glitch Pop. And so Ron P basically, in an essence, being conditioned over the entirety of the game for the very final point where Cardbox knows the pass is coming, intercepts it with the Cyber Swipe, and secures them the first game. Just really well played from Cardbox there, I think. And it kind of shows in the statistics, right? Cardbox has the 237 redirects, though Ron P and Zaxmack have, like, Modern Magic has a higher total in terms of redirects, but that also could show how much defense that they had to put up against Cardbox and 3Z Breezy. And 3Z with the just crazy solo queue god build, able to just take advantage of the sheer energy consumption and acquisition to secure KOs, secure barrier, secure goals, and then on the back of Cardbox being able to win a number of midfield interactions and procure the rock or even score themselves, able to take this win over Modern Magic here. The teamwork showing up quite well for Cosmic Calamities, and we'll see if Modern Magic can get into this game too, going to Oni Village, if they can try and take that a step further. They won't have to worry about KOs as much necessarily because of Oni Village's nature, but the teamwork from Cosmic Calamities is nothing to shun at or to scoff at. So we'll see which team can try and make this midfield goalie relationship work more on Oni Village as opposed to the midfield forward relationship on Night Market.
Yeah, and if it does come to that, I mean, you were talking about it earlier, Modern Magic does seem to really have a good communication and understanding between their midfield goalie combo there. So many times that Ron P and Zaxmack just kind of worked perfectly together. And, you know, in those moments where it's so fast that there's no way that there's communication that can be had, it's just these players have played together enough. They've practiced enough. They know what each other does. So they don't have to talk about it. But the one thing that I want to say, though, is you can never quite count out the KO game on Oni. It's usually not there. It's usually discountable. But looking at the damage that came out in this last game, and especially with 3Z on that team, you always have to keep in the back of your head, it's like, I'm probably not going to get KO'd, but there is a chance that 3Z just sort of pops out of the corner, dash punches you or whatever off the edge, and then you're just like, I just got killed in Oni Village. And that is kind of a mental block as well on that one. So, you know, still going to have to be something that Modern Magic is careful of, if not the preeminent concern.
Yeah, it's easy to put on those blinders, especially with just how fast those side lanes can push that core. You really got to sprint your butt over there to make sure that you can catch that thing before it runs straight back to your goalie and sets up a potential score. And having those blinders on as you run towards those side lanes can get you killed. That is effectively dash punch range is roughly the size of that lane. And Juliet's not the only one with a dash punch combo or a way to kill people off the side. So we'll see. And I have seen 3Z. I think last season they pulled out a Luna. Oh, I forgot who the other character was, but it was like two characters. You're like, why in the world are these on Oni Village? They pulled out the Luna and another character that was basically a midfield-esque character, and they saw some success. I don't remember if they won that game or not, but it was a wild composition. And 3Z, very well known for his Luna, kind of sitting on the other side of the field, waiting for you to decide to cross the midline so he can throw a rock at your direction and dash you off with Luna's headbutt. So we'll see if they decide to go that silly route, or if they decide to keep it a bit more, I don't know, standard for Oni Village, like say speed characters, maybe the Rasmus, maybe the Kai. We'll see.
Yeah. The other thing to note, though, is that Modern Magic were the ones to actually pick Night Market, so they lost on their home territory. So if there is kind of some weird play that the Calamities are planning, then that could be why they ended up being the ones to choose Oni Village, especially when they've shown that they're so good at that KO comp. Normally, a team would try to leverage that a little bit more, pick the maps that are a little more KO heavy, and take us to the Tycho Temple, for instance, with the bouncers and sort of that midfield constriction there. But instead, they opted to take us to Oni Village. So this could go a few ways with that, where they're planning something, they're devilish with that. We could be seeing that Luna coming out. It could also be, though, that they're trying to get over the, not quite reputation exactly, but that affinity for KO comps, get a little more practice and a little more finesse on that control side of things to make sure that they're not relying too hard on that. But we do see, interestingly enough, here that you won't see it on the stream just yet, but we actually have the Modern Magic team opting for Team 2 on this one. Usually you see people opting for that blue team pick, making sure that you get that first pick secure, but one of the big things on Oni Village is you can secure a really nice duo on that forward midfield, something like a Rasmus Estelle if it's available.
Yeah, getting the Rasmus Estelle on this map would be enormous for either team, realistically. I would imagine Erasmus Band is probably going to come out against Carmine, but Com do get first pick here, so they could opt to ban something else and maybe just steal away the Rasmus for 3Z Breezy. 3Z, Rasmus was one of his first I don't know about first, but definitely one of the brawlers that I remember him working on when he was trying to move away from being mostly an X player. So he has a lot of experience on the Rasmus. He has shown and proven in Nassel and other tournaments that Rasmus can stand up to the higher levels of play, and being able to have that ability while also denying your opponent means that Cosmic Calamities could be in for a very serious draft advantage here, which is, like you said, I'm surprised Modern Magic opted for the second pick here. Maybe they'd rather give the first pick over so that they're forced to pick either the Kai or the Rasmus, Kai for the Ron P deny or Rasmus for the Carmine deny, and leaves one open guaranteed for the side of Modern Magic.
Yeah. It could also, there is a lot of things where, if you want to pick a team that has some synergy and you don't want that interrupted, then you can try and go for that 2-3 pick. But yeah, it is an unconventional choice. But I think of the maps that you would want to take red side for the 2-3, Oni Village is probably the best, just because it allows you so much pressure in sort of deciding the way that the map goes. And then you still have your goalie last for that counter pick. So, if you pick something like Rasmus Estelle, and you're not leaning super heavy into a KO comp, and then you're up against 3Z and Cardbox, and they're psychos who lock in like a Vice and Luna, and you're like, what, let's have some survivability, lock in an Atlas on that last goalie slot, or something like a Now just to survive. So you still have that third slot flex, but you can really secure a really good team that fits what your idea is of the map.
And with the Awakenings here, Timeless and Catalyst, right? It's going to be very difficult to justify a Timeless pick here from virtually any team because of the Catalyst. So do you try and opt for a composition that maybe has a better chance in the early parts of the game to try and secure that Egoist? Or do you just try and pick something that your team is more comfortable with and just deal with the possible ramifications of potentially giving Egoist over to the wrong side? Generally, the goalies are the ones that have the top ones, at least in the first set or two. So goalie Egoist Catalyst is very strong, but not as scary, I would argue, as a midfield or a brawler on this map, especially. But if that goalie is, say, Ron P or even Natty on the Kai, being able to eject forward with Egoist, I mean, that is just asking for trouble. So a lot of this game, unfortunately, because of Catalyst, is going to come down to who wins these first couple sets and who is able to secure that Egoist. Because I would expect pretty much everyone here to take Catalyst, unless they have an Atlas for some reason, or they're trying to go Timeless Rune for some reason on Oni Village. Even then, I think Catalyst would probably be the standout pick over the Timeless. So we'll see. Plus, if everyone takes Catalyst and that bug happens, Timeless could end up in the draft anyway. So you don't even want to risk that necessarily.
Yeah. Now, the one thing that you could argue is that if everyone's going Catalyst and you pick a creation character, then you have the option to, pick up more creations if people are going for less. But I think even then, most characters that would want Timeless still just like that Catalyst better. But we do see coming out here the Rasmus ban, you called it, was exactly the plan. Deny Carmine that ability to go the Rasmus, deny them the Rasmus Estelle 2-3. And then countered, though, with that Octavia ban from Modern Magic, making sure that there's no opportunity to go like a Catalyst to Octavia. You're trying to brawl her out to kill her or something so that, she can't, get her speed. And then he's like, oh, well, you just gave her a bunch of energy. So now not only is she fast, she also has a core flip. So not a bad ban there, and especially on Oni Village speed lanes. But that does mean Kai first up on the pick, and then Estelle on that first on the 2-3. Kind of those big three you were talking about earlier. I mean, those are some of the characters to pick up on this map.
And this is an interesting draft, too, because going with the plan that we were talking about, right? You ban the Rasmus or the Kai, and then you pick the other in first pick, because they're not going to ban it, for sure. So you get the Kai first pick, and they bust out the Estelle because Estelle's just that good on this map. But then they decide to go with the Kazan. I was actually expecting the Drakkar pick, because it would have allowed Cosmic Calamities to pick Drakkar, put it on Cardbox or Natty, and then Ron P's left with, whatever Ron P has as a tertiary goalie, instead of his typical comfort in Drakkar Kai. Looks like they decided to take that risk and allow the Kazan through early, and just hope that they didn't pick Drakkar, or pray that they think of Drakkar as lesser and don't pick him because of that, and then they get the Drakkar anyway at the end of it all. But it does allow Cosmic Calamities to plan around the basically inevitable Drakkar pick and pick up this Mako Juliet here. So we're going to see the Kai midfield most likely with the Mako behind it, and that's a ton of speed against a team that does not have that similar speed. And if Modern Magic is not able to pick up speed, I fear they could just be straight up outsped on the fastest map in the game. So we'll see how they're able to handle it against Cosmic Calamities composition. But right now, again, I favor Cosmic Calamities drafting here.
Yeah, and one of the other big things here is there's only two people that are playing the same character that they played last game. Most likely we have the Kazan and the Juliet on the same characters that they were on, and so those players are warmed up on them. So they're going to be able to take those out and know the combos on them. But when you swap all those characters, sometimes there's a little bit of adjustments we might see, and especially because 3Z was doing so well on that Juliet, we did see a lot of good plays from Kazan, but the Juliet ended up winning that game and was so warmed up on it. It was a great warm-up game, so to speak, even though it wasn't a warm-up. So 3Z's probably going to come out swinging really hard here. And that, 3Z's already terrifying enough, but when he's going at you Mach 7 with, Silix and Speedgate, and he's also warmed up, I do not want to be on the enemy team.
Yeah, but I will say, Cardbox picking the Kai basically is Diet Octavia in essence, with a little bit of benefits of slightly better scoring pressure. But scoring, anybody can score pressure when they have 1,000 speed, like Octavia has the chance to get to sometimes. So basically going here with the additional speed from Kai, while also having the range presence that Kai has over the more melee presence that Octavia might have, means that Cardbox is still basically running in the same driver's seat as he would be with Octavia. So I don't expect this piloting to be really realistically any different besides maybe longer bouts of no speed.
Ooh, 3Z winning the strike where they're open up the goal to Barrage as well, and the dash punch into strike as well. 3Z not getting the assist on the goal, but might as well have, because a goalie cannot save when he is dead.
3Z planting the garden. Seeds include Ron P's Drakkar, growing now in a season near you, or in a nursery near you, because holy crap, that man just dug the grave and buried the hatchet at the same time. Dash punch coming flying in and just basically securing that goal from the beginning, even though not credited with a goal in the all. And the flip coming out here, the catalyst coming online. Look at these flips. Everyone has it already, but Carmine not able to find it there, but ended up getting the flip from the pass from Zaxmack there, finding the first goal and tying it up here in the set, despite that first goal going the way of Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, one of the things we saw there, though, was Natty greeting the core flip. We've kind of seen it all match long as well, even on the Atlas last game. Natty really likes to save that core flip for when it's really necessary, but it does mean that sometimes things go through like that. You know, it is always difficult to get that core flip parry out in time. Sometimes it's better to just save it and just go for the, a strike shot, because it doesn't really cost anything. But that is one thing to keep an eye on, especially in the Catalyst start. It's really just who uses the core flip more, because you're going to get it in 2 seconds anyways. And that's 2 barriers, though, going down, and Modern Magic taking another lead here.
Well, that was a crazy intercept there from Carmine, actually poking it backwards so that Drakkar could interact with the core earlier, and it basically interrupting the pass, and it led to a play. They were able to keep it away from Cosmic Calamities, keep it in the right hands at the right time, and then Zaxmack secures it with the Estelle beam. As they were talking about last series, me and Fresh were actually talking about it. Me, Fresh, and a bunch of others were saying how Mako just really hates playing against Estelle and Rasmus because they're able to not care about Mako's melee basically stuffing potential. Like, she can just deal with any melee there, as 3Z just waits for the bounce off the top, and Ron P, having used the secondary and not having a primary available, just has to watch it go by him as it goes in. But on the point, yeah, Estelle's just really tough for Mako to deal with because she just doesn't care about being close, and so Zaxmack's Estelle is going to be just as much of a scoring pressure as Carmine's Kazan in this game.
Yeah. But the thing is, I think Cosmic Calamities have finally figured out why they're called the Cosmic Calamities. And yeah, a lot of scoring pressure coming in, but just the space glide from Cosmic Calamities being everywhere. Still might be a lot of scoring pressure, but that's only if the core is even on that side of the field. Good aggression, though. Carmine finding a little bit more. Misses the hook, though. Doesn't get quite the connection he's looking for. Good pass from Cardbox. Intercepted by a strike shot from Ron P there. But not quite enough just yet. Mako as well with the ensnare drums. Really nice. Core flip from Ron P forced out there. Natty holding on to the own core flip there. Might look to get it through to 3Z here soon. Cardbox, though, missing the strike where their Carmine really good on those. The hook as well back, but not quite enough to stop the core from going to the other side, at least for a little bit. 3Z has the core flip there, goes to the bottom. I mean, that's just a classic there. You have a core flip, you're basically in line with the goalie. 3Z doing a little celebration dance there, as, you just core flip and you basically win there. Really just nicely executed in the macro. The micro was fine there. There was nothing particularly special to write home about, but that macro play of just having the perfect positioning, being in the right place at the right time with the right abilities to do that, was just immaculate from Cosmic.
Ooh, this is a tough decision, I think, for Natty, or for Cardbox. The Chrono Boost available, but so is the team player, the legendary team player on the fastest core speed map. And Modern Magic actually get it with Cardbox picking up the Chrono Boost for the speed. So we'll see now that with this team player, it's going to be a lot harder, even with the speed of Cosmic Calamities, when the core is just rocketing past you at Mach 30, your speed doesn't even matter at that point. And so this team player pickup is huge for the side of Modern Magic to try and keep them in this game.
Yeah, it might have been an angle of trying to let that team player to fall to Mako, because, with that passive, just instant red core with team player, but was a little bit greedy, I think, from the side of the Cosmic Calamities there. And they're going to lose one barrier, but they trade one barrier back so far in the set. Going a little bit more. Great pass from 3Z. Back angle over to Cardbox. Almost dies to the Kazan there, but they do get the barrier. Zaxmack is very low. Great strike war by 3Z as well. And that's a 30-second exactly goal to bring up into this second set.
That's a pretty classic 3Z move in my opinion. Hang out kind of near the goalie and look like you're not really in range, and then at the last possible second move into strike range, catch it on the very edge of your strike hitbox, and make that score happen to a goalie that just does not see it coming. And unfortunately for Ron P, he did not see it coming, and it's just a very easy goal for 3Z that maybe shouldn't have been one, but just good identifying that from 3Z there as the flip gets stuffed by the shotgun, and now 3Z's possibly not long for this world, but so is Zaxmac.
Yeah, but the core is very fast from that team player, and yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the Estelle, but almost killing 3Z there with the Rose Warp, just a little bit more strength on that. But meanwhile, ooh, the Ensnare Drums as well, trying to set something up. 3Z was looking for the kill, but he's not quite fast enough yet. Karma, in the meantime, dribbling, has the core flip as well. Gets hit away by the Mako, though, really nicely done. Just Natty defusing the play. Ooh, the Giga gets the kill onto the Estelle. Pass back and forth as well. 3Z gets it up to Cardbox and puts it into the barrier. And now it's another lead, both in kills and barriers for the Cosmic Calamities. Is what they want. The Dash Punch goes in, sets it up for the barrage, and Ron P, being stunned from the Dash Punch, just can't get up there in time, and Cardbox is able to just walk it right in.
You know what? No one expects the quad pass. The quad pass there, and Ron P just not expecting just that level of commitment to the bit, of just pass until Ron P has nothing left, and then just score a nice easy barrier and set up into a nice easy goal once Ron P spent all the cooldowns there trying to deal with that passing pressure. And just a very clean goal from Cosmic Calamities, and a clean KO means this is looking like a very, very quick set in their favor. But with the flip coming out, they don't have as much of an offense now. The power play is starting to come off. They have one more opportunity, and no, the power play has finished, and they actually end up losing a barrier in the end of it anyway.
Yeah, Cosmic Calamity is trying to hold on to too many resources there, trying to not commit too hard, and on 3Z has the core flip there in front of the barrier, was hoping to save it for the goal. Dash Punch misses as well. The core flip finally used, gets the barrier. That's what they want. Zaxmac as well, very low. Use the core flip there, very low on health. 3Z looking for something, but good dodge from the punch, just moving out of the way physically instead of having any energy at all, even the Catalyst just forced out of it. Barrier, though, does go down. Zaxmac very low, but not dead yet. Strike shot misses from Natty, but the secondary is good. The Rose Warp takes it down to the bottom. Ron P putting it across, rocketing it with that team player, and Kazan, Carmine, with the just Kazan kit combo there, able to use that ultimate to just send it right through Natty.
That's a tough one for Natty too. Estelle's sitting down there at the bottom. You don't know if Zaxmac's going to commit to try and counter your cross clear there, and so you just have to hit it into your teammate and hope that the Kazan doesn't win the interaction. And unfortunately, Carmine did win the interaction there, not even having to splend flip clear, but now getting pressured here with the HP. The Kazan, not the highest HP character in the game. And look at Natty just slowly moving over to try and secure that KO. It's chase the Kazan time right now, AJ, as a 3C trying to make a score happen here. And Carbox using the flip, but nothing really comes of it. And now with Carmine back on the pitch, nearly full health, well, basically resetting to neutral, but 3Z trying to make something happen here with the core flip coming up, but not able to happen with the Molten Bolt, but it ends up getting the barrier anyway, and no flip in the corner. Oh, but the no HP means 3Z has to abandon the play, and we reset back to neutral here.
Yeah, core flip back pass from Natty just to get it out of the way, but sets it up for Carmine there. Unfortunate. Zaxmac dies to a really weird dash punch barrage checkmate there from Cardbox and 3Z. Really well set up there. Can't really do too much on that one. But the team player in overtime here is sending it at red core speeds all the time. Estelle is now back on the field there, and the strike shot gets it to Carmine every single time. The Ensnare Drums not getting the connection that it needed. The pass not going through. Estelle getting the stun onto Natty, and it's looking like Modern Magic might come back in the point. Natty, though, able to get up there just in time past Cardbox. The barrage goes through. Estelle trying to get it forward to Carmine, but it's going to be the back pass to Ron that gets it in the end. And 3Z trying to set up for this, but it goes through, and the strike shot misses by a hair. Modern Magic ties it up 2-2.
That's twice now that Com looked on the brink of basically taking that set off of what seemed like pretty textbook plays, and then just unfortunately fumbling the bag a little bit, not able to make the conversion happen. And Modern Magic just through a slog of interactions finds the score, and now here's Carmine, and they say, you know what, Com, we're going to show you how it's done. Here's one barrier, two barrier, pass up to the core flip, right into the Kazan's hands, on the goal line, right into the goal. And that's how you take a point. Modern Magic making a statement there. and they have Egoist. Yeah, exactly. It's those first 2 sets like we were talking about, making sure you can secure that Egoist, and now Egoist secured, despite the Spark even. This is going to be a very tough game for Cosmic Calamities going forward. Egoist and team player on the side of Modern Magic.
Yeah, but even more speed on 3Z there. Surprised it's not a Spark of Agility pickup, but it is really nice to get to deny that Stagger Swagger as well, just to make sure that enemies that are low can stay low. And of course, the extra special is always nice on the Drakkar, that Molten Bolt, but it's even more of a deny against that Mako. Selling for the Super Surge in the end, it's not the worst thing on Mako, but it's also not the best.
Yeah, and also we saw Timeless Creator there in the draft, which means another Awakening that has not shown will not be shown if we go to all 5 sets, because Timeless Creator has taken that spot away from it. So I'll be very curious to see what Awakening decided to get left out there, but 3Z just going on a tirade, using that speed from the lane, getting the size from the Rampage, and saying, this is my game, you guys are in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just textbook 3Z right there. Just space gliding around, using the kit just so well. And it almost seems like he was just giving them 1 set for fun just to extend the game. And with another Strike War, Ron P not able to clear it past Cardbox and 3Z together.
The robot overlords have consumed AJ, but it sounds like he's back. And 3Z just doing another one. I mean, this speed on this Juliet is bonkers. 632 speed in the side lane without striking nearly that much speed while striking the core because of the slick kicks. On top of the on top of the Stagger Swagger and the 5-stack Rampage now. This Juliet is big, this Juliet is fast, and this Juliet is eating well.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. 3Z is a speed Juliet, speed demon on it. You know, you usually expect Juliet to build a lot of, damage, try and kill people. 3Z builds speed, kills people anyways, doesn't matter, he's just that good. Core flip, though, from Zaxmac, countered by another counter flip from Natty. 3Z having to struggle between getting the kill on Carmine and actually hitting the core there, the classic brawler dilemma. Dash punch really nicely interrupted there by the core flip of Ron P, just stunning up the Juliet. Zaxmac buying a lot of time in this corner, and Carmine is regenerating during all of that. The Giga Blast, though, puts a stop to that really nicely. Natty missing the second part of that primary, but is able to get it cleared in the end.
I will say, if Modern Magic, oh my god, Ron P, if Modern Magic take this point, it's off the back of that split from Zaxmac. It didn't look like that flip was really going to accomplish anything, but what it did is it drew Cosmic Calamities away from Carmine so that Carmine could survive. And now look, Carmine has the flip, pressures them, all 3 of them there, lines up, and Zach is there to line up a perfect beam. And in my opinion, that was off the back of that earlier flip, forcing them to come deal with Zaxmac's attempt at a play rather than go for the KO onto Carmine. And now look at this, Carmine has a flip in a good situation to try and rerun back this set like they did last time.
Yeah, they're looking for the reverse sweep in the set, and they might get it. 3Z, though, using every single ability in the kit just to stop them from going, and it's going to get the barrier anyways. Heartbreak for the Calamities, but a good defense from Natty so far. Carmine missing the strike after the hook. Dash punch, though, whiffing against Kazan as well. Zaxmac looking very close to the edge, but they don't have any abilities left to actually get the kill.
Both teams. I mean, the Estelle, even the Estelle, because of the Spark of Agility pickups, the slick kicks, when Zaxmac gets these strikes, the Estelle is keeping up, but Dash Punch Flip means that Estelle cannot keep up any longer, being sent to the graveyard and sent to the Shadow Realm, but the pass coming out from Ron P, saved by Carmine. But yeah, they're just not able to make an offense happen despite the power play. The passing and defense from Ron P was too good. I say that and they immediately lose the barrier, but they're still not really at an extreme threat currently for a goal.
Yeah, and the Molten Bolt as well to get things out. 3Z in the goal, but not with the core. Unfortunately, the Stair Drum's also missing just a little bit. 3Z going for a bit of an angle. They're trying to get it. The pass back to Cardbox is not enough. They're so close, and this would be the set win, but Modern Magic just isn't letting them have it. Almost perfect piercing shot Rose Warp combo from Zaxmac, but it doesn't get it into the goal. Carmine passes down to Zaxmac, interrupted by 3Z. Breezy there running forward. Is he going forward? Misses the dash, though, not able to connect with the core. The piercing shot is shot away from Natty, making the core do loops in front of the goal. So close. One tiny mistake. The core flip from 3Z up to the top, and that is perfect setup. You're a forward. You're in front of the goalie. You have core flip. It's a very simple choice, and 3Z executes it perfectly.
And Ron P doesn't quite have the range to cover the entirety of the clear there. It's either shoot at the Juliet and mistime it and lose, or try and deal with the close shot and lose to the far shot. And unfortunately, 3Z chose the far shot, and 3Z rewarded with stacks on stacks yet again. There is so much speed in this draft. Fighter Flight, stacks on stacks, Knife Edge, all picked up first, despite Big Fish being there for the possible Juliet. But the Deadeye pickup for Estelle with the rapid fire means a lot of damage coming their way. And I've been noticing that Zaxmax's been actually trying to deal damage to 3Z to try and remove those Rampage stacks and just remove the pressure that 3Z is able to put on with this much speed. But it's difficult when 3Z has this Stagger Swagger and now has the stacks on stacks, could eventually just outrun the damage that Zaxmax able to put out. So we'll see if they're able to convert off that, as Zaxmax is actually the one looking more pressured for damage than 3Z is.
Speaking of 3Z there, the double barrier into a nice strike punch strike combo there at the end. Almost has the core flip too, so basically off of the rip next time, one single strike is basically enough to give him the energy he needs. And there it is, one core flip. Not going to use it immediately, going to hold on to it for a little bit, but has it now. The Molten Bolt does get a clear a little bit, but it's not too far along. Carmine doesn't get the perfect Kazan primary. The core flip there is used, defended really nicely by a counter flip from Ron P. Gets it over to Carmine, down, passes through. Zaxmax could use the piercing shot, but Natty is on the defense, and Natty's not going to fall for that one too easily. Gets the clear all the way over to the other side, but the sort of diagonal corridor in the middle of the map is going back and forth between the goalies. You know, the forwards are doing their thing, the goalies are just passing back and forth each other, but Carmine does get that berry. With the core flip as well into the goal, the piercing shot as well helping out.
Honestly, I don't even know if the ensnare drums would have helped there, because it would have bounced into the corners and back towards the goal. It would have taken the strike of the gods by Natty to clear that. So unfortunately, no ensnare drums now, but I don't think it'll matter too much. This cooldown should come back up before it really begins to matter. But the core flips are starting to come online. This Juliet has this speed now from stacks on stacks, 736 speed in the side lanes. They're basically Octavia by just existing in the sides of this map. Flip coming out from Natty means the play doesn't quite make it into the barrier, and now both teams each have a barrier. Cooldowns attempting to make these plays, but not able to find it. And now it's the speed from Cosmic Calamities that is threatening to take over this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you were saying it earlier, it is the speed map, and that is what they have drafted for. This is the map they picked. 3Z getting a lot of damage on him, but he's fine. He's living. He has Stagger Swagger. He'll be fine in just a couple of seconds there. Cardbox going for a dribble interrupted by Carmine. The Crystal Thorns as well gets it over, but Cardbox is in control. The kill flip out of 3Z gets Carmine, catches him completely off guard. The pass from Cardbox interrupted by a nice shotgun from Ron P there. Cardbox has his core flip on the bottom. He's going to go for it now. Stun from 3Z, not perfectly aligned. They're able to recover from the stun in time for a great play. The Giga Blast goes a little bit wide, and now Carmine's back on the field. It's still a one barrier advantage for the Cosmic Calamities. 3Z's got the core again, but the shotgun is just on point.
Shotgun is on point, but not too many shotguns ready and available. No rapid fire, no prime time, no cooldowns on this Drakkar. Just a tiny bit of range from the strike shot, and that's it. A hope and a prayer and a Molten Bolt with the Happy Star. Very difficult for this Drakkar to deal with things when no cooldowns are available, and there it is. A pass up to the Juliet means a 50-50 against the Drakkar with no cooldowns, and it's looking low right now. Yeah, it just breaks the ankles.
That was just incredible there from 3Z. I mean, he keeps going for these cross shots, and Ron P just isn't prepared for them. And I mean, 3Z just keeps getting away with it, and it's so difficult as the goalie to make that decision. Ron P's making good decisions, even use the secondary to get the speed, but just going right where the Drakkar was. The dash instant flip from 3Z as well, into the strike, into the punch, into the goal with the Giga from Cardbox behind. Cosmic Calamities taking an amazing last 2 points there. The interactions were completely on point.
Completely on point, and yeah, just like we were saying, the speed just came into play. There was a point where 3Z was striking the core and keeping up with his own strike, it felt like. Maybe not necessarily in terms of the actual mechanics and speed, but it certainly looked almost inevitable that after the strike, 3Z would just catch up to it within like a second or less. And that leaves Drakkar with very little option besides to try and shotgun Juliet in the face. But guess who's right behind 3Z? Cardbox waiting for that shotgun. Just pass it right back forward, make the play off the punch or the dash. And Natty able to cover the side means it's... the speed is just overwhelming. Estelle does not have the ability to keep up, especially with her lower base speed than normal. And Kazan can only do so much, because if you don't have anybody forward, you're not going to pressure the Mako. So it was just a matter of the speed eventually overwhelming them, catching up. I mean, look at these redirects on this Julia. It's so rare to see a brawler get a ton of redirects, but 3Z is one of those brawlers that loves to use that speed to his advantage to basically take over the game. Like that solo queue build in a way, that stacks on stacks, trying to get the Catalyst, trying to get the Egoist, and just take over the game by being everywhere all the time. And then the Rampage, meaning that he's big. I mean, cue the Doug song, you know, think big, and 3Z thought big here and went for the size and the speed, and along with Natty and Cardbox were able to just take it at a very convincing fashion too.
Yeah, I mean, normally if I saw a Juliet that was locked in and then they chose the slick kicks instead of the pummelers, I'd be like, either they are inting or they were AFK and they didn't actually get to choose their gear. But 3Z Breezy, he's the cosmic calamity. He is space gliding. He is doing it all. I mean, those stars are super far apart. You got to go fast to get between them. And he is just zooming along faster than the speed of light through both of your barriers and your goalie into the goal in just absolutely perfect fashion. And I mean, there's no better way to showcase 3Z at the beginning of this Nassau season than, you know, him getting 6 kills in the first game, 4 in the second on Oni Village, and also just being faster than everyone else in the game.
Yeah, that, and I was actually surprised that despite the EOS Catalyst being on the side of Modern Magic in the pocket of the Kazan, they were just able to keep it away. And Kazan had very little opportunities to really build up that flip in a meaningful, substantial manner. Oftentimes having to use the flip defensively to just avoid an all-out collapse from the defense. So just not able to use the Catalyst Egoist God combo means that they just didn't feel any pressure. It was very difficult once they got that speed online on the Juliet, the speed online on the Kai. Taking the Chrono Boost over the team player, I thought almost might have been a mistake, but Cardbox proving me wrong, proving that the speed just mattered to keep up, to keep the core away from the side of Modern Magic, and it paid dividends.
Yeah, it was a close game all the way through. And the Magic was modern. They were putting their all into it. But in the end, the Calamity was cosmic. And that will do it for this game. Welcome back, everybody. We are back with NASA. A little bit of a caster swap here. Instead of Nubsta, I'm joined by Envy NYC, and we have for you here, should be a pretty nice game. We have Showtime versus Era's Kitten Club, and yeah, what do you think about this game?
This is going to be pretty intense. We have NASA players all over the place here, and they're going to be doing what they do best in the previous seasons as well. I mean, EKC, second place, if I remember correctly, in NASA at one point there, and that was pretty good themselves. And we also have Showtime. I do not remember exactly what place they got last time, but super powerful players here. I mean, we've seen even at LAN, the NYC LAN Joker was able to be first place, right, with the team. He got second, sorry, but really high placement there. I'm just so knowledgeable on the fact here, as I'm just going to keep talking about this, but we're going to have an interesting start here with all players taking extra special, though, even though they have the choice of Deadeye, which is actually just really sportsman-like out of these guys. I would expect maybe a Deadeye or two, but we do have a Luna band showing up, so that would make sense there as we're going to start on getting into this game. A couple other interesting facts here. We got 2 magnetized souls on the side of EKC, and I'm going to have to keep my eye open to see how effective they are versus these other 2 slick kicks.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a game like, or on a map like Taiko Temple, you know, there can be a fair usage of that when you're going back and forth in the middle, but that is 2 barriers going down. EKC not quite in shambles just yet, but certainly not off to a good start. Xianzu as well, beating Glitch Pop, and Joker beating Soren into the goal with a great punch there. But the anomaly is nice to save it for a second, not enough as the Joker used the flurry to put it in that quick level 2 ping.
Yeah, gonna be a really tough save there. You're gonna have to use like an evade and get really far into that goal, hit it up, but it's a tough spot there as the Fire Flurry is indeed really good ability at stuffing and getting certain things there. And they're gonna start off with a quick barrier and a whole lot of pushing here with the ultimate here from Zay Forever, actually getting both of those barriers. Not too much cooldowns used other than Asher as well, but Joker is approaching there with the flip. They got it on nicely to the top side. If they can get it to Joker on center stage, they might get a nice flip for this double, but we're going to have a couple of rune pillars here, making things a little awkward for Barcode as they do end up clearing it here. We do get Joker really close by, but Soren does get a nice clear there to prevent Joker from getting anything else from that spot. A really great banish 2 showing up. See if they even get a kill. Barcode's going to spend his flip there, though, but finally gets a nice clear as well.
Ooh, the save on Juliet. Joker flying across the map, but Barcode with a well-placed ultimate there, able to keep things alive. Xianzu able to keep the defense on the top side there. Joker very low on health, dodges the anomaly though. Gonna start to regenerate a little bit unless he gets hit again. But so far, so good on that front. Gets past the core, but it is defended. Soren able to hold this down with the help of Yuko Kita, and that is a goal going in. Era's Kitten Club tying things up just by keeping Joker out of the game.
A pretty effective strategy when your opponent does not have a forward, but Joker did end up surviving there, so keeps that flip, which is going to most likely be used for this point when a good position is acquired there, but going to get banished immediately, sent down to no health there. They're going to try to get a kill, but we do have the Celestial Intervention from Barcode to try to keep Joker alive as they're going to try to regenerate in the corner. 1 barrier, though, still up for Showtime. Joker going to try to hold it here with the flurry as well. Xianzu going to try to recover it once more. They do end up getting it passed on over to Barcode. Joker, again, looking really weak, and that kind of seems like their strategy here is to keep Joker weak, as Zay is the one pushing it on in there with the help of some of these rune pillars and banishes as well. 1 barrier down finally for EKC, going to spend the ultimate to clear it out there, and they still have a lot to go if they're trying to bring this one back.
Yeah, some good positioning here by the side of Era's Kitten Club. Those kind of hemming them in, but it gets past them, and Joker has the opportunity to set up here. Passing back and forth, dash punch through as well. The ultimate goes through, but Save Forever is there with the core flip just in case things go wrong. Glitch Pop as well is nice. The banish onto Joker with the anomaly behind, gets the kill. Core flip out of Yuko Kita, goes down to the bottom. Barcode sends it forward. The now arrow also pretty nice there. Not enough to get it into the goal. The Cypher Swipe from Soren as well is nice. That is a now going off the map. Pass up to Zay, who puts it into the goal. And that's a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, really great play there from EKC, making good use of that power play, and even getting another one before the first one was over there, slaying Xianzu right on into the goal. Big situation here as we're going to have the end of the set. It's going to be could be EKC getting their first pitch of Awakening series. Zay gets a flip right onto the center stage there again. Both barriers down too. The help of Katsuna is just going to be a little bit too overwhelming right now. Soren jumps on in there, has that flip. Not going to sacrifice himself just for that moment, but ends up backing up and then flipping. I thought that was a little slightly unusual there. We're going to hold both barriers nonetheless, as Joker's going to try to grab the second one here. Xianzhu kind of blocked out a little bit here by the Asher. We're going to have a double pillar once more from Katsuna. It's not going to slay Joker just yet, and they're also going to keep that barrier. Soren does lose it in that last moment, though. Xianzhu can get it in with Joker. Barcode's going to probably move up to help the play and see if he can hold on to it here.
Yeah, the Soren, though, in the goal, so just clinical with those cyber swipes and glitch pops. Every single ability that needed to be used exactly when it needed to be used there. Nothing missed, nothing whiffed. And the ultimate as well, the turret trying to get it forward as well. Zay Forever almost has the core flip as well, gets into the anomaly. Barcode dribbling off the rune anomaly, actually ends up working out, gets it up, and Soren whiffs the strike!
Oh my gosh, that was...
Throws up the I me broke as well emote. That's about all you can do there.
Yeah, sad situation. Just like had so much control of the ball, was like already thinking maybe 2 plays ahead, and just kind of didn't get their hands on it there. And now Joker actually has a situation where he can get both barriers, but Soren does actually make it clear here. Zay approaching with the flip, giving it on over to Katsuna, who now has their flip on the bottom side here. Joker gonna maybe look for a kill on there, but doesn't seem to happen right there. Blocks the double. Barcode is ready for it that time. See if we can get Katsuna with one of these flips to grab a barrier or two, but actually it's going to be Showtime are going to take first barriers right now. Barcode maybe move up, grabs flip himself. Another banish here from Katsuna to try to knock Joker out. Not going to work out though, but the sentry is going to make things awkward again, but Barcode still holding on there. 1 barrier left. A flip wasted from Katsuna, and this is getting a little close here for this last set.
Yeah, dash punch as well onto Yuko with the flip as well. So much damage onto Room, but he's able to teleport away. For now, though, Xianzhu on the bottom side. Great clear by Soren with Zay as well to cover that just in case anything happened. The anomaly, not quite a good connection. The glitch pop sending it backwards. The banish hitting the core. A little bit of an anti-synergy stall in the middle there, but works almost well. Great strike shot there from Barcode, getting it through. But the barricade goes down in the end anyways. Soren getting an angle off the middle, and Rune getting an angle off the edge of the map. Soren finding a kill again. The angles as well, not perfect here from EKC. The glitch drop as well. Xianzhu trying to lock off the top there, but it's not enough. Zay Forever going down at the bottom there. The cosmic expansion, really nice. The great dodge from Xianzhu against that Rune banish. Joker getting the red cores off the middle. We are in overtime, of course, now. And Barcode just making it go for loops. Xianzhu as well, fighting in the middle, and it's going to go to the top of the red core out of Joker.
Nice. That looked like a really quick redirect there from Joker. It looks like a kick redirect punch, or not a punch, more like a kick redirect strike. But yeah, wow. I did not think Showtime was actually going to find a way to manage that one. They felt so behind, mostly because of like the banishes from Katsuna just stopping Joker from really doing anything, but you know, stayed strong, kept that positioning there, and that was the big deal. The really good support there from Xianzhu, and Barcode honestly holding it down quite well to keep themselves alive. And it's funny, all players do have extra special, but every time that we get a Rune banish, I'm like, man, how is it up again? Because the whole game stops when Rune is hitting some of those banishes there. And a couple of important awakenings here we could see. The Timeless here from now is going to be able to hold a whole lane by themselves. Looks like Soren's going for some damage. Zay's got a little bit of health, Spark, Synergy. Can maybe show up a little bit later. Siege Machine, of course, great for the Rune. Joker, honestly, Knife's Edge is going to be really strong as they are on the edge basically the whole time. Extra speed to dodge moves, extra speed to get on in there, and even a little bit of power to help get in the kill. And Barcode just accepting a little bit of team player action, which is a win condition by itself in certain situations. So I think a pretty solid draft for both teams. I'm going to give it to Showtime for this one, though.
Yeah, but one of the things that is interesting there is the Deadeye on Soren. Of course, that was the other starting awakening that nobody took, so it is recurring here. And so that is going to be quite a fun thing there, kind of, you know, knows that you can get Deadeye later on. No one else in this game really wants the Deadeye, so ended up working out perfectly for Soren, didn't get denied anything there, and yeah, you were right.
Yeah.
Showtime does win the draft there, wins that point. Great play there, Xianzhu and Joker just sending it into the bottom there with so much pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it also, the Deadeye does play into their win condition. If they're going to try to deal more damage to Joker, kind of get them out of the game, now also has a pretty low health pool in general. So see if they can use a lot of that extra damage to just negate some of the pressure from that team. And we can see it show up a lot of the time as an extra special Amy really makes things a little awkward. But a big flip there is actually going to get Zay right off the map. And now Soren's kind of left alone here with Katsuna now really left alone in this situation to try to block this one, but really good clear once again is going to stall just long enough. In fact, to grab a barrier, we see Joker at just about nothing. Can't really help, but ball drives right on over there, and man, Joker staying out of the play because they're damaged actually puts them in a perfect position to grab that point just right off the bat. So that was a little unfortunate there for EKC, but hey, Showtime is taking the position they need.
Yeah, unfortunate. Sorening. He does like to play super far up, and a lot of the times it does win his team so many points, but every now and then it ends up being an overextension. Not too much you can do about that. Rune Anomaly, though, really nice to back up that glitch pop. Proximity Drone not enough to get through the dash punch. Whiffs as well. Rune keeping alive in this for now. Xianzu trying to win a strike war against an Asher. Very tough thing there. One barrier goes down. Second to the glitch pop from Soren. Really nicely used. Barrier beam, though, hit around by this Atlas. The Cyber Swipe, though, a little bit too far. Soren gives up first barrier, do a little bit of damage, but doesn't get too much more for it. Pass splitter as well from Asher. The Rune Banish only hits the core. A little unfortunate stall there. Can they get the clear in the end? The answer is yes, and they're almost about to get the goal. Great bounce from Yuko there on the bottom. Corporate from Atlas gets denied. The Corporate from Asher also denied. Xianzu with a great hit to the top. Joker, core flip, denied by an Anomaly. Every single core flip getting blocked off.
Yeah, the Soren and Joker have been dueling basically for a minute straight, basically, as this point has been going on. I mean, they end up getting it. Yeah, they had a situation where Soren did end up staggering or shattering Joker. They almost got a kill, and then Joker notices Soren actually just has no energy and almost tries to get one themselves. And I think Joker was winning if they could have survived a little bit longer there, but we did see EKC taking that as they should, which is basically their forward being out of the game. Great anomalies here, though, from Katsuna is going to guarantee that going to be the first barrier. Xianzu has flipped to try to get it out of there. They do, but get stuffed again. Honestly, Katsuna, impressive here with this rune is really get the anomalies in the place they need to go.
Yeah, two barriers, though, going down. Showtime taking a lead in this point here. The lead in the set already secured, and that's actually a really nice play from Joker. The bounce off the barrier, the bounce off the drum into that strike was just really well done. And yeah, that is second set already taken by Showtime in dominant fashion. They're 3-1 as opposed to the first one, which was a really close fifth point. And Showtime kind of taking a little bit of an edge as we go further into the series. But one of the things that I'm looking at is that Monumentalist, which, you know, now might have access to, might be denied by the Asher. It's not quite as big of a deny as it used to be, but it's still a really big awakening for that now. That does mean that Asher can't take things like Big Fish or Prime Time. Of course, Julie taking Big Fish anyways. Hotshot, though, going to Rune, denying Atlas, and just being really good on him is, well, really good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's also, like, we can see this Hotshot Rune is going to be huge, too. I mean, Primetime Atlas, like, I think this is a really great draft for all players there. It's a little sad if you're the Asher having to deny that, like you're saying here, but you do it because you kind of have to. A little bit too much control for that now is going to be too painful if you're EKC there, but they are going to grab the first barrier on the bottom side here. Katsuna is going to help it out with a couple of anomalies, but they do get stuffed a little bit here. Barcode, again, having to deal with an anomaly, but does not get the angle perfect there. Katsuna really happy about grabbing these barriers, getting some cooldown on the anomaly with that hot shot. It actually just synergizes perfectly with what they're doing this whole time. Dax himself up with it. Zayn's position to also grab it, but Barcode and Xianzu, really great job of clearing that one. No one on the top side, though. Soren kind of just had to clear it away from the double, and do lose one in return, but Katsuna and Zay are here to help out, and they do keep the second barrier, though. Soren moving up here with that flip, going to get stuffed, not directly, but going to lose their life to Joker, and this is a big power play here for the side of Showtime.
Yeah, Soren with the ultimate overextension there. You can't get farther out than being dead, unfortunately. But he is respawning just in time. Good banish from Rune buys even more time. Joker taking a lot of damage, but does get healed by Xianzu at least a little bit, and is going to heal up to full gradually over time. The arrow as well, getting it down, but Soren not going to fall for that one. Great flip, though, downtown! Kita puts it in.
Oh, that was, that almost felt like a 1-2 punch or like a team play or something. That went so fast. Did that go fast? That looked fast.
That was fast.
That was a fast flip. They just put all of their willpower into that one and just blasted it through the century and decided to score that goal. But we move on to the next point here as EKC really has to start bringing this back here. They're down at 2 points And they don't want to be down this whole set there. They're trying to take this one without losing. Of course, Soren can get back there with that eject button to block perfectly here. And Anomaly is going to help it on through once again, but it's not going to be just enough here. A flip to try to avoid losing too much to Joker and their flip as well. And Anomaly is going to back Zay Forever up on the top here. And they're going to grab one barrier, but it's going to be a little precarious of a situation here as Xianzhu is approaching with that Timeless, also increasing the size of that secondary as well. Joker is stunned here, banished, has the flip, can probably get this last barrier with the help of Xianzhu once more. Not going to spend it on the barrier, though. I can respect that, though.
Yeah, it can be difficult to call when you should flip for the barrier or when not, but in this case, they don't get the barrier, so it could stall out. If it comes up later and that flip is useful, then we can say that it was worthwhile, but right now Joker's just getting almost killed, and if he just has to burn it to survive, it's going to be unfortunate. Flip from Xianzhu is used to buy some positioning, but it goes right back to the other side of the map, and Joker might have to use that flip there. One barrier does go down, though. Xianzhu fighting on top side while too many abilities are being used on Joker on the bottom. We are in overtime now as well, so that team player Atlas really paying dividends. It's red cording all over the place. The Imi turret, though, really nice, and Zay Forever winning that strike ward. Joker very low on health, might be eliminated here, but it's going to go for the core flip. And it's defended by Soren, this time not whiffing that, but in the end, it's still going to be Joker getting the kill onto Rune, putting him in right alongside the core.
Yeah, really a great positioning there from Joker. They did end up holding that flip for quite some time. I wonder how much energy they would have had they spent it really early on, but it did work out, and it looks like they're going to probably walk in to that Anomaly there, unfortunate, and going to fall off the map themselves. A double banish here, but it's not going to last too long as we see them in the goalie arc there is going to reduce a lot of that timing there. But they do have bubble barrier there. Xianzhu cannot seem to strike it out, though, and Zay kind of just walks it on in there. Okay, big spot for EKC. They have to take a set here, or Showtime is going to steal it 3-0. What kind of willpower do they have left here?
Yeah, it is the last resurgence here for EKC, at least in the first game. Good banish, hits Joker again, but no follow-up from Zay means that Joker will stay alive for now. Soren barely keeping that barrier alive after a bit of a bounce off the back there. Double denied by Barcode there, was a good angle for it. The glitch pop gets it through Xianzhu with Zay as well. Zay has the core flip, is going to whiff it there, unfortunately. And Rune just trying to do whatever he can to allow Soren to just keep going forward here. Because Soren, of course, is very good at playing forward on that goalie, but the Anomaly unfortunately backfires that time. That's going to be 2 barriers now going down. None for Showtime. Of course, EKC does have a little bit of leeway in the set. They do have still 1 point to lose, but they would rather just take it here.
Absolutely. It's going to be really tough, like you said a little bit earlier here, with that team player overtime showing up. I mean, eject button, Amy is certainly not the fastest character. If they don't have any cooldowns, they really can't do all that much about some of those red core moments. Does have flip, though, Soren. Holding the ball a little bit longer here as overtime is going to transpire right on through that Anomaly. It's going to have to be a flip here. Yep, okay, flip saves that one. Katsuna in position to kind of unfortunately get punched by Joker there at a perfect time, and it looks like it's going to end up scoring it here. Once again, we have a big spot here for Showtime to actually take this one 3-0 and just make this a nice, quick game and move on to the next one. But KC is going to have to try to bring it on through here, as we're going to have the path splitter going to certainly not split any paths, as Barcode is going to become this iron wall right now. Going to hold that barrier on through, even through the Anomalies too. Losing a barrier with this Juliet ult, perhaps? Yes, indeed. Joker again has flipped for a big situation. Soren trying to block as much as they can. The Anomaly helps out, but not enough. And they're going to lose it to the flip, though, so a little bit pressure relieved, as they do have open barrier, though. A big banish here from Katsuna. It's only going to net them 1 barrier, unfortunately, though, into the hands of Katsuna again. The Anomaly is going to block onto the top side. Zay onto the top side as well, with, again, the path splitter coming in, and they do end up getting 1 barrier, but I think it's taken a little bit too long right now. Once again, 10 seconds off of overtime, and EKC needs to get another barrier.
Yeah, Soren even just almost losing there just to the drum, and that's the big problem with this Imi goalie, is it's very volatile. You can get a lot of forward pressure, but you don't quite have as much defense. It's a lot of a sacrifice for it, and that's going to be Joker getting it in there with the flurry just to secure it. I mean, really well played there by Showtime. Almost a second win there from EKC, but just dismantled in the end. I mean, Xianzhu getting the MVP there for just the now keeping Joker alive along with the Atlas. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think, you know, Joker was low on health for almost the entire game, and he had Atlas and now healing him the entire time. but
That
just
is
so much
true.
damage coming out. We can see it there. I mean, Soren 41k, Zay 28, and Katsuna as well with 18k damage, but not enough.
That is, wow, 41k from Soren. That is actually an incredibly high amount of damage for the goalie. Like in this 18-minute game, like that is a lot of damage. I mean, as you had mentioned, Joker staggered most of this game, just really trying to play the walls with that knife's edge, just grabbing any kind of healing that they can. And yeah, Xianzhu and Barcode keeping them alive as much as they could. Did a pretty solid job. As we can see, that they only had 3 kills onto probably just Joker. Actually, Xianzhu was one of those kills a little bit earlier, so maybe only 2 kills onto Joker. Really good positioning there, and Barcode, man, really held it down through some of those path splitter situations in the Anomaly. I mean, think about how are you going to save your barrier through path splitter, Asher, and Anomaly right behind it. I mean, that was pretty solid, and we can see Xianzhu also with an incredible amount of redirects there, just so active. And Joker has all the goals. I mean, this was just like a straight up streamline like team, right? Xianzhu hits the ball all over the place. Right when it gets into Joker's hands, boom, it's a goal. Barcode holds it down the entire time. You know, well played. As it should have gone for Showtime there.
Yeah, and really well execution as well. I mean, one of the things I like to look at is that ratio of shots to goals. And you start to see a lot of the times in these well-oiled teams, it ends up being a lot lower than you expect. In some of the lower tiers, you might see a person having 100 shots just to get the goals required, but here it's only 42 to get those 8 goals. It's 5 shots per goal. 20% of those went right through the goalie. And I mean, it's not like it's, some random rookie goalie that's never touched a thing before. This is Soren, who is, shown to be very good on the defense so many times. But when you have Xianzhu backing you up, when you just engineer this perfect situation to put it through, it really does just tell the story of how well Showtime was able to direct their aggression, not just control the core, but to get it all the way to the end and put it in without losing control at all.
Yep, true. And good awakening drafts there as well for Showtime as they were winning each set. I would say that they were rewarded nicely with each of their awakenings there, making quite good use. Now we're going to be moving on to the next game here. It looks like it's going to be a little night market action. Yes, indeed, night market. This is a little bit more of an interesting map, just mostly because the barrier size, in my opinion. As a goalie player, I am always thinking like, man, night market, tough. It's like hard to block on this map. Even if you only have like one barrier, sometimes it's easier to block one barrier, but it never feels too much more easy on night market. So it's like, do you want to play a ranged goalie? Do you want to play like a melee goalie? I feel like there's a lot of conversation for both, and I think the team that uses the speed gates more effectively probably takes the game more often on this map.
Yeah. Speed gate is definitely a massive part of this, and I mean that's one of the reasons why Juliet is so good is because you get that higher base speeds when you go through the gate. You're that much faster, able to just do so many good things with that speed on the Juliet, and that's why it's. I mean, the dash punch as well being just really good ability with that center barrier. So is definitely a consideration of, how the teams want to play this, what exactly kind of kill comp, or, you can try a kill comp as well on night market. But especially these teams, I think we're going to see a lot of kill comp coming out here. We might see something like an IME ban onto Soren, but I personally don't like the feel of IME on night market. Something about it just doesn't feel quite right. And I usually like some of the others, like a nice Luna goalie. I mean, we had the Deadeye start last time, so it was immediately banned away. But something like that, I am quite a fan of.
Right, true. Even X too. I think X gets like a lot of benefit considering like, not too mobile, but gets the speed gate every like 4 seconds or something like that. And X becomes this like surprisingly fast character in a lot of different situations where he's just in your face with a bell ringer right off the bat. Doesn't even have to bull rush to get from mid to you as he just uses the speed gate. So some of the more immobile characters do get a lot of benefit there. Like you mentioned, Julie too. She just really doesn't get there until she has a little bit extra speed. But we do see some of these awakenings here. Yeah, Rampage. I mean, that is big shine for Juliet, X, and Asher as well. Characters that are just going to benefit so heavily from some size. And Knife's Edge too, I mean, is a solid consideration. I, again, as a goalie player, am terrified of when the opposing forwards get Rampage. So I am like, okay, I'm denying Rampage anytime I can because I lose to it so often. But it is a starting perk, so you cannot do too much about that, as we do see a little bit of an Asher ban, which is, again, fair. You don't want to be dealing with gargantuan-sized Asher some of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually say that here the Knife's Edge is kind of a counter to Rampage. I mean, you say there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And yeah, you can't deny it, but if you kill him, it's as good as denied. You know, it's back to those 0 stacks. So I'm thinking we actually see a fair amount of that Knife's Edge pickup because it is power is really nice for that, but it's also speed and a lot of it, especially on Night Market when you are kind of forced closer to the edges. I mean, it's not quite as broken as it is on Imy's app, where you know you have a barrier in the middle or an edge in the mortar that gives you the speed, but you do have still a lot of incentive to go near the edges on Night Market, just because of that barrier in the middle, keeping you from going directly in the middle. So Knife's Edge is a very good pickup here, especially though I was gonna say, especially on things like Juliet, but that is gonna be a Rasmus first pick here. Even without Juliet being banned, it's kind of weird to see it falling so far down in the draft here with things like Knife's Edge and Rampage available. But Rampage on that Rasmus is pretty darn good.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Rasmus has a lot of size scaling there. And sometimes it's really hard to play around that giant ass pendulum swing. So we're going to see certainly a Rasmus pick, which is, I think, super solid there. Now showing up once again here for Showtime. Shanzu really loving that now. Knife's Edge is going to help them keep a lot of more core control, I'd say. A little bit of Mako action here, probably for a Barcode for sure. And again, maybe Soren on this Amy, just like a really solid comfort pick for them. And that's kind of going to be like more of a streamline pick here for EKC, I would say. Like you would see NXDD right on Rasmus as well. So they're just fitting into the oh, okay. See, actually, this is again pretty normal. Like I think still to this moment, me casting Nassel, I think Luna has like 100% win rate. She just never loses when I'm commentating. So it's like we might keep this going. I don't know.
The envy buff on the
yeah.
Luna here. If you're in Nassel and you hear Envy's on the mic, all right, lock in that Luna.
She's unbeatable. Octavia. Oh my gosh. Okay, so like Joker literally plays so much Octavia, so they actually just have this like nasty. This is just like a nasty comp, right? Where you just have like support the Octavia comp, and no one wants to play it against Octavia, and it's just like if Joker gets going, it's just gonna be like kind of hopeless, and if they don't, then it's she's just so polarizing. She's just such a polarizing character, and I mean, this is such a comfort pick for all these players, in my opinion. This is just gonna be a nice high skill game with everyone understanding the intricacies of all their characters.
Yeah, I mean, either with that Octavia, either the game is hopeless or it's hopeless. It just depends on which team that hopeless is for.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can get Joker stacking up 1,000 speed, racking up all of that, and getting all the redirects in the game, or Luna walks over with a nuke and says, "Hello, you're off the map now," and I mean that's just it.
Yeah, that's really it. It is hopeless or hopeless. That's a good way to put it. As we're finally loading up on into this game here. Certainly we'll be seeing like Knife's Edge, Octavia. Actually, probably the only one who's going to take Rampage is like maybe this Rasmus, maybe this Luna. Actually, wait. Imagine Luna taking... No. Really, it's just going to be Rasmus taking this Rampage, right?
Most likely, yeah. I mean, there is a world where Imi takes it, and Soren does like playing up, but goalies with Knife's Edge, I mean, it's just a match made in heaven. All of that speed, all of that damage as well to clear the core even faster. And, when you're playing Imi, you might as well damage the people too.
Soren dude loves damage to the people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one thing, though, that Luna forward, I've seen it executed so well so many times, so I'm gradually getting more accustomed to it, but even still, it's something that's very much a pick that is unconventional, at least in my eyes, where you don't see it as often, but usually that means that when you see it, it's by someone who knows what they're doing, is very confident in it. But Joker, though, very confident in that Octavia, getting 2 barriers in the first 10 seconds, and almost getting the goal, though, but so much speed building up on this Octavia.
Yeah, starting off with a really good start. Definitely Showtime making it work there. We saw that we had Barcode with that drum and bass active, while Octavia's speed also active. Is just kind of unstoppable. Speed really is king, as we also see Zay grabbing the knife's edge as well. So we're going to have a lot of control of this core. Zay looking a little bit weak right now. Joker has a flip center stage. Does not seem to work out. Soren with a really great defense there. We got a turret coming on in, but it doesn't seem to work out. Zay really close to falling off this map here. They might actually look for a kill. Just a second here. Maybe Zay actually does end up regenerating. They do, out of stagger. Still a barrier to go, though, for EKC. Soren's going to jump on in there, try to make it happen there. Does end up getting it. Now it's going to be Joker versus Katsuna here. Actually does end up clearing it to Soren. Joker once again with a lot of speed back up with the Xianzhu. Can they get it to the top side? And they do. They just don't have enough speed to actually get through this Octavia, and that's going to be the name of the game here, is can we position good enough to stop this Octavia from just being all over the map.
Yeah. And one of those things is, you know, for the early bits when you don't have those damaging ultimates, it's going to be very hard to get through and actually kill Octavia. But now that they're level 2, there's a lot more damage on the field. And that's actually now being the first blood here for the side of EKC. Finally getting something done there in that regard. Getting a barrier as well, looking to make it a little bit more even here. But a good defense from Barcode as well is going to keep the core alive. The barrier alive until now gets there when it goes down in the end. Soren as well going super far forward with the core flip as well, overstaying a little bit. If this fails, it's not going to be so good, but he's able to get back there in time. And in the end, the goal is scored down the bottom by Katsuna, even as Joker uses the base drop at the top.
That was, you know what? I respect that. I respect the stay in there, and then the little extra overstay as well, to try to see if they can recover it, and it's like kind of just defend the core as backing up. So it really did end up working out, though, as we had Katsuna with a couple of cooldowns on the front side to make that one get through there. And that's just kind of some of the plays that we could see from Soren. Really just gets in there and stays just long enough. And, well, those are the kinds of plays that put enough pressure on the opponents to just run them out of cooldowns sometimes. Losing only one barrier here for each side. We have Joker approaching, but actually gets blasted on off the side with that energy burst there. And we're going to also see Katsuna getting on in there and grabbing a barrier, almost falling off the side to the proximity drone, or the sentry drone there. Even dealing a little bit of damage onto Xianzhu as well. Katsuna taking the goalpost to try to block this one, but they ended up losing that barrier as well. It's kind of a close spot here. Xianzhu has control of the ball onto the top side. Secondary comes out. Zay does have flip to try to help it on through, but Charlie wants to get a little bit closer to the goal. Actually ends up spending the flip there to try to help with the firewall sentry too. And now Joker is just going to help pressure with Xianzhu onto this bottom side.
Yeah, so many core flips trying to get it forward, but it's not quite enough. The Cyber Swipe finally gets to the other side, and then Katsuna actually goes and gets a little bit of out of position, and then the Joker's able to just run around when that's the one problem with this Luna midfield is it is very easy to get out of position if you miss that rocket dash, if you use it at the wrong time, and then you basically just abandon Sword into that 1v1 versus Octavia. It's going to Mach 7.
Yeah, tough spot. That's just Luna, kind of difficult to play, not really seen as a midfielder as often as a lot of the other characters there. For that reason, you really are just all or nothing when you're using that boost. We have Joker grabbing both of those barriers there again with the help of Xianzhu. Nobody here to block the goal. Soren wins a crazy strike war, possibly getting the speed from that knife's edge to help out. Zay also winning a pivotal strike war as well to grab that ball away from the goal. Okay, Joker almost had another shot there. Okay, we see the Luna kind of going in there with the boost. Xianzhu has full control of the ball here, spends the secondary. Joker, again, a little too weak to help out, but staying center stage is just good enough as Xianzhu just takes the reins by themselves and just, man, hands it on over. Joker just sitting there being a turret with no health, and that was enough. That was just enough.
Yeah, just enough indeed, and that is 3 points to 1 here, even more in the favor of Showtime than that first set in the last game. Although with the kill comp, it can be a little bit different. Spark of Agility going the way of Octavia. Of course, speed is very nice on her, but it doesn't mean that something like Aerials gets picked up by the IME. Rasmus had the option to pick up that Rampage that we missed in that start, but is going to go for the stacks on stacks instead. Just going to let that Awakening die for real this time. Second time's the charm. And stacks on stacks, very good denies now, and it's also just speed on forward good.
True. Speed on forward good. I'm honestly a little perplexed with the Spark of Agility pick there. I feel like maybe. I'm also thinking about maybe denying Soren a Dash Awakening. Just gives them so much more map coverage, but I'll go ahead and say I'm way worse than these guys, and they have something planned for the future. Perhaps a couple more Sparks if they can get a set win or not. You know, Spark is Not really a popular pick in most drafts, so they might be able to sneak a couple of them in there as Joker is just going to spend the base drop there, going to get a barrier for themselves, and going to end up dying probably to the whammy there. Katsuna already quite strong with that missile prop, and that Pummelers is really going to knock you right off the map. Zay wins a nice pivotal strike board, but help the Xianzhu and Barcode want to get it out there, but on up to Katsuna is going to be good enough to get it to the top side, and here we go. AKC, signs of life right now. Can they clean this one up?
Yeah, and that's the big thing is, can they kill Joker, really? It's the signs of life in the death of the enemy, just making sure that they are not in your way, and that is just how the kill comp works here. And, you know, they're pulling it off better and better. But the thing with the Sparks, I think, is to deny that. To maybe get that spark of resilience on that Octavia just so that she can live a little bit more. Because, of course, the win condition for Octavia, or against Octavia, generally becomes killing her. Or, you know, killing the support now also works pretty well. Katsuna picking that one up really nice. A little bit of an unfortunate 3 versus 2 there from the side of EKC. But yet in the end, that's going to be another kill. Double kill for EKC, and they put it in there 2-0. And, I mean, it's like they never even lost a point or even a game. They're dominating Showtime.
Yeah, Katsuna has become quite a threat now here with Pummelers, and the missile prop is making these whammies quite devastating, especially with the low health pools of Now and Octavia is really going to make things awkward. Actually, basically, a 2-shot most of these players, if they don't even have an evade for the creator, might get 1 shot, in fact, in some situations. Getting one of those barriers as well. Zay has a little bit of control of the ball here. Katsuna running kind of face first. They do end up getting another kill on Joker. No Celestial intervention here for Barcode to save a life. Xianzhu kind of the only one here with the lifeline ultimate to try to get some health back onto this Octavia. They're really playing the support Octavia comp, but they are getting kind of killed here. EKC is doing a good job of focusing. In fact, Joker again comes back and is at just about no health here. Katsuna even looking to get a kill onto Barcode, who has that flip and now going to send it. Just try to stall a little bit longer to see if we can get another Joker stock.
Yeah, and this is the big thing, though, with just Xianzhu being so good on this Now midfield. I'd say one of the picks Xianzhu's most known for, and able to just win these strike wars fairly consistently, even against multiple people. Even dodges Katsuna there. One barrier, though, does go down. We're in overtime, so the core is going to be red coring much more often. And we see Soren going down to the bottom there, trying to get a Katsuna, the Crater Maker there, or I suppose the spell version of Crater Maker, Meteor, or whatever it is. He's going to... Ooh, never mind. The Dash Rocket is enough to kill the Xianzhu, finally ending the reign of the midfield here. The Ensnare Drums as well going forward. Zay Forever has the core flip, has the prime. You're not going to use it, just going to pass it up to Katsuna, and that's 2 core flips not necessary. Just going to kill the enemy midfield, kill the enemy forward 3 times, and put it into the goal for a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Joker was the MVP of the last Awakening draft, and didn't... I mean, I don't think that Spark of Agility is entirely what they were looking for. Certainly, there was a lot of Awakenings here that Octavia would have been really happy to get, but did not. So kind of EKC really happy about that, and there it is, the Spark of Resilience completely stolen away. And we see a Deadeye deny there, of course. Katsuna not being allowed to get that, but Rapid Fire also quite strong, as we can see these whammies are really just going a little bit crazy here. Again, Timeless Creator showing up for Xianzhu, Catalyst for Soren to get a little bit more energy there, get a little bit more involved. And Joker does get Egoist. I actually think Egoist is pretty strong in general, even with a solid nerf on that one. So Joker not going to be unhappy about that draft.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think we're just allowing Octavia to get Egoist, especially when we're running a kill comp with something like a Luna, who is kind of nerfed by the enemy having that, just so they can dodge more often. So, questionable decision there from the side of EKC. We will see how it pans out, and they're still able to do a lot of damage to Joker there. But good defense from Xianzhu there and healing. I mean, they're both kind of low, but they're still alive for now. The thing, though, is these health bars are getting less and less even as we go on. Joker regenerating a little bit now, finally able to not be hit for a few seconds. Xianzhu, though, the target this time, half HP. The core flip from Soren is great to get a barrier there, but that is actually a kill onto Rasmus, and that's not what you want to see. That is, though, for Luna. Katsuna finding a kill, 2-2, but it's Xianzhu that you have to get through on this midfield, and you are on a Luna who is a little bit less capable in that midfield 1v1.
True, especially after using your cooldowns to get that kill. Xianzhu had perhaps a little bit more control there. Almost getting a goal there with the Death's Touch. Zay and Katsuna trying to help it on in there, not losing that barrier, but does actually end up losing it to the Sonic Boom. Gonna have another flip here from Katsuna. Doesn't seem to end up landing that one. Now Joker has a slight 1v1 here with Soren, but gets again the Sonic Boom, touches the core with nothing. Gets a really solid angle off the midsection there, that little pillar, that little spot, and it's gonna be a pretty solid goal there for Joker. You're probably popping off about that one.
Yeah, we see that Showtime is looking a whole lot better form this set. Joker even interrupting the Rasmus hook there with the base drop. Glitch Pop comes out, Crater Maker as well, doing so much damage to Shianzu, who has no energy to dodge right now. Kill opportunity, but is regenerating health as we see. Katsuna is low on health too. Joker able to get the barrier through that. Katsuna playing a little bit more safe, trying to regenerate a little bit. Gets a rocket onto there, goes up to the top, tries to get it through with the turret, but so much from EKC is invested, and it's still not enough to get this barrier.
Yeah, Barcode is doing a fantastic job of defending as normal. Really just a solid defense from most of these situations, most of these plays, even through things like Amy's Firewall. They just have the strikes stacked perfectly here with Shianzu to help it get it out. And they spent a little bit of time there trying to get Joker a little bit out of here. They're going to spend that flip and actually is going to land the barrier from that angle, which is a little surprising from me. Joker again has a strike here, a core onto this from center stage is what I'm trying to say though. Katsuna really just a strike or two away from getting a flip of their own. Okay, Soren has a chance to defend it here. Shianzu could approach with this flip. It's going to be really tough to get it past, though. They do end up spending it here. Tried to combo with that base drop, but didn't seem to work out. Zay gets it on through onto the top side here. Shianzu trying to heal Joker up just a little bit here. The lifeline also is going to get Joker out of stagger situation, though. Again, into the hands of Joker and Barcode. Can they keep this barrier alive? They do end up losing it, though. Zay and Katsuna have a chance to grab this one here.
Yeah, Shianzu also looking very low with the rockets that miss, and that's the dash almost getting it in there, but it's not quite enough. So good is the defense here, but that is Shianzu getting wiped off the map with a Crater Maker that does so much damage. Good Pop misses, the rocket goes wide, but in the end it's still a 2v3. The Joker has to do something here in the forward position, but Soren is just there as well, being this 3v2 on the enemy side, but now is back on the field. Joker is low, but it doesn't matter, as a great Glitch Pop sets it up for Katsuna to put it in.
That was a fat redirect, actually, there from Katsuna. Really good redirect. Love that one. The Glitch Pop, again, putting it into their hands. Actually a perfect situation to recover that one. A little scary if you're EKC. I felt like they had a lot of control there, and it was almost lost. A couple of awkward angles there. Okay, it's going to be a flip from Soren to clear that one out. Barcode does end up losing a barrier at the start there. We're going to get a Crater Maker to send Shianzu into the next dimension. Nothing there to dodge. The Ensnare Drum's also going to help try to block this well, but Joker also losing their life, losing everything that they have. Now they have a double power play for just a moment. Shianzu does come back with full cooldowns, and in fact, they end up killing Barcode as well. Katsuna is just immortal damage right now with just rapid fire whammies all over the place. They are just kills left and right, and Barcode's gonna have to keep their eyes open there because they're the last line of defense, of course. And man, Katsuna making this Luna work out.
Yep.
Again.
Welcome to the Katsuna Communist Space Program. Everybody gets a ticket for free, and you're not allowed to say no.
Dude, I'm telling you, 100% win rate. They just pick Luna, and I watch, and it's just bruh. It's like, this is crazy. Joker, though, trying to get this last barrier here. We do see Katsuna looking a little bit weak, but man, we do not have the damage from now in Octavia right now to get Katsuna off the map. In fact, Joker once again just gets knocked around just a little bit, and boom, all of their health is gone out of nowhere. Staggered, probably going to die to this next death touch from Zay as well. Soren tries to get into a position to grab the ball onto the front side, though. Joker did have a strike war situation. Soren does end up winning it, though. Katsuna approaches here with that boost once again, but the base drop, it's going to be enough to kill Zay, and now it's actually a power play for the side of Showtime.
Yeah, they still have the 1-goal leeway, does EKC, but it is a little bit on tenterhooks here. The turret as well, not enough to get it into the barrier. Barcode, though, able to defend. So much time is bought, and Joker is the one with the core flip in the end, putting it down to the bottom, tying it up 2-2, set to set.
I do like that angle there from Joker. It felt like definitely an up or a closer to Shianzu there, but the mix-up to go bot was actually quite nice, and it's going to reward them with that point. And again, we are completely even here. 2-2, one set each. EKC down a game in this series, though, which is kind of a big situation. Shianzu and Joker have a combo here, but Doesn't seem to get the top side of that barrier, though. It's Zay Forever trying to grab this core Soren, putting it into the pocket there. Okay, clears it away. We're going to make sure Katsuna making sure that Octavia cannot the next person to hit that ball. Doesn't get a chance to strike war with Xianzu onto the top side there, as we do have the turret to try to grab that top barrier, in which it does. Barcode, again, really close to getting a flip. Joker has a flip of their own. Going to try to land this one. They do not end up getting it here. Soren, such great defense. Zay looking a little bit weak, though, but Joker, probably the next one to fall off the map.
Yeah, but so far staying alive, has the energy to dodge as well with that ego as Soren goes for it, the flip as well. Barcode tries the counter flip, but it's a fail. And now Xianzu very low on health as well. Katsuna going to the bottom, whiffs a little bit. Now Joker has the core, has the speed going forward, but dies to another rocket from Luna. Katsuna is just going wild with all of these kills. The Crater Maker as well sets it up, and that's going to be another goal. EKC finding their medal in just the second game here. So close to losing it all here. But this amazingly coming back so strong, and now that is a Luna potentially getting extra special or super surge. I mean, what are you to do on the side of Showtime?
I don't know. Extra special does feel like the pick here. They are kind of running the opponents out of energy a lot of the time, but opts to hold out for this Amy, trying to perfectly deny this Octavia and trying to really make it so that there's no chance that they can lose, as Octavia is forced to take perfect form. Not the worst awakening, of course, but we do see Chrono Boost and Castellas stolen away there. Extra special also grabbed by Barcode. Try to make it so Soren maybe doesn't have it there, but we do see Fight or Flight. Okay, I mean, that was a lot of denies and a lot of situations there where we're trying to become powerful and not lose the game, but Xianzu grabbing an incredibly powerful awakening there. Fight or Flight is no joke when it comes to some of these quicker forwards, and as I'm blabbing on about how no joke that is, again, they slay Joker one more time, and it's just going to be the Katsuna show right now. I'm telling you, I put my eyeballs on Luna, and she just ends it all. My eyeballs, guys. This is insane.
Yeah, it turns out that, yeah, you can kind of just pick anything on Luna once you get that Deadeye and Nice Edge, or not Deadeye, Missile Prop and Nice Edge there. Yeah, you kind of just pick whatever. You have enough damage now. You can do what you want. Take Chrono Boost, take Monumentalist at this point. Doesn't really matter. It just does so much damage already, is able to just delete people with the press of a single button, let alone the entire kit there. Joker doing a little bit of damage. There is one barrier that is down. Technically, Showtime has the edge in this point, but I mean, as soon as a little bit of damage starts stacking on when they get the cooldowns back, EKC is going to be going for another round of just kills.
Absolutely. It's funny, I'm a little surprised to see Katsuna spend the flip kind of defensively there, because like right when they got it, I was like, man, they're gonna end someone's life with that boost flip combo. But you know what? Respectful to hold on to one of those barriers, at least for a little bit longer, though. They do end up losing it to Showtime. Joker again at just about no health here. Barcode happily sitting here with 2 barriers and maybe full cooldowns, as they're going to knock it away from Zay. Again, maybe putting their eyes onto Joker right now. See, we can already see a lot of the cooldowns are coming in onto Joker, and they do eventually get it. Xianzu doesn't have enough to finish this point off, and now they have a power play. How is Barcode going to hold up? Again, probably have a ton of extra cooldowns to spend. The Ensnare Drums is coming out too. The flip is showing up here for Barcode as well. Going to spend it. Finally, Joker does end up showing up, but man, it's just a little bit too much pressure here, and Barcode cannot hold the line. So again, no barriers here for either player. No team player showing up. It's just a tough situation here for both teams, as they're going to try to block it away in the hands of Zay Forever. Oh, Joker. Always sit in center stage for Xianzu to just get to just have it there. You're going to have to maybe block one of these passes or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's difficult to say exactly what to do in this situation. And I mean, even like Soren and Zay were kind of doubling up on the goal there, a little bit confused on where each of them should be, but a little bit of an energy tax from Luna, but hits the own barrier there as well. Unfortunately, Joker gets the second one there, and now Showtime is getting goal number 2. Joker finding it in along the top through Soren and Zay's core flips there. They just didn't want to commit to that. They thought they could get it without. And, I mean, Showtime were getting dominated for 2 points now, and it's just not looking the same anymore. I mean, they're fighting back and living a lot longer.
Yeah, their kills onto Joker appear to be closer to their win condition than basically any other, as it is just too hard to strike war with Octavia all the time. She can kind of just go and retrieve the ball by herself, and if she can do that, then Xianzu just gets this strike war advantage straight to Joker as well. So they're going to try to keep the damage onto Joker. I could already see Katsuna spending a lot of those whammies trying to get some damage on it. They're trying to land some of these. Gonna have the base drop show up here for Joker. They're going to grab a flip as well. No one in position to block this one. Center stage flip is just gonna be a guess here. Yeah. All right, good positioning there. Again, Showtime really making good use of the bass or the drum and bass here from Mako. Xianzu's a little extra speed, the healing maybe now. Joker's being a little more evasive or something, but all right. I mean, Showtime is saying that they really not trying to go to a game 2 right now.
Yeah, they are trying to close this one out while they have the chance. But now going Adrenaline Rush to deny out the Luna, good choice there, even though Monumentals was available. 1-2 punch on Luna, very strong. Stagger Swagger going the way of Octavia, almost would love to see the Unstoppable instead, just because of just how much single target damage there is available. It's kind of sporadic here, but Stagger Swagger is certainly not a bad choice either. Siege Machine, though, on Mako, with that Deadeye, mind you, picked up earlier, and the Strike Shot, that is going to be a very nice ensnare drum going all the way across the field. Soren, bit of a blazing start here, but doesn't actually get too much done with it. Commits a lot there, and kind of every ability from EKC has been used up now, so, you know, Joker and Xianzu can kind of take a barrier there and push a lot harder.
Really good cyber swipe there to help it on through right past Xianzu, and that's kind of the situations that we're going to have to see EKC take more advantage of. Wow. Ends up taking the core by themselves with that cyber swipe. A little bit scary. Oh, great pendulum swing there from Zay. Ends up grabbing that barrier here. Kind of a 1v1 situation for Joker there, but they do end it with the Crater Maker, though Joker, again, looking quite weak, and their win condition perhaps has showed up now, as Joker is a little weak, but does get unshattered there. Has Flip. The Ego Wisp is going to make them a little bit faster, too, and we saw the Stagger Swagger picked up as well. Is going to help them heal. Trying to once again to knock Joker out of here, but they don't get them off stage just yet. Gonna maybe hold the flip for this point. We can see them, oh my gosh, healing straight up to half. The Stagger Swagger is kind of going insane right now, and them Joker just staying alive is really gonna be EKC's downfall, in my opinion here.
Yeah, I mean, Katsuna was blazing for an entire, basically 2 sets there, just getting so many kills, but as soon as those kills stopped coming in, instantly Showtime was able to play so well here. Very feast or famine kind of from both teams. Ooh, that's a kill, though, onto the goalie. Zay Forever not getting a perfect flip, but that's Joker also very low on health. Xianzu in the goalie box is going to die to a rocket, and, I mean, Katsuna just kind of taking control of the show. You know, seemed to remember, oh, hey, the caster said I'm supposed to kill them. Right, I forgot the last set. What am I doing? And just got back to work.
Yeah, pivotal boost there from Katsuna to get Joker away from that 1v1 that they were about to have with Soren. And we do see right there the base drop is going to drop Zay directly off that map. A lot of control here from Showtime, as the drum and bass did just end. Octavia's speed also going to end there, so pressure relieved for just a moment, as they're going to spend a whole bunch of cooldowns, but it's going to be Xianzu to help it on through to that last barrier. Katsuna can't seem to get their hands on the ball here, working on a flip themselves. Barcode helps it on over to Soren here. They're doing a lot more damage to Joker as well. It's the base drop once again to try to force it on in there, but man, Firewall Turret really is helping out through these specific base drop situations. Joker does get flipped right in time and does react perfectly and gets it on into the bottom side, and EKC is losing control of this game as Joker is just staying alive. Maybe the Stagger Swagger really was an important pickup here for Joker, is that once they're staggered, they back off for just 2 seconds, and they're pretty good to go.
Yeah, you really have to keep the damage on or just one shot in order to get this. Great dodge from Xianzu as well. Keeps the dash rocket combo from coming through from Katsuna. Rocket, though, with the cyber swipe on Xianzu means half the health bar is instantly gone. The base drop comes out of the Joker, gets one barrier really nicely with help from Barcode from downtown as well. Katsuna has the core flip, not going to commit it just yet. Going to use the Crater Maker to do a ton of damage. Xianzu maybe looking to get a kill there. Barcode goes off the map, though. Great rocket from Katsuna. And we have another kill as well onto Joker. Zay Forever going forward with it. Xianzu also very low on health, but dodges out of the way of the core flip. And we have people respawning here from Showtime. Both of the people who died, both Barcode and Joker coming in right now. Xianzu, though, getting traded. The 2-for-1, 2 on the field, 1 off the field. The opposite Hydra there. Or that actually is the Hydra. Strike down 1 and 2 took the place. And Joker just able to stay alive a little bit more. They're not dying, and now Xianzu's back. Everybody's on the field. The play has dissolved. Katsuna not able to get the cyber swipe as well. The turret, neither. None of these things. So much investment from EKC for nothing.
Yeah, really a tough situation here. I'm not sure if you saw it, but when Katsuna got a kill there, 18 kill streak without losing their life. They all have 18 kills or more. And they might have died a little bit earlier. I might have missed that one, but Again, a tough situation as Joker's going to win a big strike force situation here to grab that final barrier. The red core holding onto the speed does not get the wall and is going to dribble for the Joker. Soren just a couple of degrees off to get that ball right to Zay, who was ready to go just about a couple strikes away from that flip. And unfortunately, it's going to cost them gold, missing that wall. And now, Showtime, 1 point away from taking this whole series here from EKC. Really strong team. And we'll see if they can clean this one up here. Again, the drum and bass is making things so tough. Joker with their flip. It's going to be answered with a flip of their own. Soren keeping those barriers alive. Zay approaching with a lot of cooldowns. They are going to grab that one from Barcode, but Joker kind of gets blasted with the core into a barrier. Gonna steal at least one of them. Tried to go for the double, didn't seem to make that one work out. Zay gonna have to try to really get this one out through Xianzu. It's kind of all up to them in that spot. Katsuna and Soren spending a lot of cooldowns, but they still don't seem to get this one out of here. Barcode helping in with the perfect pitch as well. The strike shot, the ensnare drum, everything coming out, kind of whiffing though. Joker with the flip once more does get the barrier, and this is a big moment here for Showtime.
Yeah, could also be big for EKC if they are able to clear, if they are able to get it across. There is no energy on Joker anymore. A kill is available, potentially Katsuna as well with the core flip, but it's blocked by Xianzu. That's a kill onto Xianzu, and Soren with the core flip gets it into the goal, tying it up. We are 5th point, 5th set territory, and this is quite the game indeed.
Yeah. This might all rely here on Zay, the next person who's probably going to have flip unless they end up falling off the map due to a base drop or something. Yeah, they're keeping a lot of pressure here. The ensnare drum is going to relieve that pressure. A lot of damage sent to Joker and Xianzu as well. They do already have Joker staggered. If they can keep damage, then this Stagger Striker is not really going to do a lot of work here. Strange angle here from the Death's Touch is going to knock them onto the middle side and get a really weird angle, but going to lose a barrier in return, though. Zay don't fall off the map here yet. Great evade to avoid dying to the base drop as well. Xianzu was just keeping it in completely, just taking the speed barrier whenever they have the nice edge, but it actually is going to be answered with a kill from Katsuna, almost getting knocked off with the Sonic Boom as well. The primary is going to be huge here. Going to bring it back with the Death's Touch as well. Man, they just have to get some of these barriers through Barcode, and this is their last chance. Katsuna comes in nicely to grab that final barrier, and this is a big moment here as they do get a kill onto Joker. The power play is huge.
And they're about to get the goal with the core flip and the turn. Everything in the kitchen sink sent in the way of Barcode. I mean, Barcode held on for so long in that reverse power play. They were trying so hard and doing so well, but in the end, there's only so much you can do when you have that much power in your face there. And I mean, what an incredible game. The KOs in this game here. 21 kills for Katsuna. And, 1 for Zay and 4 for Soren as well. They're not completely left out of this, but just dominant in the times that they were able to get the kills. EKC started running away with it, playing that kill comp so well. People were asking, where are the refs for this game with all those kills? But I think the ref for this game was X, and he was just cheering on the sidelines for more blood.
Man, yeah, that was close, right down to it. And we do have EKC keeping themselves alive, and Katsuna really just was all over the place with those kills. We do see Soren grabbing the MVP, though, to do a lot of activity here. A ton of redirects, lots of damage by themselves. Infinite saves, really. Some goals by themselves, too. Man, that was just a solid performance there from EKC to bring that one back. Played to their win condition, which was slaying the Joker as often as possible. Even Xianzu on the side there as well. Low stagger totals. We had Zay, the one to steal the Spark of Resilience. Really not much more health in this game. Big Fish was nerfed itself. I mean, there's no reverb, there's no bulk up. We don't have that stuff right now. It's really just the stagger swagger. The Joker did end up getting it. Actually, basically won them a whole set by itself, but with a little bit more coordination from EKC, they do manage to get Joker on out of there enough times, even slaying Barcode a couple of times with that surprising Pummeler's Luna, right? Like, that is a big win condition because you don't have slicks, you don't have souls, you only got anything. You have your boost, and you just hope that you got a kill because then those Pummelers activate and we have slicks the entire time. So kind of an all or nothing situation there when you pick Pummeler's Luna, and all of it did end up working. Again, it was kind of like last hit there in Smash terms, but 21 kills is going to say yes. Pummeler's Luna, and we actually have Knife's Edge. We had the Missile Prop. Really, Missile Prop was a lot of that extra damage, so good on EKC to keep that one together. And it looks like, oh my gosh, we really picked. Oh no, it's got a line through it. I was like, dude, we're not picking A10 City. Give me a break. Give me a break. I thought they had picked it, but it's actually going to be Atlas Lab. We're all good. Everyone relax. All good.
Yeah, AtLab. I mean, what a almost a poetic map to end it on. We've had a lot of, a lot of killing on these other maps, and you can kill on AtLab, but AtLab becomes sort of the quintessential control map, back to basics. So instead of just pure kill, you have some kill, some control. And so, really, just nice to see these teams that have been duking it out in such extreme fashion go back maybe a little more to basics. Although, who am I to say when the players in this game could really just take out some wild picks on this AtLab? We could be seeing some crazy stuff. It's probably not going to happen, but Centauro goalie could come out here for all I know. And it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it'll be another intense game, as you said. Yeah, the black hole in the middle does cause a lot of deaths for a lot of different situations when it's just a bunch of extra damage out of nowhere. But man, I love AtLab. Let me tell you something. If this was the literal only map in the game, I could play this game and just kind of be happy. I think I think it's certainly going to be my favorite map. And let me get a ping there. Okay, anyway. Yeah, my favorite map. And it's just I feel like the black hole does have a lot of cool ways to play around it. It has a lot of angles. You can hit the ball off of it, cause other people to take damage. But you can also kind of int your own team in some situations. So you do have to be a little careful when you are breaking the black hole too. And it's kind of like a conversation on if you have control of the ball, should you be breaking the black hole by yourself, or do you want to keep it? I always kind of I never really know. It's like, do you want to break the black hole when you guys have possession or not? Because it's like the black hole helps it clear in weird ways, but it also is kind of unclearable in the middle, so it kind of goes back. I don't know, kind of a weird situation.
Yeah, there's a lot that can be worked into that, and it really is based so much on the positioning and the teams. But in general, if you like it being open for your clears, then you get rid of the black hole. So if you're playing some more range and you have the ability to make use of that range, and you're against some sort of melee setup, like a Rasmus midfield Asher forward type setup, then that's when you want to break that black hole so that you have the opportunity to use your range to get it through there. But if you do like that sort of using those creative angles to get around people, then you can leave it open. It's very much the choice of, and that actually brings it into the other side of it, where it's also just expectations. Where if you consistently break the black hole and you are consistently making use of that, then sometimes it's optimal to not do that because, like, oh, okay, we know how this works. It's been like 3 times in a row he's hit the black hole. He's going to clear it, and then it's like, oh wait, no, he didn't clear the black hole, and then actually you can make use of those weird angles. So a lot of play can go into that. But one of the other things is Unstoppable becomes a lot better on this map. Just for the ability to walk into that black hole and pop it without being moved is massive because you don't get hit stun by it. So you can hit stun everybody in probably the biggest hit stun in the game, rivaled by, I guess, like Vice Ult and Luna Crater Maker. So just insane to use that. And if you have the Unstoppable, it just becomes so much more valuable.
Can I talk about that for a second? And chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear that if you have Unstoppable on and you break the black hole, it does not affect the ball. I'm almost certain that I've run into multiple situations where I've done that, and the ball being anywhere near the black hole does not take any knockback. Chat, have you guys experienced this, or have I completely lost it? Because I'm almost certain that happens. Oh,
I don't know to that.
Something happened. Something is messed up when I specifically walk into the black hole with Unstoppable. I don't know what's going on with me. My account is a dev account, I guess. Only cancels the effect on the person with Unstoppable. I swear, something weird. But we'll go ahead and say that I'm so unbelievably wrong, and we'll go ahead and move on to this little draft here with Siege Machine, one of my favorite starting awakenings because it involves so many fun things. I'm getting pinged again. They're probably like, "Oh, what's wrong with you?" Blah 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 blah. Oh, okay. So we'll just go ahead and throw the stat out there. The last time somebody got more than 20 KOs in a game was Fudgy Waffles in season 2 on Chikara chatting there. Goat. So Fudgy Waffle's kind of the king right there. Sorry, moving on to this draft here. Again, Siege Machine, one of my favorite things because it involves creation. I'm kind of a creation player, kind of a creation gamer, and also involves a little bit of projectile distance. So you could see Drakkar showing up, maybe. Then we also, of course, 1-2 punch, which is just insane for some characters like Kazan, really good for some characters like Rasmus. And yeah, just kind of a good old awakening there. Even for goalies, sometimes I like the speed to help clear the ball away. And we do have a Luna ban because they're done with that. We still have a 100% win rate, by the way. 100% win rate for Luna, everybody. This is incredible.
The ban Luna arc continues in the face of Envy's Luna blessings. You just can't let it go through in these kinds of situations. I mean, Luna's already strong enough, but when you have the caster buff on top of that, it is indeed quite fearful. And I mean, yeah, it's been 3 seasons since anyone has gotten that many kills. So definitely not something to let fall into Katsuna, and I feel like that's going to be one of the themes moving forward in the series unless you're very confident against your Luna or against their Luna. If you have like an Atlas pick and you are confident on your ults, then maybe you can allow it through. But otherwise, I think Katsuna might be getting permaban going forward.
As they probably should. That probably didn't feel too great last game. Just kind of get knocked off the map the entire time, pretty much. Like every now and again, Joker was staggered, but we did see Shianzu get kind of knocked off with some health there. We saw Barcode also just get kind of hit with a missile when they're trying to like pinpoint good defense. I mean, it's tough sometimes when you're dealing with Luna missile prop. Things are coming out of nowhere, but some of the picks here, we got Showtime picking Mako here, probably for Barcode once again. We're going to steal away this now from Shianzu, though. Probably going on to Katsuna there. And, oh, actually, are we? We have Now and Juno for the side of EKC. So are we going to have Juno Soren?
It could be a Juno Soren angle. There is still the Aimi on the board that we could see like a triple midfield type comp. Unlikely though it is. But there is the Mako from Barcode is definitely one of the highlights. We are getting some runbacks here. Stealing the Rasmus though. We see Showtime had enough of the Rasmus from last game as well. Didn't want to let that go through either. But
fair. It is indeed fair. I do think Kai is a strong pick. These days, I am a little afraid of Kai. Just kind of does quite well. The funny thing about Kai is Chrono Boost, right? It's like there's so few characters in the game that are just like picked. I feel like really take advantage of Chrono Boost, and so it's always just left there for Kai to just be like, oh, perfect. Playing Kai, always get Chrono Boost. Like Juno's a good character to grab a Dash Awakening on, and it's like you're not going to really pinpoint Chrono Boost onto Rasmus as often. As some of the size there could be more useful, maybe even Knife's Edge as well. But last pick is going to be EKC grabbing that Asher, which is I feel like I've seen Asher banned really often recently, so we do have it getting on through here. Man, the ban onto Barcode is actually pretty interesting with the Atlas, as they don't really, I guess, more like banning kind of like a comfort pick there, sending them back onto the Mako. Maybe they were happy about that. So I think that's an interesting ban in this situation.
Yeah. The pick ban can always be very like up to the player interpretation of not even necessarily what's meta or what's the best on the map, but just what they don't feel like playing against. In the case of Showtime, they just don't feel like playing against a Luna for, some unknown reason that I couldn't possibly say.
Yeah, what's up with that?
And then, EKC doesn't want to play against Atlas for some reason. That's what they want to do. So the players just have some picks that they like, some that they don't. And sometimes especially at this level, you can pick ban against players, but everyone at this level basically plays multiple characters. You're not going to like make a deciding factor necessarily by taking them off unless they, some people do have those signature picks. But by and large, it's generally just like what you feel like playing against and what you feel confident in playing against that comes through.
Word. Oh, we actually do see Soren on now. I haven't seen this too often, but I'm excited to see what kind of effectiveness we can get with this now. I've been discouraged in general from playing now, as the secondary has been changed to a light hit, so it feels a little harder to get some of the forwards to stop pushing the ball into your face sometimes. But yeah, 1-2 punch Juno, though. A little bit of a sneak past there I think is going to be really strong most of this game, as we do see both barriers going down for the side of EKC. possibly for the help of some of this core speed. Soren does get an extra little bit of speed themselves playing as this now. They do get kind of a little fake eject button, right, with the lifeline, which is pretty cool too, as they are going to grab momentum boost as their main gear here. Joker doing a really great job of holding on to here, but Soren, I love that clear, that very vertical clear is actually going to get right past the Joker and keep that one alive, and Soren, with the help of Katsuna, is going to get it onto the top side. A couple of extra hits behind it there. It's like the Sentry Drone is really good to throw behind the ball in a lot of situations. Tough to deal with. It's going to be a good point from EKC to start this one off.
Yeah, Sorening, that is his specialty, going forward and getting things done. You know, sometimes it backfires, but when it doesn't, is amazing. Barcode, though, getting the flip to stop that double barrier from happening is really nice. The Black Hole also going down. Joker almost going down, joining the Black Hole there. But the Juno Slimes as well are going to keep things forward. Everything stays alive for now. Joker finds the angle up to the top there. The Slime not able to save it in time. Xianzhu back pass down to Barcode. Joker trying to get a dribble off the wall, but it's interrupted by Soren. Zay Forever also getting gone through. Just really good interrupts from both sides here, keeping things from happening, keeping the other team from getting what they want is a big part of it. Soren there in the negative sense, a little bit too far up, not able to stop things from happening, but Zay Forever gets a great, just straight shot, core flip into the barrier. Soren using the arrow, they're not quite getting it, overstaying that eject button from the ultimate, and Juno wins the strike war to get the goal. Katsuna finding goal number 2 for EKC, and I think for the first time, EKC takes a lead early on.
Man, could it be EKC taking a lead, possibly keeping a lead? We'll have to find out in a couple of moments there. But yeah, rare situations where you just see Xianzhu directly lose a strike war. But man, one kill onto EKC here. It's going to be Zay falling on off the map once again. Flip here from Katsuna. They're going to try to defend here. 2v1, or sorry, 3v2. 2v1 though, but the 3v2 is going to try to get this one out of here, helping here with that drone. Going to try to get it on down over to Barcode. They're going to spend the ensnare drum to try to keep it alive. Soren going to try to help with a little bit of pressure onto the middle side. It's the middle side. That's so funny. Man, I'm going crazy right now. Barcode keeping the drum and bass up to hold this one down. They have flipped just a couple of strikes away here. Okay, Katsuna's trying to get a little bit of a back pass going. Again, the 1-2 punch Juno is going to be a little bit aggressive here, as some of these barriers might go down from a little bit of the core speed, though. They do end up getting the Joker, man. Poor Joker. Kind of the thing that they've been doing today is just kill Joker the entire time, and it's been really working out. EKC finding their win condition.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Giga, though, from downtown, Xianzhu putting it just around Soren there. And yeah, I mean, Soren, again, he loves playing forward, and it works out so well so often, but when it doesn't indeed.
That was just a damn good Giga Blast there, Xianzhu. Really on point with that angle too. I mean, Giga Blast is not a free ability to use. Like, having your angles right on Giga is definitely important. We can see some of that really good player gameplay coming out there from Xianzhu. But Soren kind of flexing their face off right there, doing the perfect behind the back on to Atlas Lab, which is again really hard to do in general, really hard to even practice because the training mode is questionable. Joker gets a super great pendulum swing onto Soren, though. Possibly free barriers here. Zay getting into position to help defend here. Katsuna again with some of those blobs. Asher, a great goalie in general. Gonna have to flip. Yep, absolutely. Kind of didn't get the wall that they were looking for, but kind of kept a little bit of possession there. Soren does come back. Joker looking a little bit weak here. Can they seem to keep this one going? And they do. EKC taking a whole set lead in this series now. And this could be what EKC is looking for. Soren, actually, the MVP here. See what they are able to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good choices here. You can go aerials to get the projectile range and the ability to teleport all the way across the map with the ultimate instead of just halfway. You can go some like Egoist, of course, one of the best items in the game, the best awakenings in the game, so that's going to be an automatic pickup for Soren. Stacks on stacks going the way of Juno, and a hang in the draft here for Kai and Mako to try to figure out where they want to go. Aerials going the way of Kai, prime time over to the Mako, and Spark of Agility going to Asher is going to be a little bit faster here, so a lot of speed, in fact, all speed drafted by the side of EKC. And on the other side, a little bit of speed, but a lot of cooldown. Of course, the prime time Mako is quite good, so, you know, not a bad draft here from Showtime, but I think actually EKC ends up winning this draft just because speed is so strong, especially on Asher.
Sure, I could agree with that. EKC take the set, get a little bit of advantage there as well in this Awakening draft. Is going to make perfect sense. You kind of opened my third eye there really quick. I kind of forgot that Dash Awakenings make Lifeline go farther as well. There's some situations where I've like jumped across the map by accident. I'm just like, man, this ability is just damn good. I've most likely had Chrono Boost there or something, but keep that one in mind again. Yes, Soren was going to have a lot more control over the map. Again, a nice strike war win there from Katsuna, almost nets them something nice. Soren accepts the fact they're going to send it into the Death Touch and tries to win the war against it. Kind of does, but it's still kind of in a rough situation here. Joker can't seem to get control of the ball. Okay, up to Xianzhu there, who again kind of is outclassed by some of the movement on to this EKC. Really just has now with a lot of speed. We got jumps from Juno. I mean, the mobility factor is going to be really big here for EKC, in my opinion. Zay working on a flip themselves. Xianzhu also. Okay, Soren's going to spend theirs right on over to Katsuna. It's going to be a tough block, but Barcode does end up getting it here. The lifeline not actually healing Katsuna. They're going to grab an orb just to keep themselves alive as well. But Zay has the last one with Flip here. Can they make it happen?
No, with the proximity drone to defend as well. Soren is just so good on this defense, and Zay gets it in. 1 set, 1 point. EKC taking the lead once again, and Zay doesn't even need to use the core flip to get it in there. Just has confidence in the strike, knows that Zay can use the core flip to follow up if need be. Xianzhu, though, almost core flip on there as well, so that might be another big part of this game. Of course, doubles can happen at a moment's notice in AtLab. 1 going down, 2 going down. Zay with a great usage of the core flip there to get that. But unfortunately for the side of Showtime, they just can't fight back against this momentum from EKC.
Yeah, a lot of the pressure here coming from the Make It Rain Juno Ultimate. It's just a lot of extra slimes, and we can see that the stacks are almost stacked here. 40 more left to give a lot of extra speed to Juno and the Blobs as well. Actually, the Blobs having speed is definitely a big factor, especially when it comes to defending. Really, the Make It Rain is just going to make things so awkward there. The longer the set goes on, the the stronger Katsuna will become, as they're going to take a big defensive situation here against the opposing team. Man, and they're actually going to work out for the side of Showtime. Big offensive push, nice proximity or sentry drone there from Soren to keep that one alive, and walks really far forward. Gonna have to spend the flip to get the ball away from Joker there, and some of those resources could possibly be used elsewhere, but again, Soren will be playing a lot of forward presence here because pressure might be king in some situations. We're gonna get to Make It Rain again, but actually Xianzhu and Barcode are going to keep it alive. This last barrier really hanging on by a thread, but unfortunately going to be lost there. And can they make it happen here with this nice play? Again, the lifeline comes out too, and a mix from Joker. It's going to be the no mix-up really, and that's a mix-up in itself.
Yeah, really well done by Joker. And something that I do want to touch on earlier in this point was like a play by Katsuna that kind of just went under the radar for a little bit, where the core was going around the black hole. It thought was almost going to be cleared, so Showtime stopped paying attention to it, and so Katsuna walked into the black hole and made the core hit that top barrier for the first thing. So it's a really nice play, and something you don't see super often, but I'd love to see repeated a little bit more, just using that black hole constructively like that on the offense. Core flip here coming out of Barcode, countered by Zay Forever, not even using the core flip there. A little bit of a whiff on the core flip, so, countering one core flip and then whiffing a core flip, kind of, net negative, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Soren running up with the core flip himself, has the option to counter the barrage here, but the Giga is going to secure that lock on the bottom there. Black Hole sends it down to Zay. Core flip on the Juno. Really nice angle down to the bottom. Gets it from the... Just really nice bounce off the bottom there. We have Mako with the artillery from the bottom. The Slimes. Good manual redirect from Katsuna. They're trying to get things done. That's going to be a Kai going off the map. Joker almost has core flip, almost has the core, but it's not going to matter as Katsuna, the jumping Juno, gets point number 3. Another 3-1 here. EKC just running away with the game, 3 goals away from winning the entire series. And that is a lot of good stuff in this draft.
Yeah, EKC surprisingly taking the first lead and keeping it quite a bit here with this taking the second set. Zay nicely going to grab that Spark of Resilience. Well-deserved MVP of this set's going to help out that Spark of Agility as well. Hot shot stolen from that Juno, but not really bad on Rasmus at all. Perfect form here from Juno. It's acceptable, not too crazy, as their secondary doesn't seem to do much more than activate passive. Team player here from the forward. That's a kind of a surprise factor, a little shock factor when the forward has team player in some situations, though, so keep your eye open for that there. Soren grabbing that Unstoppable to defend against Rasmus. It's completely acceptable. Also defends against Giga Blast as well directly. And that'll be the whole Awakening draft. Barcode grabbing extra special, which is totally fine. Soren laughing about the kill that they just found there onto the Joker. They're going to have a 3v2 power play here, pushing onto the top side. The blob can't get there in time, so it's going to be a little bit of time wasted here. Barcode blocking it away. Xianzu, again, just really great with these strikes, and they don't end up getting that barrier in this power play, though. Going to try it again, pushing onto the top side. Going to hit it on into that drone. Okay, a flip here from Barcode is going to be good to grab one of those barriers here. Zay tries to get it on through the ensnare jump. Doesn't seem to work out there, though. Soren and Zay blocking this last barrier. The flip feels a lot of pressure. Going to end up spending it there. Joker on the front lines now, really taking a lot of damage, and they're at risk of dying once again, and they do. So the power play from EKC could net them this final barrier.
Yeah, and also getting the kill onto Joker, the story of the last 2 games, but a nice angle around the black hole is going to get one barrier. The Giga, though, sends it backwards into a slime into the goal barrier in the end. Zay trying to keep it under control. It goes to the neutral territory where Soren is. That's a kill onto Juno. The slime tries to stall it out, but the red core goes right to Soren. The hook as well. The mix-up again. You never know where Joker's going to send it. Sends it right down to the bottom there where you're just not expecting. You're like, oh, he's going to shoot it to the top that's open. Nope. Shoots it right down to the bottom, and Soren just was not expecting that, got caught off guard. And now, for the first time in this game, Showtime has the lead. 1 point lead for now, but it could be extended as we go. One barrier, though, going the way of Zay with the pass splitter as well. Going to dodge through the ensnare drums. Xianzu getting that bottom barrier, kind of a slow crawl there into it, and Kitsune is just not able to get there in time for that.
Ooh, these things do be happening. Soren does be moving up quite far. Sometimes the ball is going to walk on into that barrier there again, as they're going to try to help block the top side with the help of Katsuna, but they do get Death Touch pulled away, which is right out of position. They're going to lose the barrier for that. Zay trying their best to play goalie, because Soren isn't going to right now, as they're going to try to get that flip to make something happen, but it certainly did not. And snare drums coming out the flip here from Barcode to try to relieve some of that pressure. Give the ball to Joker, who gets blasted by the black hole, but still in position to get that ball through Soren with the help of the Whiplash extra strike. And that's going to be another point here from Showtime, and they are, again, signs of life showing up. Could this be a crazy reverse sweep for the whole series?
Yeah, but that was also, that play was set up partially by Soren with that arrow into the corner. Actually gave Joker the speed necessary to do that, and the positioning too. That arrow, though, was a lot better, so Soren learning a little bit about that. And Joker going off the edge again. EKC just finding these kills over and over. They just need to be able to capitalize on them, but Xianzu just isn't letting that happen. Barcode is on the defense, and Xianzu is on the intercept, so it's so difficult to get anything done. And now Joker's back on the field. The power play dissolves. And, I mean, yeah, one barrier is still standing.
Barrier is definitely living its best life right now, as it's being defended by the god Barcode right now. Can't seem to get it, no matter how many players they put on the front lines here. Xianzu now, the one who is shattered here, he spends that flip. Now they have no evade left. But they end up grabbing an orb, so they're going to become unshattered there. Gonna have a little bit of dribble action here from Katsuna, getting a little bit of extra energy and experience, keeping the ball possession as well. Zay trying to make it happen here. Soren, lifeline flip, again, also does not seem to work out. The defense of Xianzu and Barcode is really just kind of impervious right now, although Soren also sitting on a barrier for themselves, as overtime is going to show up here. Xianzu, the one with team player, but we do have a couple of 1-2 punches, which also make the ball red in overtime as well. The really great barrage from Xianzu is going to block that clear, and it's going to be, again, a power play for EKC. Xianzu looking at just about no health, and can they grab this barrier? Barcode with a minor error on that clear is going to net them the kill, but once more, a power play here for EKC. Can they at least get this point? Barcode has just been so powerful when it comes to defending this. The Joker onto the middle side, and it's just, can they get this point? Can they do it? Or are they spending too many cooldowns? Oh my god.
The answer is no. It seems like every time you ask one of those questions, it's one of those just instantly, just cosmically things align, and suddenly the question is answered. Showtime coming back. They get 1 set. They need 2 more for this. But Mako able to choose Missile Prompt, Deadeye, Twin Drive. Even Rapid Fire Spark of Strength Deny from the Asher 2 is a potential angle here. But it's going to be Rapid Fire taken up there. Spark of Strength from the Asher. That is a triple Spark Asher there. Agility, resilience, and strength on that Asher. Stagger Swagger on the Kai to live is nice. Super Surge on the Now denies the Rasmus and is just good on her as well. And Deadeye on Juno, not too bad either, but that Spark on Asher is brutal.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and say possibly an error to not grab that spark. I mean, now just a lot more speed, a lot more power. You were already kind of dying, and now that Asher is not only immortal, is just way stronger, sitting at 184 power. She has that 125 base, and it's just going to be kind of a monster right now. Don't have extra cooldown, but the speed, in addition to all that power, it might be exactly what they need to clean out this game, though. Kitsune was looking a little bit weak there, but healed up by Soren. Only one barrier down here for EKC. Two, really great pendulum swing here from Joker to keep the thing alive, but oh, Giga Blast almost ends up beating Soren's life. A crazy 1-2 punch team player before overtime. Red ball pass from Xianzhu is going to be a little bit shocking as well. The unstoppable stops at the death touch there from having any effects, but Soren not in position to stop Joker from getting on in there with that bottom shot there. So it's going to be Showtime kind of taking a lot of points here. I mean, they're kind of really just bringing this one back.
Yeah, they are starting. They're believing, and the momentum has stalled here for EKC, but they do get one barrier, the core flip as well inside the ensnare drone. There's a bit of an anti-synergy there, miscommunication. We also have Soren going forward, and Kitsune gets the barrier in the bottom. That is Joker dying again, just cannot stay alive in the face of EKC. Barrage goes wide because of the core flip. Kitsune, though, can't get it through. In the end, Soren playing way far up here. This could fail. This could go wrong. Black hole pass as well, the unstoppable, meaning that Soren doesn't get hit by it. And unfortunately, the power play is over for EKC. The core flip, though, stops the barrier from being taken, at the very least, off the back end of it, and they maintain their advantage even if they don't maintain the power play.
Yep, there's a lot of advantage here. Two barriers as well. The Joker can't seem to get their hands on the ball right now. We can see that the passives here from Juno are already making the ball red. But yeah, right when it's in the middle of those barriers, things get really awkward. Barcode is just getting completely jailed by this path splitter. Just could not walk through it. Didn't get the evade out there. And Zay kind of just free grabs that one. Unfortunately, if you are not paying attention to the path splitter, you are going to get simply jailed and destroyed. And probably killed, and he disconnected. Barcode seems to be out of the game right now, and it's going to just be a pretty free point. I'm sure the rules are just play the point out. You can wait the next point indeed. Oh, Barcode. Oh, internet.
Yeah, was quite an unfortunate series of events there for Showtime. I'm not sure if that was the path splitter as well was also an internet thing. But definitely unfortunate for the side of Showtime. They are waiting now, though. It can be hard to stop in the middle of a point like that, especially waiting in the middle of a point can sometimes give an unfair advantage to one team, especially if there's like a team player at play, because things are different in overtime just a little bit. So the rules are to play out the point and then to wait it out in the next one. So that is what the players are doing now. They're striking around. They're not picking up orbs and stuff like that because they want to leave things as close to the way they were as possible. So they're also holding their starting position for the most part too. And they're 20 seconds away from overtime, but
yeah.
Barcode is nowhere to be seen just yet. And I'm sure this is not the way that the players want the game to go. That these players do want to play the game out to its fullest, but sometimes you just can't, especially when we're playing, online. There are considerations for just going around the entire country. We're playing on a central server, I do believe, as well. So sometimes players just don't have the best connection to it.
Yeah, I believe players in this situation get five minutes, nothing more, nothing less, to see if your teammate will return, or at least 5 minutes to just stall the game for a respectable reason. Okay, Barcode does seem to reconnect here, and it is definitely within the time. All right, so they have their chance to bring this one back alive. Are we working, Barcode? How's it feeling right now? We striking, we're going in. There goes the strike shot. The game is started now. The Joker is going to open it by breaking the black hole as well. All right, starting here in overtime is making things a little bit insane. Very hard to defend in general. Flips coming out already from Zay. Double barrier. Okay, Soren tries to jump in there, but ends up losing a barrier for themselves there. I mean, you can see this core is going absolutely ballistic right now, especially with 1-2 punch Juno making it just intolerable. You cannot seem to block it. We see triple defense here for the side of Showtime. Soren, be a little bit safer there. You don't want to lose this barrier here as your opponents were disconnected, and kind of an anticlimactic game as they just play overtime and the things fall, and it looks like EKC does end up bringing it back there with a little minor asterisk there of a free point with Barcode down, but congratulations there to EKC winning that series there. I mean, most of the game was played respectfully, so what could you do?
Yeah. I mean, it was a bit of a sad way, but I think the ending there was kind of fitting. Just in the overtime, everything pedal to the metal, just going as fast as possible. But really, EKC, just phenomenal gameplay. And I mean, Showtime, not to neglect at the beginning there, was just dominating the series. They took game one, and I thought it was going to be a 2-0 sweep here. But EKC brought it back from the very edge in game two. I believe at one point they were 1 goal from losing. And it's all the way back to EKC winning the game. And the way they did it is with the power of friendship and incredible violence.
And an EMP or a death beam, whichever one comes first, turning Barcode's internet into fish. Unfortunately, was disconnected from that one just for a little point. But yeah, EKC was looking a little bit rough there in the beginning of this series. They kind of lost first game like 3-0, right? So good to keep their mental intact there and bring that one back with a really close game 2. And clutched it out in game 3, keeping their lead quite nice. Again, yeah, the triple spark Asher, as some people are saying in chat, was definitely strong. 180 power Asher with a little bit of extra speed and complete immortality with like 5,000 million hundred health is gonna definitely be tough to get around. Of course, Joker was kind of the target of kills as usual. We could see 8 kills on Zay, 1 on Soren there to just really continue their win condition in some of these power plays. But a great series nonetheless. Nonetheless, all of these players are quite good, and a solid show was played. We could see either of these teams beating each other in any other situations here. So we're going to have EKC take that one for now. And that'll probably be it for us right now. Would you like to say anything else before we hit that break?
Just GG's to both teams. That'll be all. We'll have different casters after this, so stay tuned. We still have at least a little bit more Nassel for you today. It's been a great day today, and I hope the rest is as enjoyable as it was for us to cast.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final series of the day. I'm Lego Mage here with Z Yoshi 64, bringing you the Graveyard Shift Bun Bun Bonanza versus Bozo Bunch. Z Yoshi, how you feeling about this series coming in here?
I'm feeling wide awake. It is not going really, really late into the night. We will not be here for another hour and a half. You can quote me on that. But we're locking in for Bozo versus Bun Bun. And honestly, on paper, looking at this match, guys, I might have lied already. Yeah, starting off strong. This might go the distance. Both these teams are very, very good. Bozo locking in 4th place in playoffs last season. Bun Bun getting the 5th, 6th. And I think both these teams really excel at core control, which is, big in the meta right now. You got your Atlases and your Nows showing up, looking real strong, and watching both these teams clash on that scale, I think is going to be very exciting. Going to take a while, and I don't know. It's time to sit up. We got a lot of game left to play here.
Yeah, for sure. And first map as well is going to be Tycho Temple. Bozo Bunch's pick. We saw it earlier in the day on the 38-minute Sad Boys Fluffy Bangers game. So we'll see. Actually, this is the same set of maps that they played in that first series, Tycho, Clarion, Atlab. So kind of interesting that we're bookending the day with the same set of maps here. So I will see how this turns out, but it looks like we got Chrono Boost Monumentalist as our starting awakenings. So speed characters are definitely on the table, as are the creation characters. I think we can expect to see an Atlas be on the table somewhere from Water Fury or Lilybun with that Monu start on this map. I think it's not going to be a huge brawler game, right? This is going to be I think a midfield contest of wearing down the goalie, which might just be the recipe for a very long game.
You don't say. Chrono Boost, I think, is going to play a big part. Gret, just known for playing all the Chrono Boost characters. We did see last week that they were picking up other characters. We saw an Aimee. I forgot what the other game was. But we were seeing a lot of non-Chrono Boost characters, the not speed characters, come out. And I'm curious to see what the game plan is going to be for this game, because obviously Chrono Boost start. So characters like the Kai, and now even Era are just looking pretty good here. Love the speed, get it for longer, etc. So I'm very curious to see what's going on, and we're about to right now.
Yeah, and they banned the Octavia and the Now here, but the character picks are on screen. We got Kai, Asher, Atlas for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza playing into those creations, and there's the Mako once again, very popular pick today, along with the Aimee and the Rasmus for Bozo Bunch. I don't think there's any major surprises here, and we just look what everyone picked up. Drop Leto, of course, going with the Chrono Boost, Water with the Chrono Boost as well. Pauldrons, Mako, Strike Shot, Monumentalist, Atlas for Lilybun, and Pummelers, Asher for Scyther 12. I think that's the most notable thing, is just literally the Pummelers, but I think everything else is pretty much like we thought it'd be. No massive surprises there.
Yeah. Oh, but a big surprise. Liari has been executed immediately. Crazy to see. But yeah, I like the Pummelers Asher. I like it a lot on this map. I think it's going to pay out really well. Oh. And that guy got drummed. I think that guy got drummed.
Yeah, that was the Astral Protection from Lilybun. It did the goofy Tycho angle where it hits the corner and sends it in the direction it's not supposed to. That's something I think we saw that or at least I saw that the other day in some game. I don't remember if it was when that was getting streamed or if I was just watching it. But yeah, definitely additionally just goofy parts of this map. But it looks like Bozo Bunch's goal is the first to get open, as Liari looking to make the play in the top side. Water able to hold that one down there. Scyther 12 looking for another KO. Not quite able to find it though, as we run into overtime here. Core flip from Drop Leto's blocked away. Pressure still going on, so they are looking for the breakaway play. Scyther 12 putting the position on the bottom side. Core flip from Water is going to send it wide, though. Scyther 12 once again posturing in this bottom corner. Liari down to the bottom. Scyther 12 looking for the rebound, but Water holds it down. And finally, the second barrier going to fall on the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. Both sides opened up. Core flip from Scyther 12, but I able to get back in time. And the match continues to go back and forth here.
Yeah, both teams holding on really, really well. Water getting it, but Liari just covering that space right there. Gonna be able to put it in. First point goes to Bun Bun Bonanza there. And already, first point of the series going long. It's really a war of attrition. Who's gonna get tired first? Which goalie's gonna get bored first? We've been seeing a little bit of walking up going on. And it's pretty dangerous, because if you're not there in time to cover the back line, it could be over. Both barriers going down for Bozo Bunch here, though. Bun Bun might be looking to speed the process up, as Liari is going to be flipping right past Gret there and securing the goal. Really impressive.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid flip there. What things that going wrong there with Bozo Bunch, though, was the core got behind Water's drum and bass, and they couldn't get it out, and that's kind of what resulted in the both barriers going down so quickly. When you normally expect them to stay up a lot longer, with Mako obviously being able to hold down the corner so well. Look at the size of that pass splitter, by the way, with the Monumentalists. His creations are absolutely wild, just coming out of Scyther and Gret there. But another quick 2 barriers, it looks like, but nice core flip from I to actually be able to save one of them. Just tied up once again. Leibun in the corner is going to have to burn the flip. Nice patience against Dropletto, and we'll get it back to Scyther 12 here. Larry looking for a pass, but I and Dropletto back on the defense here. And that's going to be a KO coming out from Dropletto. Meanwhile, Liari able to pick up that second barrier. Pushing hard in that top corner once again. The lead bun with a nice astral projection to keep the ball in play. But they're just buying time, really, for Scyther 12 to come back online. They will preserve the barrier till their brawler is back. Good power play stall from Bun Bun Bonanza. Now the ball in Water's court right now. Misses the primary, though. Goes just a little bit late, and will be Bun Bun Bonanza picking up set 1.
Yeah, going to Lilybun there, getting the MVP. Ending that series, or that set, level 4. A lot to pick here. I'm looking at a rapid fire potentially going to Lilybun. Rampage could be really scary if landing on Dropletto, which it probably will. But we'll have to see what Bozo Bunch is going to pick up here. Seems like Dropletto is waiting to pick something. Ariel is going to go to Liari. More speed. Also pretty scary. Spark going to Gret. Stacks going to Water Fury. Going to be really nice. A little bit of speed in the net. Rampage eventually being picked up. And Knife's Edge on Scyther 12 is going to be a big deal. This guy went pummelers. This guy's looking for KOs there. A shark in the water. And that Knife's Edge is only going to help. Giving him a little bit of speed too. And he's dead. He's taken a lot of damage immediately.
Yeah, one thing I'm kind of surprised at, that was a pretty loaded draft. There was a lot of really strong awakenings there, but Stagger Swagger went unpicked throughout all of that. I mean, everyone basically got a best in slot awakening, but having that off the table, especially as we've seen a couple KOs come through already, and there's a lot of potential for high damage in these comps, is it's a little bit scary, I think, for both sides, especially when you have the Monumentalist Aimi already, who's starting to scale into Sparks, and they're already playing one of the lowest stagger characters in the game. It's something that can definitely come back in the later sets should this game go on long enough. A nice Cyber Strike from I, though. It's going to block away Lilybun's core flip, but Bozo Bunch first up on the board.
Yeah, really well played. The ensnare drum coming out from Water from downtown really secured that second barrier. Forced Lilybun to kind of burn flip up and not be able to send it anywhere. And great strike work coming out from I, gonna be finishing off that point. And wow, that Monumentalist Expanse just hit Dropletto like an 18-wheel truck. A lot of damage is coming onto this guy. Scyther 12 moving in quickly.
The Atlas
looking to get something done.
Kind of getting dropped there, but pressure coming back on from Bozo Bunch as core flips traded in the bottom side, but both barriers still up. Dropletto looking to bring down one. It will be the top one as Scyther 12 kind of beating up Water in the back line. Dropletto is pretty hurt, but has a flip available off of that Orb Steal. Really been looking to hold it down in this corner. Core flip coming out from Dropletto, though, will bring down that second barrier. Bun Bun's goal is opened up. Nice little back pass there from Bun Bun Bonanzas. Now Scyther 12 looking to procure the rocks. Going to find the flip, gets it past the turret, and now both sides opened up. Water misses another primary, though. It's going to float right in. Bun Bun Bonanza will tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, beautiful Giga coming out in the corner, popping it right in there. Really well played. And we're seeing a lot of damage coming out. Not a lot of KOs being secured, though, which I think is pretty interesting. Pretty scary. Scyther 12 able to get that last barrier last set with the core flip through 3 people, though. So perhaps, just buckling up and getting the scoring might be the way they want to do it, even though he is fully built for just annihilating people. That being said, Bozo Bunch fighting back really well here, getting both barriers, great offensive push, but now having to play a little bit of defense. Both teams are just looking for their opportunity to get it in.
And both sides opened up once again here as Dropletto with the core. Eye positioning on the top side. The Pendulum swinging a Cyber Swipe. Not a lot Lilybun can do about that one with the Expanse still on cooldown. Bozo Bunch will bring it up now to set points. Got a little bit of energy to work with as well, but generally pretty even on that economy. And we'll see if they're able to bring it home and get a set for themselves.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch really clapping back here. Looking really strong. The Monumentalist just doing numbers to Scyther 12 here. And Lilybun dropping the Atlas ult to heal him. But now it's a little bit of Bozo Bunch quarter offense lore. Gonna be getting both barriers. Ton of damage onto Liari. Dropletto is massive right now. Holding on to those 7 Rampage stacks and getting it in right there. The Rampage just doing phenomenally here. Dropletto can cover so much space with just his strike, and he's going to be getting that point and the set right there.
Yeah, those Rampage stacks definitely coming in scary, and you get the Chrono boost as well. Like the speed from Whiplash definitely played in big for moving around there, and gonna get rewarded with the Spark of Strength. That's double Spark, cooldown, and power for the IME Catalyst going over to Liari there as Twin Drive gonna get denied by Dropletto away from the Atlas. Extra special here for Waters, really nice pickup for the Mako drums. Timeless Creator will end up getting picked up by Lilybun a bit late in that draft as Scyther 12 gonna settle for the Built Different, which is still a pretty solid pickup. Both sides getting some nice awakenings, but Bozo Bunch, I think, really coming out on top with the double Sparks, the Twin Drive Deny, and of course the Happy Star on their goalie.
Yeah, I think that draft was really interesting because here we have who's going into Sparks, but Awakenings like Extra Special and Timeless were both on the board. And I think having 2 Sparks is great, and it's definitely a good decision here. But you have to wonder if going for Sparks is the right decision on a character like Aimee, who has so many best in slot Awakenings. But they just scored the first point, so, my bad. Unfamiliar with their game and whatnot. 2 Rampage stacks on Dropletto. Gonna be big. Maybe they're... and maybe they know something that I don't. But that's my thought on the matter.
Yeah. I think once you get like 2 or 3 Sparks, you basically... Your ult is kind of on a really short cooldown at that point anyway. So, like, you don't really need the extra special, and it allowed Water to pick it up. And it's not like everyone on Bun Bun's side of the field doesn't get, like, huge value out of extra special as much as, like, Mako does. So I think it was some pretty smart drafting there from Bozo Bunch to get it done. But now Giant Creations getting traded all around there. Bozo Bunch going to lose their first barrier here. Still an open goal to work with, though. The Lilybun's got to burn the flip to clear it out of that corner. Get it back to Liari and Scyther. 12, Liari goes for the flip, but Dropletto's Death Touch pulls it right back as Scyther fighting for his life over there. Giga Blast just buys a little bit of time, but Scyther is just getting batted around. KO still not being found quite yet. Sorry, looking to make the push with the Barrage. Finds the second barrier here. Dropletto sending it a little bit backwards, though, with the Whiplash. Now we're going to get it off their side of the field. Water to Dropletto's a nice pass. Shot to the top will be good. Bozo Bunch on set point once again.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch is doing a really good job of kind of disabling Scyther 12 here. He's been forced to play on just in places that he doesn't want to really be as Asher because he's staggered and, will die if he moves to the core. And it's forcing Liari to do a lot of work, which she is getting both barriers. Maybe not both. Getting the last barrier that last set or point, doing really well, but still just the game looks so tough when even one of Bun Bun's forwards getting staggered. That being said, both barriers are down for Bozo Bunch, and that's going to be a great strike war from Scyther to be putting it in. So Caster's Curse, calling right here. That is my bad. I was wrong once again, but hey, Bun Bun getting back this set might have an opportunity to reverse sweep it if they're able to get these next 2 points.
Yeah, the longer these go on, though, the bigger drop Leto is going to end up getting with those Rampage stacks. We saw how devastating that was last point. And of course, water is at max pancakes as well, speed being Mako's biggest weakness. Getting made up there, but a huge pendulum swing from drop Leto brings down 2 barriers at once. Core flip from water, the same angle as last time. Drop Leto doesn't even need to hit that one, though. With a ricochet off the wall will be good, and Bozo Bunch, they'll go up now 2-1, and Drop Leto, the MVP.
Yeah, locking it in. Rewarded with either Big Fish or Fight or Flight, both exceptional awakenings on Rasmus. It'd be really nice. Opting for the Fight or Flight says, I have enough size. Don't worry, 6 Rampage stacks will be enough to get it done. The Spark Deny coming out, Larry picking up Spark of Agility, which is the other end of Sparks, is that obviously getting multiple Sparks makes you, God King of the universe, but it also forces the enemy team, if you're not winning your draft, to deny it, which feels pretty bad because single Spark of Agility is just not as powerful as some of the other awakenings on the board. That being said, Scyther 12 now has 2 size awakenings, which I think can make a very big difference in this game, should he be allowed to. But of course, makes him a bigger target for everything to hit him. And hit them, and it's looking rough with the Bonanza out here. Scyther 12 is just getting tanked. Getting both bit. I don't know. I just don't know. Every time I say it's looking bad, things start looking great. So, the ultimate curse. But Liari looking a little low. Maybe things are looking bad again. Nope.
4 foot there from I is blocked away. They have not really been able to confirm the KOs as consistently as we would like to see, despite getting Scyther 12 and Liari consistently low. They will be able to find one there. They had to burn the flip off water to do it, though. And so far, Lilybun is holding the Atlas Ult coming out, but it's going to go wide. The Giga Blast sends it around water. A really good shot from Liari there across the field. They were not expecting that one to go through as Bun Bun Bonanza. They're going to steal away a point that Bozo Bunch looked like they had that one on lock.
Yeah, the Giga Blast going through the drum there made it really hard to predict because it was just completely hidden. And all of a sudden it comes out and Bozo Bunch was not ready. That being said, they're looking pretty ready at this point. Just decimating these 2 barriers and a 19-second point coming out from them. Just getting right down to business. Hurrying this thing up.
Yeah, water not even at full stacks on stacks yet. I have to say that so many times, but yeah, not at full speed stacks yet. That's how fast that point was, but see if Bun Bun are able to bring this one back and bring home this game in a set 5, but Scyther 12 getting KO'd across the map there off the drum is not particularly great. The corner defense, though, going insane. Lilybun and Liari absolutely holding it down in there. Absolutely in sync with the ability usage and the strikes there. They will lose 1 barrier toward the end, but Scyther 12 is back online now. Another Giga Blast here from Liari. They're looking to make the plays. Scyther 12 in the corner, trying to stuff it through the path splitter versus the turret here, but the Firewall Sentry just a little bit too big as I burnt the core flip. Looks to reconvert the offense here. Core flip comes out of Lilybun as well, but Drop Leto able to catch up to the core in time. Keep it on Bun Bun's side of the field to pass up to I now. In the corner, the Astral Projection will get it out of there. And back to Scyther 12, who forces it through the drum and base. Bozo's Bunch's side of the field opened up now. They're looking to play some defense. A nice little breakaway there from Drop Leto. We'll see the second barrier go down now. Both sides have their goals open. They are working their way up the field. I there to meet her in the corner to try to get it back through. Drop Leto as well, making it hard for Scyther 12 to get his hands on the core. Core flip coming out from water here. Drop Leto having one available as well. Nice elusive from I to avoid the pass splitter. Corfu from Dropletto, blocked by the Expanse. Gets it back to Scyther 12. Water blocks it with a primary. Clears it out of there, but Liari back to Scyther 12 as well. Some good midfield coverage there. Will be able to force a shot into the top side, and Bun Bun now up 2-1.
Yeah, really well played by Scyther there. Just collapsing on the corner, able to get the strike and get it in. And it almost looked like he was just overextending there, going too far into the corner. But he's just so big. He's just so big. He can do anything. Not there, though. He was unfortunately a little too big. It's fallen, and now Bozabunch with the power play and the open net. Gonna be rough. Liari taking a ton of damage, too. Might be next. Gonna be really dangerous for them. They have to try and get it out here. Find a way to get this next barrier, and quick, or else Bozabunch should just take this point. That being said, Bozabunch holding on, able to defend through the Asher turret, and now they have an offense here. A turret forcing Bun to burn the flip. Bozabunch kind of low on resources now, and this is Bun Bun's opportunity.
Yeah, that flip from Lilybun was absolutely huge. That was almost a checkmate situation here, but they have the chance to score. Lilybun, though, goes for the pass, and Dropletto expected that one. Cut it off with a pendulum swing to sink it in and seal the point for Bozabunch. Now on match point versus set point. A pretty sizable energy advantage as well for Bozabunch. They've scored some quick points before, got some quick double barriers. See if they'll be able to do it again here.
Yeah, this is do or die for Bun Bun if they want to win this game. They've got to turn it around right now. Scyther 12 at half health, looking really low. Bun looking to hold on to these barriers, but they're gonna drop, and it's looking really dangerous. Water Fury with the flip here, gonna be hard to get through that. And they just need to find an opportunity for Scyther 12 to go crazy in the corner, because right now they are just kind of positioning to prevent Scyther 12 from doing a whole lot of anything. But here's the opportunity, not able to get it right there. The ball going past Bun there, but Liari going, catching it on the rebound, looking to get something done. But it just feels like Bozabunch is everywhere at once. They're covering so many options all the time. And the death touch, gonna scoop it right out of the corner that Lilybun was playing into and shoot it across the net.
Really nice death touch from Dropletto to sink it in. A pretty tight contest. Not as long as we expected it to be, but a much more normal length of an Omega Strikers match for
We're
once
so
today.
back.
Yeah, we're so back. 73 shots on goal from I, 71 from Dropletto. They were keeping the offense up and held Scyther 12 to only 34. They were doing a very solid job of rotating around. It seems like every time Scyther 12 had the core, almost all the members of Bozabunch came back to meet him and hold down those corners for as long as possible. And kind of like we predicted at the beginning, it became a war of attrition. The cooldowns from the lockdown goalies versus the mobility of the midfielders. And while Bozabunch managed to pull out a win, the Rasmus build was scary, and I played the IME pretty exceptionally well there to take game one. Going over to game two on Clarion Corp, it's going to be Bun Bun Bonanza's map pick. See what they do to turn it around.
Yeah, taking a look at these stats here, we see Scyther 12 really just was forced into positions where he just couldn't play the whole time, clocking in 120 redirects versus some of the other numbers there. It just, Bozabunch had so much offensive pressure. Both forwards having over 200 redirects, which I think is largely in part due to the Mako pick here. It's just giving them so much more speed and coverage on the map, especially a narrow map like Tycho, and especially on a Chrono Boost start where you just get so much extra speed. It looked really strong and really hard to deal with for Bun Bun. And I wonder if they're going to just ban it. I would say pick it, but Lilybun has been very outspoken about despising the character and not wanting to give into the Mako demon, which, hey, I can respect, because the character is really strong. It's looking like right now. So I would expect to see just a ban, but we'll have to wait and see. I did not see what they banned last game, but I imagine it was probably a pretty good ban for a Chrono Boost start. we'll
Yeah,
just
it
have to
was,
see how they adapt from here.
yeah, it was Octavia and Now that were banned last game, so they
Oh,
really
yep.
targeted the Chrono Boost. But yeah, Clarion Corp. It's obviously a different story from Taiko Temple. It's a lot more like kind of vanilla, and you aren't as locked into playing those melee goalies. You have the option for eject button and strike shot, like ranged goalies a little bit more. Um, so we'll have to see what that ends up looking like as well. Waiting on the starting awakenings to show up here in addition to that. So I I wouldn't be surprised. I sort of hoping to see Bun Bun go for the Rasmus um on Scyther, right? Because like even with like the Asher forward is basically in the best environment on Tycho Temple there, but Bozo Bunch really just kind of knew how to shut that down. So part of me is like maybe you just kind of go back to your roots a little bit and just kind of go for the more versatile brawler pick here. And if Water does go for the Mako again, we've been seeing it all day. Rasmus has been kind of the answer to a lot of Makos. That might just be the play from Bun Bun Bonanza here if they're kind of expecting to see that same defensive setup from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, I think so. I honestly, I think nothing wrong with taking a look at that game and then saying, "Yep, I wouldn't mind picking some Rasmus there." The character is just looking really strong. Especially, I think the Chrono Boost was a huge deal. That start, or just Dash Awakenings in general, giving Rasmus so much more mobility and presence on the field. Really, really nice. And honestly, just hey, Estelle Rasmus is the Bun Bun specialty. They pick it all the time, and it's great on every map. Clarion, especially. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of that coming out from them. But we are moving on to the pick ban phase now on a Spark of Strength Deadeye start. That's not.
Oh no!
I look at both these teams and I'm like, I don't know which one uses this better because I think they both don't want it. But we'll have to see how they react to that going through this draft here.
Yeah, I think the Rasmus can still be in play. I think you have to think about like X as well, like kind of the quintessential scaling brawler. Looks like we're gonna get an Amy ban here from Bun Bun, but there's two characters that are actually popping into my mind right now for Scyther 12, and that was the brawler Drakkar and the pocket pick Luna. I don't want to say that that's what they're gonna do, but the last time we saw that was on Clarion Corp, and now they have a Deadeye start, and I'm like, do they do it? It'd be wild. There's the Juliet ban from Bozo Bunch though. Don't want to see that one.
I mean, eyeballs emoji. It doesn't look bad. We love a good Luna on Deadeye start. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rasmus either though. Just really a good character for Sparks. Like, the guy like only wants size and then speed, and Sparks don't give size, but they're just more stats. He's a stats character, and not like a lot of other characters that want things like Deadeye or a Dash Awakening or etc. But hey, I'm like 0 for 50 today. I said Bun Bun is never gonna pick Mako. It's never gonna happen. It wouldn't ever. But Mako being locked in, and then Luna coming out here. Yeah. Hey, this might just be. They might be putting peak on my screen right now. We'll have to see what their other pick is, but if that's the Luna brawler.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. It's happening. Let Scyther fly. Wow. Yeah, and they did pick the Mako as well. They went for the pick to deny that away. So we will see the Lilybun Mako, the Ilaria Estelle, and of course the Scyther 12 Luna versus Dropletto's X, Eyes Now, and Waters Atlas, which is a pretty. I think that might be the most Bozo Bunch team comp like I've ever seen in my life. And on a Spark start as well, like that's really good for them. Obviously, this is a pretty like all or nothing moment for Bun Bun Bonanza. They are really banking on this Luna paying off. But I think it's worth taking the risk when you're down a game like this. You might as well. You have nothing to lose other than the the game. Whereas if you make it work, well, you've just redeemed yourselves, and now you're on to game 3 here. So it's definitely going to be a very interesting game. Pretty high KO game as well, with just starting on power on the Brawlers and, of course, the Deadeye Luna. So this could really go either way. It's going to be very volatile.
Yeah, looking at this draft, it's really funny because these are like iconic picks for all of these players. They're like known for everything except the Lilybun Mako, which is her least favorite character. So really looking forward to this. I definitely agree with what you said about the Scyther Luna. It's definitely a risk, but I think it's one that can pay off, especially on a Deadeye start. If they are going all in on this pick, letting Scyther 12 fly, and I'm looking forward to it. If it pays off, hey, we're going to game 3, and if it doesn't, at least it'll be a fun game, you know?
Yeah. But actually, looks like everyone went for the Spark of Strength. No Deadeye pickup.
Wow.
It does mean it goes back into the pool, though, so there's still a chance for Scyther to get it. But yeah, Sparks will be the name of the game. And I'd be surprised if anyone ever ends up getting 3. They'd have to get MVP like twice in a row. There'll likely just be a couple dual Spark gaming.
Yeah, Spark's definitely really nice on Luna. She appreciates the extra power. Rocking out at 134 power right now. Definitely not Deadeye levels of damage, but still going to be very nice. And both barriers already down for Bozo Bunch here. Liari on the Estelle. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen her play it. Usually gets banned out, but here Unleashed, unfortunately releashed as Dropletto on the X, which is another character that we haven't seen this guy play in a while, and kind of showing why, because he just showed up and went crazy out there.
And I think that's almost a trend that you see a lot with like people who are known for like specific characters. Is they'll be known for it for a while, and then they'll start to like have to play other things because it'll get like banned out or like countered or stuff, and then later on it'll be like, oh yeah, that's right, they do, like this is like what they're known for, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now with the X and the Estelle. But Bozo Bunch up a point here, and up 2 barriers as well already in the second points. This is not a team comp that you want to let scale, especially with the all Spark start. So Bun Bun Bonanza really have to like take this first set if they want a good shot at winning this game, because if this does go into a set 5, Bozo Bunch, I think, are going to have a bit of a clear advantage here. X Maximus getting popped by Dropletto. Doesn't even need the core flip. Just wins the strike war against Lilybun and sinks it to the top, and that's set points for the Frog Squad.
Yeah, and like you said, this is really scary. Any Spark start is scary, especially when everyone has Spark. Whoever wins, whoever MVPs the first set, just has a chance to be so much farther ahead in the game than anyone else. Or I guess, worst case scenario, all 3 Sparks will be in the first draft, something like that. Anything can happen. It's kind of the gamble that you take by taking all Sparks. But I definitely think whichever team wins this first set is going to be at a clear advantage. And right now, things are looking incredibly Bozo favored. At this point, Dropletto going down, but both barriers falling for the Bonanza. This is their opportunity to start bringing it back. Getting the barrier in the power play. Really nice, but with the big flip, unable to get much out of it. Bun Bun looking to play it slow here, I think. Has an opportunity, and Scyther with the dash is going to be able to get it in past water and put Bun Bun on the board here.
Kind of a crazy bounce. We saw a couple weird plays with the Atlas center there. The Lilybun kind of got an own barrier, and I had a very awkward flip where it looked like any direction that they hit it was going to activate the center, which it kind of ended up doing. But Bun Bun getting on the board is only good for them, but Dropletto, a quick KO with the X Maximus, is going to be a bit devastating here. Lilybun and Scyther 12 going to have to fall back, commit to this defense. A nice boost, but so much damage, and I with the double. It's a double power play for Bozo Bunch. They still need to get this barrier, though. Dropletto looks to bring it to the top. Liari, though, looking to capitalize off a nice little corner bounce there. Barrier remaining up as Lilybun will manage to hold it down, and Scyther 12 coming back online here. Nice patience from Water, but Liari gets KO'd again. Forfeit from Water to try and get it out of here. They need to reconvert this offense now. Dropletto able to snag a barrier away and open up Bun Bun's side of the field. The Ensnare Drums come out. It's a race for the core. X Maximus comes online. Core flip from Dropletto, punches it in, and Bozo Bunch will take set 1.
Yeah, really well played by Bozo Bunch. She's getting KO after KO there, making the most of it. And here, I might win the spark. Guys, there's no sparks. There's no sparks. All the sparks aren't here. Well, Egoist.
That
is like a spark.
pretty good.
And gotta be locking that in. Sometimes you win the first set in an all spark game, and there are no sparks. Unlimited sparks, but no sparks. You hate to see it, but still winning the draft, getting Egoist, 1-2 punch X, Adrenaline Rush Atlas, which could come into play with all the KOs coming out, and especially the extra damage coming out from Dropletto. Bozo Bunch still looking really strong here. I think Bun Bun also having a pretty good draft. Prize Fighter on Scyther 12. That guy has 157 power. That's terrifying. You know, could be a big deal. Super Surge on Liari. Gonna be great for more coverage. And Hotshot on Lilybun. Also gonna be nice. I believe it doesn't proc on secondary unless you hit the core with the last hit, which is less than ideal because obviously sometimes you just want to hold it, but it's not going to matter because Bun Bun's able to get both barriers, have a really nice offense there, Scyther 12 covering the clear and getting it there.
Yeah, some good positioning here. That ad rush pickup from Water is kind of wild to me though, because Siege Machine was still on the board, and like you still get that extra power and of course the projectile range, which Atlas loves. So they're really kind of risking quite a bit and banking on that those cooldowns paying out, which would be huge if it happens, but I feel like on this map in particular, it's not super likely for the goalie, especially Atlas, to like be getting a KO, and especially on Luna, who can kind of just go away and also out damage you. So we'll see if it ends up coming into play here for Bozo Bunch, but both sides opened up once again. The Scyther 12 looks to bring it to the top, a boost in, but it hits the corner, unfortunately. Water will be able to hold it down. Core flip from Scyther. Able to block that one away. Core continues to go around. Scyther with another opportunity. A bounce off the bottom. Liara brings it to the top. Piercing shot's going to be blocked. They still have it in the net. Lilybun sends it back in here. Dropletto has to roll back on the defense. The Bellringer dribble. Boost from Scyther is going to go wide. That was Dropletto pushing up with a flip and burns it right into the top side. At mock speed, Bozo Bunch tie it up at 1 point apiece.
Yeah, Lilybun's secondary, unfortunately not able to stop it right there. The core flip is going to go through, but now Dropletto, this guy has no evade! Get him! And Bun Bun, unfortunately, not getting him. There is a Now and an Atlas on Dropletto's side, able to prevent any sort of mobbing activity, but still doesn't have an evade. Could still be a nice target. That's the Atlas. That Atlas ult burned. A lot of opportunity, but right now, Bun Bun focusing on the barrier here they have a nice opportunity. Ton of damage coming in on I here, who has flip. Would be nice to burn it. Big Scyther 12 hitting the field, 207 power. He's getting beat up. He's getting shut down by the X Maximus, and the barrier is still up. Bozo Bunch will just not relent. Not giving up anything here.
Relenting just a little bit, though. And that bounce on the side there. But now Bun Bun Bonanza on the defensive. As I and Dropletto looking to make something happen. They'll get the barrier there in a very similar way. But a nice shot from Scyther 12 brings it to the top off of the strike wall from I. Water is not expecting that. Thought the midfielder had that interaction covered. Scyther 12 able to strike second and sink one in. Bun Bun Bonanza now on set point, and with no sparks showing up, every set that sparks don't show up, the MVP becomes more and more important. And if they can get it here, it might just redeem their set 1 loss.
Yeah, it definitely would be very nice for Bun Bun if they're able to get the spark advantage. Great blink coming out from Liari, looking really good. And it seems like this is just not Bun Bun's map here. Both forwards are staggered. They grabbing orbs, but just so much damage coming out. Bozo Bunch has the open net, opportunity to get it through, but hold up. Scyther 12 not able to get the ball. Liari staggered, about to die, has perished, and Bozabunch should just sink this in. Water walking up, though, maybe a little bit too far, flying a bit too close to the sun, losing the barrier there, and if Bun Bun can hold on this long, this could be it. The Lilybun has successfully been Oki'd. But Scyther 12 looking to get in there, not able to get it there. Gonna have to wait, and good blink, but unfortunately not able to secure it with the piercing shot. Bozabunch is going to get that point, which they fought hard to achieve. But taking this to a 0.5 here, Bozabunch might be looking to secure the second set really quickly and just kind of run away with the game.
Yeah, 2-2 now. It's not where you want to be. Bit of a missed blink from Liari. Almost held it down, but fortunately Bozabunch were able to recover that one. The Crater Maker coming in as Scyther 12 forcing this barrier, but still the damage just getting dumped in when Bozabunch is grouped up like that. Scyther 12 just takes so much damage. They're already putting some pressure on Water there by taking that second barrier, but Frogs will clear it out now. X Maximus coming out from Dropletto as I pushing up. Not able to find the point just yet. Scyther 12 boosting in. Can't find the rocket, though, but the pressure is on from Bun Bun Bananastone. Core flips are coming online very shortly. A missed blink, though. Lilybun able to get there in time to recover that, but Dropletto wants this point. Up to I now in the bottom corner. Core flip from Liari. Sends it out. Back to Bozo Bunch's side of the field, but I able to recover that one. Up into the top invisibility lane. Dropletto look for the strike war. Is going to be able to win it. A shot to the bottom is good. And Bozo Bunch now 2 sets up. I think I might be the MVP. Yeah. And that is scary because this is the midfielder with Egoist, and there's agility and focus showing up on the board.
Yeah, there they are. Sparks detected, and at this point, you know, I have to wonder, oh. Wow.
Wow, yeah.
I didn't even notice Deadeye, but crazy turn of events, no sparks. 0 sparks, Deadeye being denied. And that means Scyther 12 makes off like a bandit this draft, having Spark of Strength and now Spark of Focus. That's really, really nice on Luna. That's, like, devastatingly nice. Unfortunate draft for Bozabunch coming out there. Second Spark being picked up by Water. Spark of Agility and Strength. Guy is looking a little powerful. Maybe even a little fast. Might be able to cover a lot more of the field there. Cover the net. Not there, though. Barry's going to be going down. Rampage being picked up by Dropletto, who has not been under KO threat, but the net on the side of Bozabunch is absolutely under threat as Bun Bun takes it right there, and again, just a disturbing draft there. Horribly unlucky for Bozabunch, but this is Bun Bun's opportunity to start coming back this game.
Yeah, it's really tough there because Scyther 12 is getting something, like, no matter what, and it's like, do you want a single Spark Prize Fighter Deadeye Luna or a double Spark Prize Fighter Luna? And it's like neither of those options are particularly great. And I don't know, maybe just getting the second Spark to get a speed maybe on your now would have been worth it, but they said we don't really want a chance of the damage just coming online. So, I mean, it still very well could with the cooldown reduction here, so we'll just have to see how Bozabunch is able to play this one. We do have some core flips available here. Core going past. Still one barrier up for Bozabunch. Fun Bonanza trying to work to take it down, but Liari having some trouble getting it past Dropletto here. And now I in the top corner as well, putting on the offense. The Crater Maker comes through. Plenty of energy to dodge that one, though, and plenty of healing as well out of this now. They send it back around once again for Dropletto to maybe find something. It's actually I with the secondary pop. Will force it through Liari. Bozabunch will even up the game late again, 1-1.
Yeah, Bozabunch not ready to give in yet, and really that point was a whole lot of damage coming out, but not a lot of KOs being secured. And large Dropletto is on the scene, just trying to kill this guy. Crater Maker coming out to try and defend against all the damage, but Scyther 12 really coming out of that interaction worse for wear. If he gets knocked out, he loses his prize fighter stack, which would be pretty bad. That's a lot of power going down. In the meantime, there it is. That guy has been felled, and I, who was almost staggered, almost knocked out, able to heal back to full, gets the orb too, and Bozabunch is looking dominant this set. Great save from Lilybun, but how many more do they have to make before they're able to get at the other barrier and start getting the points back, try and make this come back.
And we'll see here. Scyther 12, once again, no health, no energy. Might be getting taken down here as Dropletto is hovering this. And the orb back online here. Nice piercing shot from Liari brings down the second barrier, though. It's going to be up to her to put a bulk of this offense to Scyther 12 now, though recovered. Dribbling on the bottom side with the rocket shot to the bottom. Water's able to catch it, though. Send it out of there. Dropletto goes big mode. A huge bell ringer chunking Scyther 12. Now the offense is on, but the ensnare drones from Lilybun going to go the distance and helping out with the defense there. Coming back into the midfield now. Eye pass to Dropletto. Still big enough with the bell ringer to bring down that second barrier now. Looking for a shot to the bottom. Lilybun able to cover that one. Going for the top side. Liari's there, though, but still Bun Bun is on the defense right now. Trying to get out of here. Liari pass to Scyther 12. The Crater Maker can't quite connect with the core. Now they're going to try once again. As Liari with the core, dribbling down the field. Dropletto able to steal it away, but Liari secures the orb. Looking for the blink. Has a flip available. Scyther 12 not looking healthy, but Liari with a nice flip. Solid posturing in the midfield there. Will find the shot to the bottom and bring Bun Bun once again to set points. And their final opportunity, really, to secure this game. If Bozo run away with another set like this, well, the series is over.
Yeah, and it's looking like they're trying to right there. Dropletto with a great core flip right there, almost getting double. Lilybun with the ensnare drum, able to stop that from happening, though. They are taking a ton of damage, and as we've seen the past two sets, this is just not Bun Bun's ideal map. They are able to get both barriers, though, but Liari staggered. Their barrier dropping. Things are looking really scary. Liari getting the orb, unstaggering. It'd be nice. They just have to find their opportunity to score here. And Scyther, with the ult, looking to make something happen. Unable to right there. And core flip from I, stopped by Lilybun. Not able to get through. Great save from Liari. Stop it. Scyther 12 looking low. Dropletto getting knocked down, though. If they could get a KO there on either of Bozo's forwards, that would be huge. But Dropletto with the bull rush, just not letting it happen. Got to be able to cover the clear, get it in. And that's another 0.5 set point right here. This is Bun Bun's last hope. Right here.
Yeah, they cannot afford to let Bozo come back from another set after being down like this again. But Scyther 12, quick work of the barriers with a core flip. And a core flip from Water. Liari hides it away with the piercing the Rose Thorns. And Bun Bun able to secure the set, bring it home. Scyther 12 going to be the MVP here as we see Spark of Resilience show up on the board. Catalyst is here as well, though. A huge draft. They need to take this one all the way to set 5 for any hope. We'll see what they come out with.
Yeah, this is such a tough draft because obviously 3 Sparks is amazing. And especially Spark of Resilience with how much damage Scyther 12's been taken. But that's Catalyst Egoist on their midfielder now. And so, just such a tough decision. Back-to-back-to-back difficult drafts, I think. A game worth studying because there are so many decisions you have to go through and make in each of these drafts. And they're all super scary. I do like the 3 Sparks on Scyther 12, though. No more Sparks in the game. All done. And that's 197 power on that guy. He could just start getting KOs out of the thinnest of airs. You know, no questions asked. And it's going to come down to whether the Catalyst Egoist that they gave up in order to get these 3 Sparks is going to be worth it in the end. Or if I is just going to be able to cover too much space, have too many energy bursts to, you know, get through this all. And right now, has the energy burst, looking like it might be the latter, but we'll have to see as we're in a little bit of a corner stalemate here.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, is like if you're trying to pump damage into I, you have to confirm the KO or it just feeds him even more energy from the Catalyst. So, and with all the healing from the Now and the Atlas, it's like that becomes really hard. And well, looking at that, it's actually Liari that gets taken down first. Core flip from I, as already has some energy back. Scyther 12 able to recover with a barrier there. The Water with the expanse will prevent the point. Liari coming back online. Now a rocket snipe going to go wide, but the core floating right down to Scyther 12. The hit stun's enough to keep Water far enough away that the strike shot is not really doable. Bun Bun Bonanza going to come out first on that point. 2 flips to 1 as well. They look to bring this game back.
Yeah, Here, the counter flip coming out from Scyther, able to catch Water's flip there. Gonna be really nice, burning that flip for Bun Bun to make this game a lot easier. And Scyther 12 standing in the purple, but just kind of tanking it, just not taking a lot of damage from the purple. Of course, all of the abilities coming out from Boza Bunch doing a ton of damage, and you know them capitalizing on the fact that Scyther 12 was sitting in the purple. But they have both. They have, sorry, one barrier, not two, to 0. They have the opportunity to get it done. Scyther can just run in the purple. He's not losing that much, and I think that's a really big deal. It gives him a lot more reach on the map, and a big KO coming out from Scyther 12 onto Dropletto. That's a prize fighter stack, and that's going to continue to be a big deal as Bun Bun has this power play, has an opportunity to get something done. They just need to find it.
Yeah, the Crater Maker chunking Water there. Force some energy off of I as well. You need to get every bit that you can. X Maximus from Dropletto is going to get blocked away by the core flip from Lilybun here. Dropletto looking for a shot. Lilybun not quite fast enough to get over there. Mako not a fast character by any means, and in the overtime, that red core from Dropletto is just going to sink right in. Boza Bunch is going to tie it up 1-1 now. And about as tight a contest as you can get. Scyther really needs to focus in on getting these KOs to help. And picking up the orb, that's going to be quite helpful as well. That's going to be more power, more size to work with. But Liari actually is just going to be there. Water goes for the clear. They're going to sink it right into that top side. A lot of success in that corner. A quick second point for Bun Bun Bonanza as well.
Yeah, wow. Scyther picking up the orb, gets 270 power, and at that point it's just, we're getting to ridiculous numbers. Oh! But ridiculous numbers is sometimes what you need, as 243 power now, getting a third prize fighter stack and that KO. The missile. Hitting the ball that hard 15 seconds into the match. No overtime required. Free core speed hack. Getting that thing straight in there, and Scyther 12 is going to be the MVP for that set. Holy moly.
Oh my. Fighter Flight, Missile Prop, Extra Special on the board. Some options here. We're going to go for the Twin Drive. Now that it gives a cooldown reduction, it's pretty good on Luna, and they have double boost as well. Denies away from the Atlas. Missile Prop will be Water's pickup. Fighter Flight going to make it to Liari as well. Bun Bun already looking good in this draft. Perfect form. Going over to the Mako is absolutely massive. I opted to wait to ensure that Dropletto got something. Going to pick up the Pancakes, though, at Unstoppable. Going on to the X will be some defense against the single hits from the Luna and the Estelle. But Bun Bun got some really, really good awakenings there for their characters. And we'll see. We're in set 5 now, and they have the opportunity to salvage this game, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the Twin Drive pickup from Scyther 12. Not only does it give CDR, but with 3 Sparks and Spark of Focus, that's so many dashes. You get so many dashes. This guy's going to be flying left and right, up and down, all across the screen, all the time. Perfect form going to Lilybun, also pretty crazy. Gonna be a nice pickup. And a Fighter Flight on Liari. Guys, what a wacky wild draft. Yeah. Stacks on I here. Gonna be a little scary, but with the amount of KO potential that Scyther has, if it ever becomes a problem, you just kill them. Just not be putting up with it. But here, oh, Dropletto doing a little bit of killing and scoring, and going to be securing that point real quick. The Unstoppable going to be really nice for him, as it's going to be a lot harder to put the damage on him and let him stack Rampage. But again, all eyes are on Scyther this game. As he flies in, gets a barrier, it's really up to this guy as to whether or not he can make things happen. All of their awakening powers in him, 3 Sparks, prize fighter. Once they get going, it's going to be really hard for Boza Bunch to come back.
And going already with that quick double barrier here. Leto able to tie it up with that second barrier. Now the ball inside their 12's court here. Dropletto though trying to make a break for it. Pops the X Maximus. Lilybun can't get there in time. Dropletto will be able to force it past the primary. Now Boza Bunch on match point yet again. Up 2-0, but this is the Bun Bun comfort zone for sure. A lot of initial damage on Liari on that kickoff, though, but they will get a barrier here. And Water pushing way up to the midfield, though. Scyther 12 sees the opportunity, boosts in. The second barrier's gone. Water with the core flip. Scyther still looking for the shot. Core going to go wide around the bouncers here. Trying to reconvert it, but Dropletto cuts the pass and gets the second barrier. Liari bringing it up to the top. Core flip from I. Try and bounce it away. Liari is there to cover it. Water sends it around. The ensnare drums from Lilybun. Will trap it inside, and Water out of position. There's a weird bounce coming out of the ensnare drums, and Lilybun will be credited with the goal there as Bun Bun put themselves on the board.
Right. Bun Bun not done yet. Getting ready to mount the craziest comeback of all time. Sorry, I take it back. One barrier for Bun Bun, though. A big opportunity. They are taking a lot of damage. Looking really scary, but Dropletto's Damage Awakening being 1-2 punch means that it's going to be hard to get a lot of damage after the ult is burned. Great shot from Lilybun, just getting it past Dropletto there. They have to get it through one of the members of Bozo Bunch. And Scyther with the dash, going to be able to get that done. But the ball is back. It's so scary. Bun Bun believers. It's looking rough because Bozo Bunch has a great opportunity here. Lilybun has flipped, though. Might have to burn it. They are defending really, really well. But that's going to be the X Maximus. Able to get it out. Scyther looking to get it in. Both members, both forwards on Bun Bun. Looking to get an opportunity. Almost went in there, but Lilybun with the save. It's so tense here.
Yeah, now I with the flip, gonna pass over Dropletto. The ensnare drums from Lilybun, but Dropletto flipped it outside of the drums. Dropletto was trapped in the drums, but the flip caught it before the core actually went inside. And the strike box was able to reach through the wall and punch it in. The craziest flip of Dropletto's life for the goal and the series. Bozo Bunch will take it home after an incredibly tense point there. The MVP, putting in work. Wow, what a crazy match. 316 redirects on the now as well. 54,000 damage and 10 goals from Dropletto. 10 goal participations as well from I. A crazy match indeed, but Bozo Bunch eventually sealing the deal in set 5.
Yeah. Wow. Crazy flip. Just right outside the edge of the ensnare drum. Not going in. Really, really close game. Really tense game. Obviously, we have I, who is just midfield wizard, hitting the ball a whole lot. Wow. But Scyther 12 put on a great show. Really almost came back. 3 sparks in a dream, but just barely not able to get it done. And you know, that's super unfortunate. I was looking forward to a game 3, but sometimes, you know, that's just how it goes. Really well played by Bozo Bunch. Really well played by Bun Bun. I think both teams looked really, really good out there. I was very impressed. And you know, hey, it's only week 2, so Bozo Bunch though getting a big win. Looking like a big threat out there.
Yeah, for sure. Those were some crazy drafts as well that ended up showing up there, and both teams navigated it pretty well. I think the more comfortable we see Scyther 12 get on the Luna, the better it's gonna be. Because I mean, already, like they gave Bozo Bunch a massive run for their money, bringing it to set 5. Even like Bozo Bunch had the opportunity to close it out a couple times, and Bun Bun really hung in there. So I'm excited to see where this goes the rest of the season for sure. But well, that is the end of Nassel week 2. Not as long of a final series here, but certainly a very long day to close it out. So with that, is there anything else you want to say, Yoshi, before we get out of here?
Nope. Nope. I'm just glad that I wanted to see a game 3, but finishing 2 hours late instead of 2.5 hours late is well, we have pre-show or post-show after this. Maybe not. Maybe I'm lying. We don't have. We're done, and we're done, and we finished. And I was gonna say something like, "Oh, maybe it's gonna be a couple more hours after." We're good, guys. Rest easy. Another long Nassel Saturday, but a very exciting one. A whole lot of well-fought matches. And that's gonna be it Thank you for watching. And well played by all teams. Bye bye. Bye bye. We're done here. Bye bye.
Have a good night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're in the post show now. I'm joined by Dropletto, Water without the Fury, and Threezy Breezy, and it's kind of crazy how all three of these players are connected. Two of Water Fury's brawlers right here, and all three have won today. How are you feeling right now, Dropletto?
Dude, I'm feeling so good. That was some of the best Omega Strikers I've played in like forever. And I was actually just like really scared going into the series because Bun Bun Bonanza is the scariest team in Nassau to me. These guys farm us every single week. Every time we see them in weeklies, guess what happens? We get destroyed. But I'm glad we were able to show up today and finally take our dub.
Yeah, and Threezy, against Modern Magic, you had the most one-sided series of the day, right? Today was a long day. It was full of close ones, but yours, you look dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I play like a freak today. Let's be clear. Gonna continue on the train that Dropletto left. I think I played some of the best OS I've ever played today, which means that the grind never stops. The hustle, is forever. So we're gonna be chasing our third win next week. Look forward to that one. Modern Magic, they had to catch the L today. It just had to happen.
Yeah, and finally, Water, a very simple name. I can't believe you actually got that username. That's crazy.
I just did the request.
Yeah, I mean, wow. That was incredible, right? I think overall, like we've seen that you could step up to this level of competition, but not to this level.
Yeah, I think this game actually meant a lot more to me than just like a game as a sub. Like I've only this is my second NASL game, and the first one like we lost in like a pretty bad heartbreaker, and like so this game like felt like winning this like definitely meant like a lot more to me, and like even though like I was definitely not the best Omega Strikers I've ever played, and these definitely not in that second game. But I think that it was good enough to get the job done, and I was just really happy because I feel like I'm always like living in the shadow of my other two teammates since they always happen to be NASL players, and I think it pulled the day.
Yeah, and I'll start with you then. I guess what are your thoughts on Bozo Bunch in general? Currently sitting at 1-1, a pretty decent record because we're 2 weeks in. Like, honestly, I have no idea.
I think Bozo Bunch can make playoffs for sure. Like I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, Breads is better than I am, and we just beat Bun Bun 2-0, and Drop and Brett Muncher were playing so well today. I'm so proud of them. I just had so much fun today, and I think that Bozo Bunch will be making it back to playoffs next year, or not next year. I don't know why I said that.
Well,
This
no,
season.
it is next year.
It's gonna be yeah.
Oh, so true. That was intentional.
Well, you're facing off against the Sad Boys, Dropletto. Any thoughts on that particular matchup?
Like I said, I'm still feeling good. It's the year of the frog. I've decided Bozo Bunch will not be dropping a single point for the rest of the season. That's right. Not every strike war will be won. I'll be in the goalie's face, and I will be striking last. That's right.
I just got hit by some. I just got hit by my own emotes. I started laughing because I saw Gret's message. But also,
it's so stupid.
And Threezy, your team is actually facing Demons Raw. It's kind of funny how Bozo and Calm are here, and they're facing the two teams to watch out for. Any thoughts on that matchup next week?
I said to Josh today, I think if we played Demons Raw, we would still win just because I was playing like a beast. So hopefully I can bring that same energy next week, and prove it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to showcasing our gameplay against Demons Raw. I think it's like a benchmark of how well you can do against them. So to go 3-0 and to play Demons and Sad Boys in the first 2 games would be really awesome.
All right, and anything you want to say? Anyone you want to shout out? Starting with you, 3C.
Hold on, let me fix my cam. Go to drop.
Okay, Drop.
I want to shout out all the teams that let us warm them up, and the group of people. Vaughn, you already lose. Leo Leon for warming us up for the last hour. We were only planning on warming up for like 90 minutes before the game, but that's what was a little bit behind. So we ended up playing from like 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. today. It was 6 hours spent playing Omega Sugars. So I'd like to thank everyone who helped us warm. We were so warm. I was feeling hot as fuck that series. That's right. Felt like a beast. Yeah, shout outs to all of them.
Because you were a beast.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
3Z's no longer with us, so Water, any thoughts?
I just want to shout out my teammates more than anyone else. They're so awesome to play with. I don't have. They're definitely the two people I like I have the most fun with in this game by far. And playing with them from 2 lands in a row, and now playing with them in a national match is just so fun. And yeah, definitely them more than anyone else, because I don't think I would have won a national match with anyone else. I'll be honest.
All right.
I disagree. You
Old.
could win a national match without us.
Old.
You played insane that series. Don't downplay yourself.
No. The Atlas was wanting to lose.
Nope.
Until
I
the
said
game
we
was
I said we
missile
wanted
propped,
to
and then
win,
we
so we're gonna
won.
win. Okay.
Once I got missile prop, the game was over.
Oh, good scaling. Alice is a scaling character.
All right, just in time. We're so back.
All right.
What was the question again? Is it shoutouts? and
Yeah.
stuff?
It
Yeah.
is.
Okay, bet. Shout out to my sexy, handsome midfielder, Box. That's my guy. And then Natty, holds it down like a beast. Doesn't matter if, sometimes might let in a goal. Sometimes I'll fuck up and Natty will play well and he'll mess up and then we'll just put it in for him. So shout out to Natty. We had a good day today. Shout out to my mom because she watches all my Nassau games. W.
Shout out to my mom too.
And then
Shout out Drop Low's mom.
yeah, facts. Mom led it lore. Bozo Bunch, great warm ups as usual, and scrims. Let's see who else. Oh, in-house sketch day, we're fire. I think that's why I play like a beast today. Also, Bells. Shout out to Bells. Play like a freak today. Brawlers get it done. Yeah.
All right. On that note, see you tomorrow for NASA. Don't miss it. And thanks for watching. 7 hours 30 minutes of Omega Strikers and some web fishing. Goodbye.